Chapter 401, Marcus vs the Rebel Captain, 2. Transmigrated as a ghost. With his Inferno Fist spell having been deflected back at him and blowing off his left hand, Marcus was currently in a bit of a precarious situation, being down an arm. Luckily his high-speed regeneration was already going to work, and pumping in a persistent healing spell, Marcus sped up the recovery process. Why is she just waiting there? However, while he was waiting for the next attack to come his way since he was injured, nothing happened, and the Rebel Captain just stood there watching with her guard up. She had no intention of making the first move right now and was perfectly fine waiting for Marcus for now. Her subordinates were currently clearing out from the area, since after seeing Marcus' last attack, she knew that this was going to be a dangerous fight where any bystanders that were around would get caught up in it. Well, if she is just going to sit there, then I will take my time to prepare. Seeing as his opponent was not making a move, Marcus began casting buff spells on himself, starting with the new spell he learned called Lightning Warrior. It was tier 5 spell, and while it was similar to the lower tier spell Lightning Strider, it was far stronger and increased strength a bit along with a massive boost in agility. After that Marcus cast Heart of the Forge, followed by Arms of Darkness and Legs of Light, before reaching the point of mana consumption that was just a bit more than he restored with his regeneration skill. Unfortunately, he was not the only one that had been casting buff spells in preparation, and the Rebel Captain had been doing the same. "Captain, we have cleared the area. Feel free to go wild," one of her subordinates said using telepathy. Fox Fang Strike. Keeping an eye on his enemy, Marcus was a bit surprised to see her jump at him, widely raising both of her weapons above her head in a posture that left her wide open. Yet, he immediately felt that something was wrong, and soon he understood what it was. Ignoring the form that was coming at him from the front, Marcus abruptly turned around and swung forward with his scythe towards what appeared to be nothing but the air. Clang! The resounding sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard as Marcus' scythe met the invisible blades of the golden fox beast girl he was fighting. An instant after that, the illusory replacement the girl had conjured passed harmlessly through Marcus, as he fought the real one that had gone invisible. "Oh, I am surprised that you not only noticed that the me in front of you was an illusion, but also that you were able to locate me." Marcus then felt the force that was being pushed against his scythe back off, and quickly the fox beast girl left the range of the skill he was using to find her. Damn, this is annoying. Her illusions look incredibly real, and even Danger Sense did not detect her. If I did not have Life Sense active right now, I would have been completely blindsided, Marcus thought while trying to figure how to counter these illusions. He tired using the chain that connected them, but it had seemingly disappeared, and he could no longer see or feel it. Heat Vision. Casting the Heat Vision spell, Marcus looked around for the inviolable Rebel Captain, but unfortunately, she had some type of heat shielding ability that prevented that from working. Sighing since nothing else was working, Marcus opened up his status and was about to spend some skill points to increase the range of his Life Sense skill, when he felt her enter into his range again. Bringing his scythe around, Marcus did his best to fight her off, but even thought he could feel her life force. She was still invisible, and he could not see exactly where her arms and swords were. After taking a few blows, Marcus knew he was not going to be getting anywhere this way, and using the tier 4 spell Darkness Pulse, sent out a wave of darkness energy in every direction. Still, his opponent was very fast and had zipped away once again, escaping the range of Marcus' Life Sense. At the very least, this did give Marcus a chance to spend some points into Life Sense, dropping 36 points to bring it up to level 5. And as the skill's range doubled for each level, Marcus could now sense out to 160 feet and found the Fox Beast girl currently perched up in a branch around 100 feet away. The reason for this was due to it being the maximum distance she could get from Marcus, or he could get from her, so long as her unique skill Fight to the Finish was active. Firestorm. Now that he was able to locate her, Marcus had no problems with barraging her with powerful spells. With the Firestorm spell engulfing everything around her, the Rebel Captain had realized evasion was impossible and leapt straight through the raging flames. Feeling this, Marcus was surprised, but he got ready as his target came blasting out of the flames and right towards him. Iron Ramparts. Using the only tier 5 iron magic spell he had gotten from the kingdom, Marcus conjured an incredibly thick fortified wall that expanded out for 200 feet and stood 50 feet tall. This forced the Rebel Captain to halt her advance, and changing her posture, used her feet to brace against the wall, before channeling mana into her 2 blades and cutting through it. But Marcus had not stood idle while she had done this and was now floating in the air above as he cast his next spell, Luminous Prison. Casting a tier 5 light magic spell, Marcus sent dozens of beams of light down, which quickly shaped themselves into a cell around the golden fox beast girl. Normally this spell would be absurdly difficult to escape from, but the Rebel Captain suddenly erupted with the same bluish-silver flames that covered her kukris and began burning through the luminous prison. Too late. Cataclysmic Iron Sword. Nevertheless, Marcus' light magic spell had restrained her long enough, and using his most powerful spell, sent down a titanic sword of iron with the same amount of force as a freight train. Reflector Shield. Having no other way out, the Fox Beast girl once again used the same move she had to block Marcus' Inferno Fist spell. And as if breaking the law of physics, very similarly to when Quillen first blocked Marcus' Cataclysmic Iron Sword, the hundreds of tons of iron bounced back, receiving all of the force behind it back onto itself. Except this time, Marcus was in its return path and had to quickly go ethereal to avoid being hit by his own spell once again. However, as soon as his Cataclysmic Iron Sword had passed through him, the Fox girl was right there, covered in her bluish-silver flames that had formed around her body in the shape of a fox. Fox Fire Twin Slash. Being blindside, Marcus was hit by the rebel captain's attack that was infused with spiritual energy and went rocketing towards the ground with deep cuts in his body while enveloped by fire. Chapter 402, Marcus vs the Rebel Captain, 3. Transmigrated as a ghost. Flying towards the ground, Marcus flew straight through as he was still ethereal. However, before he got too far underground, the chain that was connecting him to the Rebel Captain tugged on him, preventing him from going any further. I have never been more appreciative of my armor than right now, Marcus thought. If it had not been for his sturdy armor, he was certain that he would have been cut in half, but thankfully his armor and the spiritual energy he had used for defense had blocked most of the last attack's force. Still, the power of the Fox girl's flames that had been infused with spiritual energy had done a number on Marcus, and he felt the burns that had afflicted his soul. Seeing as how I am down here, I might as well just wait until I recover. Unfortunately, just a few seconds after he thought this, the rebel captain cut through the ground to his location. The mouth on her flame mask then opened and she unleashed a flame breath that was like a beam straight towards Marcus. Embodiment of light. With the flame breath coming right for him, Marcus had no option but to use one of his unique skills to boost his power. Since he had been forced into this fight, he wanted to see how far he could go without relying on his unique skills that drained him quickly. But his opponent was just too strong to hold back against anymore. He then covered himself with a mana barrier to hold back the flames for a moment while he cast a Radiance Scale spell that he empowered further with his embodiment of light. Yet even with his powerful defensive spell, Marcus saw it starting to crack under the pressure of the flame breath, but his next attack was already in motion. Focusing on his Cataclysmic Iron Sword, Marcus had the titanic form of iron crash back down right on top of the Fox girl that was currently trying to burn him to a crisp. Boom! As the Cataclysmic Iron Sword hit the ground, it broke the earth with ease, causing tremors and leaving cracks throughout the landscape. Even the nearby lake was not unaffected as it was rocked violently, and large waves began splashing about. Damn, I missed her. However, as much power as was behind Marcus' Tier 6 spell, his target was quite fast and nimble and had dodged by flying in the air. At least she had to stop her attack, Marcus thought as he floated out of the ravine his and the rebel captain's attacks had created. He then reappeared as he floated into the sky, casting his Tier 5 Iron Magic spell and creating 6 wings to keep himself aloft. You certainly are stronger than I thought you would be. I am surprised that the king had something like you hidden away. You are certainly not human, and your magic is already beyond the master class. I also know there is no way you are level 24, so you must have some skill to alter your status. Just who or what are you, and what is your relationship to the king? As their fight had gone on, the rebel captain had grown more and more curious about who Marcus was. She used to be one of the kingdom's great knights, but she had little to no recollection of ever seeing Marcus. Still, she felt like she had seen him somewhere before, and his power and appearance on this battlefield led her to believe he was a hidden agent of the crown. But now that she had fought him for longer, she was certain he was not human, and wondered if he was some type of monster or maybe even a spirit. Did the king or possibly someone close to him hire some sort of specter assassin or something? Seeing that the rebel captain wanted to open a dialogue, Marcus dissipated his Cataclysmic Iron Sword that was eating through his mana and was unlikely to ever connect against such a nimble opponent. He was also hoping that maybe there was a chance now that he could end things peacefully. He had shown that he was no pushover and that it was quite possible that he could kill her. So, she might let him go if he could convince her that he was not some agent for the king. To answer your question, I already said this before, but I have no connection to this kingdom, and was just traveling through. It was just an unfortunate accident that I was here. I promise that if you let me go you will never see me again. Alas, with the situation as it was, the rebel captain did not believe Marcus, and with her attempt to fish for answers seeming to be unfruitful, she said, "Very well. You can keep all of you secrets in death." After saying that, the Fox Beast girl began flying towards Marcus and she suddenly spilled into 9 different images. Luckily, even with these added fakes, Marcus could still tell where she was thanks to his life sense skill. Flapping his wings and channeling his embodiment of light, Marcus moved like a flash and flew straight towards the real one. Seeing this, she was surprised, not that Marcus had once again found her but at how fast he was moving now. Before she had the advantage in speed, but now he was much faster. Fighting in midair, Marcus let loose a rapid storm of slashes that were pushing back the rebel captain, who was having to use her all just to keep up. Clang! Catching both of her kukris with his scythe, Marcus wrenched them from her hands, though he had to throw away his own scythe in the process. However, this was all a part of his plan as he punched towards her head with his right arm, casting another Inferno fist. Seeing this, the rebel captain once again conjured her reflector shield in the path of Marcus' attack, using her final use of the ability for the day. Got you? Smiling, Marcus pulled back his right hand, having already expected this outcome, and having lowered his left towards her abdomen, cast a laser spell. Yet right before that had happened, the fox girl had all of her illusions blitz towards Marcus in what he thought was an attempt to distract him, until his danger sense started going off like crazy. Then simultaneously, Marcus fired his laser spell through the rebel captain's abdomen right under the area her armor protected, and the illusions all disappeared, revealing that they had been hiding a ball of bluish-silver flame within. Kaboom! The 8 bluish-silver balls of fire exploded around Marcus while the fox beast girl was blown away by his laser spell. It was a simultaneous hit as both of their sneak attacks landed home. Crashing into the ground, the rebel captain felt the stinging pain right above her waist and saw a pool of blood gushing out of the hole in her body. Still, she looked up expecting to see Marcus in an even rougher shape, only to look up in horror as she saw him unharmed. At the last moment he had closed his iron wings around himself, and while many of the feathers that made them had melted from the heat, he had managed to block the attack. Gritting her teeth and standing up, the rebel captain watched as Marcus pulled out 6 floating lenses and staked them all together to unleash one big finishing attack. No choice, I have to do it. Awaken. Chapter 403, Hidden, title at the bottom. Transmigrated as a ghost. Awaken. As Marcus heard the fox beast girl say this, he noticed her aura start to shift and a gold and sliver glow began to emit off her body. And seeing this, he quickly realized he had seen something similar to this before when Teresa transformed. She is entering her evolved form. Knowing what this was, Marcus was not going to just let her power up and quickly unleashed his next attack. Darkness Drill Laser. Combining his Tier 4 light and darkness magic spell, Marcus sent them through all 6 of his elemental focusing lenses and unleashed one of his most powerful attacks. Quickly the spiraling blast of light and darkness energy descended upon the fox beast girl. But right before it hit her, she disappeared without a trace, as Marcus' combination spell bored deep into the already shattered ground. Flash Fire Step. Fuck. With barely an instant to react, Marcus crossed his arms in front of him as the rebel captain appeared to his left and delivered a swift kick clad in bluish silver flames. Before Marcus even had a moment to process what had happened, he felt his body crashing into the ground before he was tugged back by the chain that connected him to the fox beast girl. Being wrenched back into the open, Marcus saw that his enemy had retrieved her kukris and was preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Embodiment of Eclipse, Bright Form. With the rebel commander using the full power of her evolved form, Marcus was being completely overwhelmed and knew he needed to resort to his strongest trump card. Increasing all of his stats drastically, but especially his agility, Marcus quickly righted his posture and resummoned his scythe to him just in time to meet the fox beast girl's attack head-on. A devastating explosion emanated from their clash, before the two of them were pushed back as far away as they could be. Then for just a moment there was a standstill as they both appraised each other's recent transformations. She is much stronger now and can move impossibly fast. Even faster than Quillen. However, the biggest change is the number of tails she has. Now she has 9. Seeing this, Marcus knew that this transformation was anything but ordinary. He already knew that things like dragons and other mythological beings from Earth existed here, and among some of the most powerful were supposedly 9-tailed foxes. Her wound has also closed without a trace, and her flames are even hotter. This is not going to be easy, Marcus thought. And as Marcus was evaluating her, so was she, and she similarly was daunted by the level of power Marcus was emitting. His latest power-up made him just as fast as her when speed was the primary boost she got from her awakening. Still, she had no intention of backing down since she thought this might be her only chance to end such a dangerous foe. Disappearing in a streak of flames, the fox beast girl practically teleported towards Marcus with how fast she was moving. Yet he was able to keep up thanks to the powerful light that coursed around and through his form, giving him comparable speed. The two of them then clashed back and forth over and over, no longer using any tricks or trying to position for spell, only clashing against each other with raw power. Quickly their intense battle had them moving around the mountain, and wherever they met, explosions of fire and light and darkness wiped out the landscape. The two of them unleashed all of their skills, trying to crush the other, but each time they found themselves unable to gain much ground. However, they both soon realized that at this rate whoever ran out of stamina first was going to be the loser, and neither of them planned on letting that be them. Jumping back, the fox beast girl began glowing brighter, before 26 clones of herself appeared. This was a far cry from the 8 she had made earlier, but Marcus quickly realized something. Of these clones, 8 of them were not simple illusions but were real physical manifestations. The fox girl and her clones then began circling around Marcus, making it difficult for him to pinpoint which ones were real and which ones were fake. However, there was one caveat, and that was that he could still sense the life force emanating from the original fox fire wisps. As Marcus was being encircled, each of the fox girls' tails began glowing at the tip before small balls of fire formed on them and began flying towards Marcus. With 243 balls of fire flying towards him, Marcus had no way to determine which of the 81 were real. So instead, he just decided to blow everything away. Shine Ring. Casting a Tier 5 light magic spell, Marcus sent a circular blast of light out that grew in size as it moved away from him, enveloping everything within a 300-foot diameter. This managed to blow back the fire wisps that were coming for him, as well as forcing the fox girl and her clone to escape into the air or be engulfed. And while he was not sure which of the clones were real and which were fake, it did not really matter since he knew exactly which was the original. Yet before Marcus could make his next move, all of the fox beast girls opened their mouths and a coalescing ball of fire appeared as they prepared to unleash a simultaneous breath attack. But Marcus only smiled, waiting for the moment right before they fired. Watching closely, Marcus waited until the rebel captain's fire breath reached its peak and was about to be unleashed. This would be the moment when she could no longer hold back the attack and would be open to a counter. Now, Eclipse Meteor. Converging all of the swirling energy around him, Marcus rocket towards his target, become an unstoppable projectile of light and darkness. Flying upwards, Marcus met the flame breath that had just unleashed from the original fox beast girl and blasted through it, before smashing into her with an immense explosion of light and darkness. Boom! As the explosion expanded, the rebel captain's body was blown completely apart, being reduced to nothing. Except Marcus realized that something was wrong. And instant before he hit, the flame breath he was fighting against suddenly became much weaker, and the body he hit felt unnatural. She is still alive. As the explosion he caused began to settle down, Marcus focused on his life sense, and he located his adversary. She was now in the place that the farthest real clone had been from Marcus. Somehow, she had switched places right before Marcus hit her with his Eclipse Meteor. Though even then she had still taken a great deal of damage from the explosion, which had expanded far further than the 100-foot range her unique skill allowed her to go if she wished to keep Marcus tethered. However, Marcus was also worse for wear after using Eclipse Meteor. The attack drained most of power, and Marcus was nearing his limits now. This is your last chance. Release me or I am going to kill you. I do not want to push this any further if I do not have to, Marcus said, trying one last time to end this fight amicably. You must be getting desperate if you are asking me for that now. No, I am sure you are worn out after that last attack. The rebel captain responded with a determined expression. She had already decided to put everything on the line to win. She believed that Marcus was too dangerous to let go now, and that if she did not stop him here, the rebellion would be in danger. Fine then. You can deal with your regrets in the next life. Soul Devour? Activating his most dangerous skill, Marcus began devouring his own soul for power, and the euphoric sense of strength it gave him began to overwhelm him. Its power was extraordinary, and he felt as if he could conquer the world as all of the fatigue he had been feeling quickly vanished. In fact, the power seemed to have grown even greater since the last time he had used it, and the aura around him was even more sinister. Seeing this, for the first time fear creeped into the rebel captain's eyes, and she felt the overwhelming power that Marcus was currently emitting. He had another power like this up his sleeve. She thought, seeing Marcus go beyond the extreme power he had already demonstrated. Fine, I will break the connection, the fox beast girl said. A moment later the chain that connected them shattered, but it was already too late. Marcus was already on a set path, and now that Soul Devour was active in full force, he was not going to be stopped easily. Death Dance. Using the strongest attack skill he had, which he had obtained from the mythic spirit gem, Marcus began spinning around, using the tips of his toes to stop and start abruptly as he cut through all of the remaining clones at a blinding speed. He did not care if they were illusion or real as he sliced through them. This time he wanted to make that his target did not escape, so he destroyed all of her clones to prevent her from switching places again. Of course, as this happened, she did not stand idly by and began running away. She knew at this point she was no match for Marcus and fled as fast as she could. You're not getting away, Marcus yelled as he quickly began perusing her after finishing off the last of her clones that only had about a third of the strength she did. With all of his buffs along with the activation of the Death Dance skill, Marcus moved with extreme grace and speed, and soon caught up to the fleeing fox girl like a spinning top of death. Killer Phantasm. In a last-ditched effort to win, the rebel captain cast one of her Tier 6 illusion magic spells. This spell, unlike her others which created things everyone could see, only targeted one person, but its effects were powerful. It made them see their worst fears come to life, often forcing them into insanity where they took their own lives. She hated using this spell since it was horrifying just to watch what it did to people, but she was out of options. However, as she cast the spell, she felt it hit her target, and then dissipate, having no effect. A moment later, Marcus had reached her and slashed with his scythe. Yet by some miracle, she managed to raise her kukris just in time to defend against the attack, preventing herself from being killed in one strike. Still, she was blown back by the power behind the attack, and soon crashed into the ground, leaving a long and deep trench before coming to a stop. And just a second after she had landed, Marcus smashed into the ground right in front of her and slashed his scythe down towards her. She brought up her kukris and fought for her life, as Marcus pushed against her, crushing her into the ground and causing a massive crater. Even through that thought, the rebel captain resisted with all her might, holding Marcus back as she was pushed deeper and deeper. But she felt her bones beginning to crack, and her arms were soon to waver. She could not believe she was about to die. Searching her memories, trying to recall something that could save her, nothing came up. She knew she had lost. Her mind then moved to the one question it had during this entire fight, and that was who this was, wanting to remember the name of her killer. She had tired to recall where she had seen him before, thinking to all of the people she had met in the king's court or when she was still just a young girl. Yet it was not until her mind wandered very far back, from before she was who she was today, to a time that seemed an eternity ago, did she recall who she had been fighting. Marcus. Chapter 404, An Old Friend. Transmigrated as a ghost. Marcus. Marcus Ferris. Hearing his name being shouted by the fox beast girl he had been fighting, Marcus was taken aback for a moment. Still, he disregarded it quickly, as his soul devour skill muddled his mind and pushed him to go for the kill. Soon there was a loud snap as the fox beast girl's right arm broke and Marcus' scythe stabbed into her chest. Yet, even as her right arm broke, she kept strong with her left arm, preventing Marcus' scythe from slicing her in two. Marcus, please stop. It is me, Lyra. Lyra Bridger? This time, as this fox beast girl called out to him, saying she was Lyra Bridger, Marcus stopped. The shock of hearing a name of someone that had once been close to him cleared Marcus' mind for a moment. And looking down at her expression, Marcus could see that any hostility was gone, replaced with a mix of fear and disbelief. If you are Lyra, then you should be able to prove it. How did you die? He still could vividly remember that day when he and his sister along with a group of friends went snowboarding like they did every winter, but this time things went horribly wrong. As they were going down a slope they had been on 100 times, a new skier had lost control and ran into Lyra from behind, sending her over the edge of the path and sprawling down the mountain. It had been a horrifying sight to see for Marcus and his other friends as they watched Lyra fall. By no means was it a sheer cliff, but it was steep enough and had rocks jutting out of it. And Lyra had bounced off one of them, hitting her head along the way hard enough to dent her helmet. Marcus and all of his friends who had seen this stopped as quickly as they could, but there was nothing they could do as Lyra sunk into the snow once her momentum had stopped. The snow was too deep and loose to move over, so none of them were able to even attempt going to help Lyra. They quickly called for the ski patrol to send up a rescue team, all the while hoping to see Lyra pop out of the snow. But she never did. And by the time the rescue team had arrived, it was too late. They pulled Lyra's corpse out of the snow, and Marcus along with his friends cried when they saw her limp body. After that, all of them were ushered down the mountain and Lyra's parents were called to tell them about what had happened. It was a tragic situation, and when they all found out the details later, it was even more heartbreaking. Lyra apparently had broken her neck but had not died instantly and was apparently still conscious. However, her legs and arms had been paralyzed, and as she laid there unable to move, she suffocated in the snow. Marcus could only imagine the horror that she had experienced as she died in excruciating pain, slowly becoming unable to breathe. So, he waited for this fox girl's answer, mostly not believing her, but some sliver of hope wanted her to be real. I died in a snowboarding accident. Please, Marcus, stop. As she said this, Marcus, who had actually been unconsciously pushing his scythe in deeper, pulled back and started staggering. A whirlpool of emotions then began running through him. At first, he was befuddled, unable to think straight before believing that maybe he was having his mind read, but quickly brushed that off thanks to sound mind. Is it really her? As Marcus thought this, he came back to his senses completely and shut down his unique and supreme skills that were putting intense stress on his soul. Yet as he did, the backlash of using the two skills in tandem for too long caught up with him and he collapsed to the ground, now feeling the damage done to him. He had pushed Soul Devour too far and his form actually began to unravel. Collapsing onto the ground, Marcus felt the intense pain of having a part of his soul missing as he had burned it for fuel to empower himself. Luckily his soul regeneration was just barely able to keep ahead of the damage he had done to himself, and he was slowly recovering, but he felt terribly weakened and could not move. Seeing this, Lyra dragged herself over to Marcus to check on his condition, not caring about her own sorry state. She had never once thought she might meet someone she once knew again and was not going to let Marcus die here. She pulled out a strong healing potion that was equivalent to a tier 5 spell, and poured it down his mouth. Unfortunately, the damage that Marcus had suffered was not going to be fixed by any sort of normal healing. Save your potions, they are not going to help me. I just need a few minutes and I will be fine, Marcus said weakly. Of course, it was probably going to take him more than a few minutes to fully recover, but he felt he would at least be able to move then. Nodding her head, Lyra, who had tears welling up in her eyes, suddenly started feeling the damage done to her body. The adrenaline pumping through her was starting to lessen and her transformation was wearing off. She then collapsed to her knees and held her right arm for a moment, before pulling out another potion and drinking it herself. Quickly her wounds began to heal, but the exhaustion she felt from fighting Marcus was quite high and she was pretty ragged. With both of them having worn themselves out, Marcus and Lyra just laid there in the crater that their battle had created, trying to recover their strength. Marcus, can you talk? Lyra said as they both stared up into the sky. Yeah. Would you mind telling me what happened after I died? Going quiet for a minute, Marcus collected his thoughts on what to say. It was sad. I know all of us that saw it happen had nightmares of the incident for a few months after. As for your parents, it was devastating for them to lose you, and your little sister fell into a depression for a while. It was a tough time for all of us when you died, and the trial was pretty bad too. Your parents desperately wanted the man that caused your death to face some type of consequences, but they were unable to pursue criminal charges and the civil suit got dragged out so long they eventually did not have the heart to continue. Eventually though, as time passed on, things did get better. Even after all these years, your parents still live 4 houses down from mine, and they are doing well. Your sister just finished college and was apparently getting engaged. So, from what I knew before dying, your family was happy. After saying this, Marcus began hearing sniffling beside him, and as he strained to turn his head, he saw Lyra crying. Chapter 405, with the rebels. Transmigrated as a ghost. As Marcus looked at Lyra, he watched her bawling her eyes out, partially out of sadness but also a tinge of happiness to know her family was safe and happy. Of course, after all of this time, being able to find out what happened after her death lifted a great burden was off of her shoulders, as the sense of unease that something terrible might have happened to her family was fading away. However, she quickly realized something, and that was that Marcus must have died as well if he was here now. Marcus, if it is, okay. Could I ask when and how you died? Yet before Marcus could answer her question, a loud shout resounded down towards them. Captain Knox, one of Lyra's lieutenants, called out to her, having come to search for her now that the battlefield had gone quiet. But as he saw the man who he still viewed as an enemy lying next to his captain, who was also down on the ground, he pulled back his glaive and rushed forward. He did not know why the two of them were just lying there, but he intended to finish off the threat before if anything could do else. Wait, Knox. Using what little strength she had left, Lyra positioned herself in between Marcus and Knox, who just barely had time to stop his glaive from piercing his leader. Captain, what are you doing? That man is the enemy, Knox said, confused by his leader's actions. Knox, we both made a mistake. This man is not a part of the kingdom's army nor our enemy. Now if you would please help us back to the rest of the soldiers, so we can return to base. Staring warily at Marcus, Knox was a bit conflicted by what his captain had just asked and said, Captain, that man nearly killed me, and his beast companion killed around a dozen of our men. They were casualties of our mistakes. We were the ones who attacked them, and they defended themselves. I will take responsibility for their deaths, but this man here really was just a bystander, as he said. Now this is an order, take us back to the rest of the squad. Hearing this, Knox straightened up and nodded to his captain, following her commands. Still, he did not take his eyes off Marcus, not trusting him one bit. After that, Knox picked up Lyra, who could barely stand let alone walk, before going over to Marcus to do the same as he followed his orders. No thanks, I can move on my own, Marcus said, pulling himself up off the ground. Of course, he was still reeling from the backlash of his skills, but he felt well enough to at least move around now, albeit slowly. The three of them then made their way back to the rest of Lyra's squad, which gave Marcus weird looks. Some were confused, wondering why this man they thought was an enemy was with Knox and their captain, while others were radiating hostility, remembering what Marcus had done to Knox and the comrades that Roxine had killed. However, a few did not even know who Marcus was, having been far removed on the battlefield or had been on standby nearby. All of you stand down. This man here is not our enemy. We made a mistake in lumping him in with the troops that follow the king. Now prepare to return to base, Lyra said, quashing any sort of opposition to Marcus before it began. Though like Knox, many of them had their complaints, but Lyra was not having any of it and ordered them to get back in line. And while many were still not thrilled with the idea of having Marcus in their midst, they did as their captain commanded. Following that, Marcus began following along with the rebel forces. He had a lot that he wanted to talk to Lyra about, so he was putting his mission to find Ferlorius on hold for now. Meeting someone from his old world was already a big deal, but finding someone that he once knew and was friends with took precedence over anything. Eventually the sun began to set and the group of around 350 rebels stopped and set up camp. However, unlike Marcus, who would normally begin making something to eat, all of the soldiers just pulled out dry rations and ate in silence. In fact, not even a single light of any kind was brought out even as the night fully encroached on the day. Soon everyone began huddling into their tents and only a few watchers were left posted, and each of them were wearing pitch black cloaks that made them difficult to follow, and unless Marcus focused on them, they seemed to disappear. As Marcus watched all this, he was waiting for Lyra to return from giving a briefing to her officers. She had asked him to wait by her tent, and that she would be back as soon as she could. Luckily none of the other rebels paid him any mind, though some would give him wary or curious glances from time to time. So, he waited there until Lyra reappeared right next to him, having been moving about invisibly. She then bent down and whispered in Marcus' ear, "Come inside and we can talk freely in there." Nodding his head, Marcus stood up and followed Lyra into her tent. But as he entered, he noticed something off about Lyra's tent. It was much larger on the inside than it had been on the outside, where it looked to be a standard two-person tent. Looking around, Marcus saw that this was less of a tent and more of a studio apartment, with an open space to one side where a bed was located, and on the other side was a small kitchen area. There was also a fully functioning bathroom with a tub in it, though Marcus was not sure where the water would go. "Do all rebel captains have a tent as nice as this?" Marcus asked, wanting to know where Lyra got this impressive magical item. Shaking her head, Lyra responded saying, "No, this is the only one of its kind that I know of. It was made by my family in this world and has been passed down for generations. And truthfully, other than you, only the leader of the rebels knows about it. But this is not an important topic. We have a lot to discuss, and my family's magical tent is on the lower end." "Now, we got interrupted earlier, but would you mind telling me how and when you died?" His expression going serious, Marcus turned towards Lyra and said, "Yeah, I can tell you. But in all honesty, I cannot be 100% sure of how I died." Marcus then relayed the events that happened immediately before his death, and then about how he had been told how he had died in a gas leak but had no recollection of it to confirm. He also told her the date so that she would have some sort of correlation to when event happened in relation to her own death, which he could tell she really wanted to know. Chapter 406, A Long Chat. Transmigrated as a ghost. "I see, so you died around 13.5 years after me. Well, you certainly aged gracefully. I mean, you had a baby face to begin with, but even now you do not look much older than your early 20s. To think you are 31, you are practically an old man," Lyra said in an attempt to lighten the heavy mood after Marcus told her about his death. Smiling, Marcus said, "Yeah, well, at least I did not have to go through infancy and puberty again." Wincing at this, Lyra remembered her first 3 years of her new life, which were a bit rough. She did not have proper control over her body, and due to her parents' station, she was practically never left alone to explore or do much anything and spent her infancy in boredom. However, puberty had actually not been so bad this time around, since she knew what was coming, and her race had a faster growing period. After the two of them had a little fun at each other's expenses, Lyra got the topic back onto more serious matters and said, "So what exactly are you? I know that you are not a human even though you look and smell like one." "Well, you are right about me not being a human, but I am actually some sort of weird mixture." Marcus then explained to her about how he had originally ended up as a ghost, in what he figured was a cruel joke by the administrator when he asked for a broken ability that made him untouchable. And then later he underwent a miraculous transformation, becoming a great spirit as well when he bonded with some sort of powerful being that was sent from another world. "Wow, it sounds like you have been through a lot. But to think that you have actually become a great spirit. I have heard that they are beings that sit at the top of the world, but I guess you are a special case. Wait, I just remembered. I still do not know what level you are. And do not try to pass yourself off as level 24. Holding up his hands in defeat, Marcus said, "You got me, I am not level 24. I have actually risen to a much greater height and am at level 25. Bending her head to the side, Lyra gave Marcus a disbelieving stare, and he began laughing a bit before saying, "Okay, for real, I am level 44. Hearing this, Lyra was still in a bit of disbelief, since she figured Marcus was probably around the same level as her and at the lowest maybe level 50. He had fought with incredible strength that just would not be expected of a level 44 unless it was a mythic grade beast. Lyra herself was actually the strongest prodigy of the Trailenstein kingdom, and at level 53 she was considered to have no peer within 10 levels of her. But here was Marcus, who was 9 levels lower than her, and he was stronger than her even when she had started from scratch and built herself up as strong as possible. "I see, being a great spirit is not just for show. To think you could be that powerful before even hitting level 50. Lyra said with a tinge of envy. "Okay, now it is time for another one of my questions. How old are you now?" I want to see if there is any sort of time lapse between this world and Earth. Marcus said, wanting to confirm if this world and Earth's times were synced. I am around 16 and a half. And now that I think about it, I guess I am just a bit older now than I was when I died back on Earth. If I was still alive, I suppose I would just be a couple of months away from turning 34. Lyra said, trying to imagine her past self at 34. Nevertheless, as Lyra was off in her own fantasy, Marcus had confirmed exactly what he wanted to know. So, the times really are perfectly synced. He thought, finally having the absolute confirmation he wanted. While Mirian's days did have a different length, each being 30 hours instead of 24, a year was still calculated on the same time for both. I guess that would mean that Mirian would have 292 days in its year instead. Still, the only real measure of a year is when the number goes up for someone's age in their status. Borealia does not keep actual months and bases things more on the seasons, which their timing can change from year to year. As Marcus analyzed the intricacies of the workings of time on Mirian, Lyra seemed to remember something and said, "Oh yeah, I meant to ask earlier, but how was Sylvia before you died? I remember that she used to always want to be a marine biologist." Frowning, Marcus had not expected the sudden change in the conversation, and for the first time a topic was making him a bit upset. "My sister was doing great before I died. She had recently had a baby girl with her husband, and for if she became a marine biologist, I am afraid that is a no. She actually ended up being an accountant, which she constantly complained about. But it paid the bills and had great benefits, so she worked her hardest for her family," Marcus said as a bit of sadness crept onto his face. He had been very close to his older sister, and thinking about how he would never see her again or meet his niece made him a bit downcast. Seeing this, Lyra said, "Sorry, I should have been more considerate of your feelings. Everything you have told me so far led me to believe that you have been doing well here. But I know how hard it is to suddenly be wrenched away from your old life. You must have also suffered your share of hardships here." Shaking his head, Marcus put his thoughts in order and said, "No, it is fine. She was your best friend, so I understand why you wanted to know about her. And while I have dealt with some unpleasant experiences since coming here, I would not trade what I have gained for anything. I now have a little sister who relies on and looks up to me, as well as a lover who is very dear to me." Hearing this, a look of extreme confusion could be seen on Lyra's face, and she asked, "Wait, how did you end up with a little sister? And please tell me she is not also your lover?" Immediately Marcus' expression turned into one of terrible disgust, as if he could not be any more offended in the world. "No, I am not some kind of freak that would ever go after my little sister. My lover is someone else, and she is 23. In fact, you may have heard of her. She is the 13th princess of the kingdom of Borealia, Mrazivi Borealia." After Marcus said this, Lyra's eyes went wide and she began bombarding Marcus with questions, and at a certain point he held up a hand and said, "Wait. Just let me start from the beginning. That will be a lot easier." Chapter 407, A Long Chat, 2. Transmigrated as a Ghost. Starting from the moment he touched down on Mirian to just before he got into a fight with her, Marcus began telling Lyra everything that had happened to him on Mirian. "Wow, so you managed to build yourself up this far in such a short amount of time. It has taken me over 16 years to get as strong as I am, and you still beat me. Ugh, and to think you still had a broken skill that brings you back to life even if you get completely obliterated. Talk about broken," Lyra said after Marcus finished telling her about his life since coming to this world. Still hearing her say that his abilities were broken, Marcus had an aggrieved expression and said, "Your abilities are pretty unfair as well. I mean, you have a shield that can deflect attacks back to where they came. I mean, how is that fair? A little shield blocking a 300-foot-long iron sword. Plus, you also have all those weird illusion tricks and can breathe fire." Shrugging her shoulders, Lyra had to concede that she did have her fair share of powerful abilities, but she pointed out that Marcus managed to beat her, so her was the one that was more busted. "Okay, I have told you everything about myself. Now would you mind telling me about what has happened to you? How did you end up as part of the rebels in this kingdom?" Marcus said, steering the conversation back to a more serious topic. And to match this, Lyra's expression turned sharp and she said, "Yeah, I owe you that much. Though my story is going to take a bit longer to tell than yours did." Lyra then took a deep breath and said, "When I died, I experienced a similar situation to yours. Floating in a void-like space while unable to move and in a long line of other souls. After that I was given the same options you mentioned, though I did not try to bargain and somehow end up as a ghost. And I am sure it is obvious at this point, but I choose to reincarnate as a new person. I just could not forget my last moments being in a broken body that would not move as I slowly suffocated. I wanted a fresh start and not to have the fear that when I was brought to another world my body would still be broken." After saying this, Lyra closed her eyes for a moment to refocus herself as she once again remembered her painful and tragic death. Then once she was ready, she said, "The first thing I remember was pitch black darkness followed by this force that was pushing on me. Next thing I knew I saw a blinding light and felt the urge to cry. It was not till a couple minutes later that I realized I had just been born as my mind began to be able to processing things. Lyra then stopped to smile for a moment before saying, "At first, I thought I was a normal human since the people that were holding and looking over me for the first few minutes were human. But then I saw the woman who was breathing heavily on a bed that was still soaked in blood. Even after having a child, she was still the most beautiful person I had ever seen, with flowing golden hair and a divine-looking face. Still, those only kept my attention for a moment as I noticed the two pointed and furry ears on her head and long fluffy tail. That was the first time I saw my new mother, and when I was put into her arms, I felt a certain familiar warmth. That was what I remember from my first day in this world before the overwhelming urge to sleep took over." Pausing for a moment, Lyra allowed Marcus to process everything she just said before continuing on. "For the next few days, I looked over what I could in my status, and toiled around with using my long token to try and understand the conversations going on around me. But ultimately, I decided to try and learn the long first, and while it took around a year, I managed to get a decent grasp of what was being said." Lyra then pulled out her long token and showed it to Marcus, proving that she had never used. This surprised Marcus a bit, since if he had been in the same situation as her, he definitely would have used it immediately. Next, Lyra told Marcus about what she learned from the conversations she heard while still a baby about her family. Apparently, she was born in a noble family, which she later learned was a duke's house that was in charge of the northern portion of the kingdom. This meant that she actually rarely saw her parents during her infancy as they were busy with work and left her to dedicated servants. Still, when she did talk about her parents, she always had a warm smile on her face, though her eyes seemed a bit sad. "Oh, and that reminds me. My name is not Lyra Bridger in this world, but Jadzia Augustin. So, when we are around other people, would you mind calling me Jadzia? Though when it is just the two of us, I do not mind you calling me Lyra." Nodding his head, Marcus made sure to make a mental note in his head to call her by her name in this world. Luckily, he was already used to the name juggling that he had to deal with by having two identities, so he did not believe it would be much of a problem. Continuing on, Lyra told Marcus about her adolescence, where she would run around the massive palace her family lived in, and would throw her nose into any book she could get her hands on. Eventually, her parents began to notice how active Lyra was even for her age and began assigning her tutors to channel her energy. And then there was the day that I finally leveled up enough to buy some of the skills I wanted. The first thing I did was buy mana circulation and then fire magic. And I accidentally burned down a room when I cast a fire shot inside," Lyra said, laughing, remembering the situation. "After that I thought I was in for the scolding or maybe even the beating of my life, so I tried hiding in a closet that was practically never used. But somehow my mother found me with ease and pulled me out of the closest, where I had wedged myself on the top shelf in between some towels. However, contrary to my expectations, my mother had a gleam in her eyes and said she was very proud of me. She did not seem to care about the room I had destroyed, since it was just a guest room of which they had dozens." Lyra then told Marcus about some of the happiest memories she had, which were learning magic with her mother. She was amazing. Her fire magic was so pretty, and she was able to cast by only saying the spell's name. For me then, it was the most amazing thing I had ever seen. My mother was truly an incredible person, and I hate to say it, but when I imagine the person I love the most, it is her face that appears and not my original mother. Every day I wish she was still here. Chapter 408, A Long Chat, 3. Transmigrated as a Ghost. As Marcus listened to Lyra recount her past experiences, he could see that her face was animated, and she had quite the fair share of good memories. However, the last thing she said brought out something new, a seething anger, as she talked about how she wished her mother was still alive. But as much as Marcus wanted to know more about this situation, Lyra quickly got herself together and continued telling the story of her new life in this world. "Eventually, the days of my sheltered life in my parents' manor came to an end when I turned 10. At this point, they had long used a status reading device on me and had seen my 4 blessings. Apparently, this was considered a good omen, as very few are born with a single blessing, and yet I had 4. So, my parents, when I turned 10, had me enrolled in the kingdom's most prestigious academy, where the most talented noble children were sent to gain experience and grow stronger." Lyra then told Marcus about her time at the academy, where she quickly rose to be the top dog, as her mother had trained her up quite extensively, and when she started, she was already level 20. By the time I finished at the age of 13, I had already ascended to level 30 and was chosen as an apprentice by the kingdom's top great knight. That was when I started to learn the truth about this kingdom. Up to this point, Lyra had been shielded from the true working of the kingdom, and while she knew of its political structure, she did not think it would be as bad as it really was. Around 30% nobles used their position to exploit the common people that had little rights of their own, being considered serfs in most territories. Still, Lyra had never expected to see people starving on the streets, as the lords took most of what anyone produced for themselves or the few that worked under them and kept the people in line. Of course, not every place had been like this, and even territories that bordered each other could be vastly different depending on the lord that ruled. Some, like Lyra's parents, had made sure that the people were not bled dry and were able to live prosperous and happy lives. Though things actually were starting to get better, as the king was slowly reprimanding the worst offending nobles while enacting new laws that allowed people a bit more freedom to move around some. Though after saying that, Lyra frowned and told Marcus about what had happened not long ago that sparked the unrest and rebellion in the kingdom. Around 6 months ago, while I was in a dungeon gathering resources for the kingdom along with some of its other great knights, an incident happened. My parents were incriminated in an assassination attempt against the king, and of planning a coup. Of course, I know that this to be lie. My parents, while maybe not the staunchest supporters of the king, were happy with the direction the kingdom was going and would never jeopardize the people they governed. No, it was obviously some type of setup, Lyra said while clenching her fists so hard that they turned white. She was visibly upset going over these events that had not happened too long ago, but after a minute she calmed down began again. She told Marcus of how when her parents were invited to the capital and when they arrived were ambushed by the accusations. They had tried their best to defend themselves, but apparently the king had a mountain of damning evidence that his intelligence agency called the Whispers had collected. Lyra's parents, along with plenty of other popular and progressive nobles, were then found guilty and sentenced to death. This was the event that sparked the rebellion and led to Lyra joining it as one of its leaders to get justice for her parents. The king took their lives of my parents, so I plan to take his. Also, I want to uncover the truth of what really happened. I did a bit of digging before I left to join the rebellion, and found that the Shadows had a file on me as well as a plan to frame me for a crime if necessary, along with other possible threats. With that, Lyra had finished up telling the most important parts of her life since coming to this world and paused to allow Marcus to ask some questions. Though the first thing he actually did was give her a hug and say, "I am sorry that all of this has happened to you. I cannot imagine how horrible it must have been to lose your parents." Being in Marcus' embrace, Lyra became quite flustered, her melancholy disappearing. She had actually never been hugged by a man other than her two fathers, and Marcus' sudden embrace had caught her off guard. Marcus, could you let go of me?" Lyra said in a panic. Hearing this, Marcus backed away and saw that Lyra's face had turned bright red as she was obviously flustered by being hugged. "Sorry, I should have asked first. You just seemed like you needed a bit of comfort, but that was my bad," Marcus said, hoping he had not angered Lyra. "No, it is fine. And thank you," Lyra said as she began to cool off. After that, Marcus asked her the question that had been on his mind. "Lyra, you said that your master was the top great knight. What happened to him? Is he part of the rebellion, or has something bad happened to him like your parents?" However, as he said this, Marcus understood he had stepped on a sensitive topic as Lyra went stone-faced as she thought about her master. "No, he is not a part of the rebellion, and last I heard he was perfectly fine. He is still the number one of the kingdom's 20 great knights and leads following the king's orders. He is loyal to a fault and would not even consider helping me to find answers after my parents were executed. In fact, you could say he is now one of the rebellion's greatest enemies." "I see. Would you mind telling me more about him? Like his level and how he fights?" Marcus said, wanting to know more. Nodding her head, Lyra said, "He is level 79, and certainly the strongest man in the kingdom. I have seen what he is capable of, and his power is still well beyond me. If he is that strong, do you even have a chance of beating him? Is the rebellion not doomed already?" Marcus said, trying to find out if Lyra had resigned herself to a suicide mission. Yet the look in her eyes became fierce and she said, "Yes, we do have a chance. I am not the only great knight that defected, and the leader of the rebellion is actually the formerly ranked number 4. And while his strength is not quite as strong as my master, he can hold his own. Anyway, I have seen it with my own eyes that my master is not invincible. When we were in a dungeon training, he challenged a boss room but had to flee, not being able to win. So, I know that we can be victorious if we play things smart, and fight with all we have." Chapter 409, Possibility of Collaboration. Transmigrated as a ghost. After listening to Lyra's impassioned speech, Marcus still had his doubts. He wondered if the rebels had any chance at all. Even if they had a few powerful fighters on their side, at the end of the day the kingdom proper would still be far superior in both quality and quantity. "I cannot let her continue on a suicide mission," Marcus thought, seeing no good end for Lyra if she stayed with the rebel army. "Lyra, I understand where you are coming from, but I think you should reconsider. Fighting against an entire kingdom is not going to end well. I do not want you to die again, so come with me and I can set you up in the kingdom of Boralia. There you can try and find another way to fight against Treylenstein," Marcus said, wanting to get Lyra away and make sure she survived. However, For the first time since the two of them had met again, Lyra became angry and practically started yelling at Marcus. You want me to run away, after all that happened? My parents were mercilessly executed for a crime they did not commit. There is no way I can leave until I have received justice for them? Also, there are millions of people counting on this rebellion to succeed and to make this kingdom a better place. If I, one of their pillars of the rebellion, left, what do you think would happen? Right now we barely have enough strength as it is. I cannot just run off to another kingdom to spare my own life when so many others are counting on me. As Lyra went off on him, Marcus quickly realized his mistake. He had been trying to think logically about how to keep Lyra alive, but it was quite obvious that if she had any intention of fleeing, she was more than strong enough to do so. No, she was staying to avenge her parents and to protect the people she cared about. Raising his hands in surrender, Marcus said, "Sorry, I should not have suggested that. I did not properly take your feelings into consideration. I have done plenty of dangerous things fueled by emotions as well, so I am in no place to judge. I just did not want you to end up dying again." Seeing that Marcus was just concerned for her, Lyra began to calm down, and got her emotions under control. After she had found out her parents were dead, getting justice for them had been what continued to drive her. And once she joined the rebellion, she had found what felt like a new home. Lyra then sat there and thought for a few moments while Marcus did the same, and eventually, she looked at him hesitantly, obviously having something to say. "What is it?" Marcus said, trying to coax whatever Lyra wanted to say out. And a bit timidly Lyra said, "Well, if you want to make sure I do not die, how about you join the rebellion with me?" Hearing this, Marcus blinked his eyes a few times, astonished by what he had just heard. He had not once even thought of joining the rebellion with Lyra. Yet as the gears began turning in his head, an idea began to form in Marcus' mind. Yes, by joining he could keep Lyra safe, but there might also be an opportunity for him to score some major points with the kingdom of Boralia. At one time they had been a part of Trailenstein, and Marcus already knew that the king, while not actively pursuing any sort of agenda, was ready to pounce at his kingdom's neighbor the moment the opportunity presented itself. While he can send any sort of troops or such, since starting a conflict with another kingdom is against the Adventurer Guild's tenets, he might be able to provide other support, and if the rebellion is successful, Boralia might be able to take over instead. Marcus thought. Of course, he never would have even considered this if Boralia was not a prosperous and decent kingdom. And while it did have its fair share of rotten nobles, they did not wield absolute power, and Marcus had met plenty of upstanding nobles as well. Also, the people were generally well treated, and so far, everywhere Marcus had been, he had seen that almost everyone in Boralia at least had their basic needs met. Even in the farthest most backwater villages, the kingdom sends out soldiers to clear the areas of monsters and beasts. And while that may not always be effective, they do not sit back and do nothing. With the basics of a plan having formed in his head, Marcus decided to tell his proposal to Lyra. "Lyra, I already told you that I am connected to the royal family in Boralia. What would you think about trying to get their support?" Taken aback by this, Lyra had not expected this question, especially since she had honestly expected Marcus to refuse her offer. Still, she was wary of getting another kingdom involved, especially Boralia. Obviously Trailenstein was not on good terms with their neighbor to the north, and often had skirmishes on the border with them. Lyra herself had always heard about how awful Boralia was, and that its people were left to die in the freezing cold along with other horrible things. Of course, Lyra did not believe any of this, and when she later was able to ask some traveling traders about the kingdom to the north, they said that it was a generally great place that was typically safer than Trailenstein. "What did you have in mind?" Lyra said, trying to gauge what Marcus wanted. He then told her about the princess that was the older sister of the current king of Trailenstein that had fled to Boralia, and about Princess Eis, who was both a royal of Trailenstein and Boralia. That she was planned to be a bridge between the two kingdoms should Boralia ever get the chance. "I see, I did not know that something like that had happened. I had heard that some of the king's siblings had fled to other kingdoms when he started killing his rivals." Lyra then took a moment to think before saying, "So the king of Boralia wants to take over Trailenstein by having his daughter become its new ruler. I am not sure how I feel about this, and I know that plenty others here would not welcome it. In this kingdom everyone is taught to hate Boralia, the territory that betrayed its motherland. But I have seen firsthand how screwed up this kingdom can be, so I understand why those territories revolted. Unfortunately, I cannot say if it would be the best to try and get their help, especially if we lose our sovereignty in return." But after she said this, Lyra smiled and said, "However, it might prove to be exactly what the rebellion needs to win. Boralia is not much different than us fighting against a system that oppresses the people, and gives too much power to rotten nobles. So, while I cannot say we will agree to whatever terms Boralia gives, I think it is worth a discussion at least. Though I cannot make this decision on my own. We will need to run it past the rebellion's leader." Chapter 410, Joining the Rebellion. transmigrated as a ghost. Having finished up the necessary discussions that they needed to have, both Marcus and Lyra decided to get some rest. They were still quite tired from their earlier fight and had been staying up with sheer willpower. Even Marcus was feeling worn since he had used his full strength for too long and it had done a number on him. However, as he set up his sleeping mat right in front of Lyra's bed, she looked at him with a confused expression for a moment before her eyes went wide. "Wait, you're going to sleep in here?" Lyra said in a flustered manner. Looking up at her, Marcus could see that her face was going a bit red and that she was a bit uncomfortable with him staying with her. I suppose even though with her 2 lives she has technically lived for nearly 34 years, she has never made it past 16, so she still has some insecurities. Marcus thought. Still, he honestly did not feel like he would be able to get restful sleep if he left this tent since he could tell that some of the rebels were still hostile to him. Marcus then disappeared for a moment, surprising Lyra before reappearing in his form as Irene, causing Lyra's eyes to go wide. While Marcus had already told her about his transformation ability, this was still her first time seeing it and it was astonishing to watch him go from a guy to a girl in an instance. That should be better, right? Marcus said, trying to make Lyra feel more comfortable. Yet this actually just made her feel a bit at unease, since now it seemed like a total stranger was in her room with her. "No, it is fine, I would prefer it if you changed back. I was just a little uneasy at first because this is the first time I have slept in the same room alone with a guy." Nodding his head, Marcus switched back and said, "Okay, well, good night then." After that, Marcus dropped down onto his mat and passed out like a computer shutting down. Lyra was actually impressed that he was able to fall asleep so easily, though soon her fatigue caught up with her and she joined Marcus in the land of the sleeping. The next few days quickly went by as Marcus traveled with the rebels as they headed back to their base, which was located deep in the wilderness. Though along the way Lyra had a great idea to make her soldiers start to trust him more, by having him deal with threats like monster and magical beasts. Marcus also would use his item box to collect and deliver large quantities of water, allowing the troops to move faster as they did not have to make as many stops to refill their supplies. Soon many of the soldiers started to warm up to Marcus as he made their lives easier and was helping to benefit their cause. Of course, there were still plenty that hated him, since Roxine had killed some of their friends and comrades, but at least no one showed open hostility towards him anymore. "We are getting close to the base," Lyra said, appearing next to Marcus as he was scouting out the area to make sure that it was safe. "Some of my officers still do not trust you completely and asked me to force you to wear a blindfold so you would not know the exact location of our base. Though I doubt it would actually make a difference, would you mind doing it for their peace of mind?" Shrugging his shoulders, Marcus took the blindfold that Lyra had in her hands and tied it around his head. After that he was led around in circles for a bit as Lyra put on a show for her more cautious men that did not fully trust Marcus. Eventually though he felt them enter some type of cave and a few minutes later he heard what sounded like a large rock being moved. "Okay, we are here, you can take that off now," Lyra said to Marcus now that they were inside the rebel base. And as he took off his blindfold, Marcus saw what looked like a small town that was underground. There were hundreds of tents set up but also buildings carved into stone and people bustling around. Quickly Marcus' eyes were drawn to a nearby forge where weapons were being made and repaired. However, what caught his attention next was a tower that was made out of mithril and was situated in the middle of the underground base. "I see that you have spotted our cloaking device. That magic item keeps any sort of detection magic or divinations from finding this place. Oh, and it is actually the heart of our base where all of the leaders stay," Lyra said as Marcus looked at the impressive structure. "Now we need to report to the chief, so I can tell him how my squad's operation went, and to introduce you." Lyra then beckoned Marcus towards the tower where apparently the other rebel leaders were located. Entering inside, Lyra led Marcus up to the top of the tower where a group of men and women were sat around looking at a map of the kingdom which was laid out on a sturdy wooden table. Shroud Squad just reported back that they were successful in liberating the granaries of their contents on Count Muz's estate. Yes, but Dimmel Squad was almost annihilated when they raided one of the mithril mines under Marquis Dupec's jurisdiction. That was an unfortunate mistake in our intel. We had no idea that a Grand Knight and Elite Mage were protecting the place. Well, at least August Squad succeeded in destroying the Mountaineer Brigade. Those guys were getting awfully close to finding some of our bases. Oh, and it looks like our successful prodigy has just returned. As Lyra and Marcus entered into the room, all of the rebel leaders that were sitting around the table turned towards them. All of them seemed happy to see Lyra return, though they all looked curiously at Marcus. None of them knew who he was, and other than the chief of the rebels who Lyra had told earlier over a sending stone did any of them know he was coming. "Ah, Lyra, it is good to see that you have returned safely. And the man next to you is the one that you talked to me about," the rebel leader said as his gaze turned toward Marcus. Looking at him, Marcus examined the rebel leader and could tell the old man was strong. He was quite massive, being one of the largest people Marcus had ever seen. and while he had graying hair and the air of age about him, he still radiated the aura of someone very strong. I would say he is about as strong as Theban. Marcus, though, after looking the rebel leader over, even though he could not appraise the man's level, he was still confident in his ability to judge generally how strong someone was by the aura around them, and how threatening they felt. After a brief moment where everyone was looking at Marcus, the rebel leader opened his mouth and said, "Well everyone, I would like you to meet our newest collaborator, that Jadzia has brought to us." Chapter 411, The Rebellion and the Kingdom of Borealia. Transmigrated as a ghost. With all of the rebel leaders looking at him, Marcus smiled and said, "Hello there, I am Jed, and I am here to offer my help on behalf of the Kingdom of Borealia." Marcus then gave a little bow to the room, show his sincerity. "The Kingdom of Borealia? Why did they send someone to us?" A middle-aged halfling man said with a suspicious look. "Merrick, you seem to have already known about this, would you mind explaining?" A young-looking woman who was wearing a white robe that was radiating magical energy said. Nodding his head, Merrick, the rebellion's leader, said, "Yes, Jadzia here ran into his man while on her mission to deal with the Mountaineer Brigade. Apparently, he is an agent for the Kingdom of Borealia and has come to offer their aid." However, hearing this, a few of the rebel leaders looked at Marcus with dubious expressions, though the young-looking woman wearing the white robe smiled after she looked at him intently. "Chief, are you sure? Borealia has been the enemy of our kingdom forever. I doubt that they really want to help us." "I agree, there is no way we can trust them. I heard that if they catch anyone from Trey-Lenstein in their borders, they turn them into slaves." Bang! Slamming his fist on the table, Merrick got his 12 captains to turn their attention back towards him and stop their bickering. "I know that our kingdom has its problems with Borealia, but we need to think about this logically. They are a powerful kingdom, certainly more powerful than our own. I am sure that some of you do not want to admit that, but I can tell you it is true. I have fought against their knight command, and he is stronger than anyone in Trey-Lenstein. Even when I, along with the 2nd and 6th ranked Great Knight, tried to defeat him, we lost. It is simply a fact that Borealia became stronger than us by allowing those with talent to prosper rather than only focusing on those born into nobility. Any stories you have heard are just lies and fantasies that were spread around to make the territory the kingdom lost seem worse. If they were really weaker, do you think that the Kingdom of Borealia would not have been taken over again by Trey-Lenstein?" With no recourse against what the chief had said, the biggest dissenters to the idea of working with Borealia went quiet. "Now then, Borealia sent you to negotiate with us. What are they willing to offer us for support? And what do they want in return?" Merrick said while looking at Marcus, a tinge of hope in his eyes. Pulling out the sending stone Arya had given him, Marcus sent a message to the king, who he had already apprised of the situation earlier. A few minutes later he got a reply and threw the sending stone to Merrick and said, "Here, you can speak to the king directly." Grabbing the sending stone out of the air, Merrick raised an eyebrow, not having expected to be speaking to the King of Borealia, but this did have both its advantages and disadvantages. "Hello, this is Merrick Laska, the chief of the Trey-Lenstein Rebellion. I am told I am talking to King Aaron Borealia." After saying this, Merrick waited for a response before hearing on the other end, "Laskaha. To think that the leader of such a powerful house would rip away from Trey-Lenstein's nobility to turn rebel. Ah, and yes, this is King Aaron Borealia. My agent told me that he had made contact and was successful in getting me a meeting with the Trey-Lenstein rebels. Now I am sure we have a lot to discuss." Once their initial greeting was finished, Merrick and the king began discussing what Borealia would do to help the rebellion and what they wanted in return. However, at one point in the conversation, with an astonished expression, Merrick practically yelled, "Princess Daniela is alive." Hearing this, all of the rebel captains seemed surprised, knowing who this was. "Who is this Princess Daniela?" Marcus whispered into Lyra's ear. She was the first princess and the eldest child during the previous king's reign, and a very popular choice for becoming the next monarch over the current king, from what I have heard. But most assumed she was killed when the current king, who was the second prince at the time, began massacring all of his siblings when their father was getting old and was unable to rule properly. Lyra whispered back into Marcus' ear. A few more minutes passed by as Merrick and the king talked, before they finished their negotiations. "So, we cannot expect any other reinforcements? Very well, I will consider your offer, but first I need to confer with my captains." Putting the sending stone down, Marcus looked at all of them and said, "I have finished talking with the King of Borealia and he does indeed wish to support us. Also, as I assume you all heard me earlier, but yes, Princess Daniela is alive. The king allowed me to talk to her and I was able to guarantee her identity. Also, I should tell that she is now one of the king's wives and she has had a child with him." As Merrick said this, all of the rebel captains had stunned expressions on their faces except for the woman in the white robe. They could not believe that the princess, who most of them had actually supported before, was still alive. Yes, it is unexpected to hear, but it also makes things more complicated. The King of Borealia wants to place his daughter on the throne of Trey-Lenstein and eventually integrate it into a duchy of his kingdom. At this, around half of the captains began raving with complaints, saying that they could not sacrifice the sovereignty of their kingdom. Though some of the more level-headed captains seriously thought about this proposal. Trailenstein was not only bordered by Borealia to the north, but there were 4 other nations to the south, 3 of which Trailenstein had less than stellar relations with. In fact, they were currently having a skirmish with one of these nations over a recently discovered dungeon that lay in between their borders, which both were trying to claim. So, the fear that some of the rebellion captains had, was that if they won and usurped the current king, that before the kingdom could stabilize, one of their neighbors might try to take over. Of course, they did not have this fear of Borealia, since to keep their pact with the Adventurers Guild they could not be the aggressor in a war or initiate a hostile takeover. What is Borealia willing to give us in return for this? The white-robed woman said. Yet as she did, the middle-aged halfling captain said, Lady Teja, you cannot be considering this deal? It is preposterous. However, as the halfling man's outburst, Teja just turned her head towards him and calmly said, of course I am considering it. This is an unprecedented chance to gain a powerful ally. And did you not hear? Princess Daniela is alive. If we had her backing us, it would give the rebellion a great deal more legitimacy. Anyway, I can tell from what the King of Borealia said that he was completely truthful. And this young man who has come with Jadzia is very earnest. I see no deceit in his nature. Chapter 412, An Unprecedented Arrival. Transmigrated as a ghost. Outside the rebellion's main base, just a couple hours after Lyra and Marcus had arrived and begun negotiations with the King of Borealia. A lone figure stood high up in the sky, staring down at the entrance into the mountain where the base was hidden. So, this is where they have been hiding. Finally, I can put an end to this rebellion and discipline my foolish apprentice. With Lady Teja, who Marcus could tell had the respect of the other rebel captains, vouched for him and the Kingdom of Borealia, Marcus could see that the mood in the room shifted. To answer your question, Lady Teja, Borealia has offered to give us near infinite supplies. We would receive enough food to feed all of our members, magic cores to maintain magic devices and formations, as well as weapons and armor. Princess Daniela will also publicly join our cause, which will certainly give us more support from the more moderate nobles and the public. Unfortunately, as for any sort of troops or manpower, they cannot provide that, or they would break their contract with the Adventurers Guild. Merrick then paused a moment before looking towards Marcus and saying, however, this young man who came as a messenger will be able to aid us. He is apparently not a true agent of the kingdom and is acting on his own as far as the king is concerned. Also, I was told that he is an excellent forge master that could work with even adamantine and is known to be able to make top-tier mithril weapons. He will make a useful addition to our cause. As Merrick finished speaking, Lyra cleared her throat to get everyone's attention and said, I would like all of you to know that Jed here is greater in strength to me as well. His skills will truly be invaluable. Hearing this, some of the captains went wide-eyed, since Lyra's power was within the top 20 in the whole rebellion. In fact, of the captains here, around half of them were unsure if they could beat her in a fight. Now should we put it to a vote on whether we wish to accept the Kingdom of Borealia's aid? Merrick said. Quickly the captains began raising their hands, with 9 consenting and 3 against. Very well, we will enter into the agreement with Borealia. I know that this may not be what any of us imagined, but it is our best chance to make this kingdom better, and for some to get the justice they want. With that, the decision had been made for the rebellion and the Kingdom of Borealia to join forces. However, there was one question on most of the captains' minds. Okay, so how are we going to receive these supplies? Obviously, if Borealia tried sending in caravans, they would be noticed and apprehended. One of the captains, who was a lithe-looking cat beastman, said. Nevertheless, upon hearing this, Merrick smiled and looked at Marcus and said, this young man has a large item box and will be transporting the supplies for us. I have been told that he can make round trips from the border to any of our bases in a day and has an almost 0% chance of being caught. With skeptical looks, everyone stared at Marcus, who in turn opened his item box and unloaded the massive fridge he stored within. Seeing this, most of the captains went wide-eyed, since this fridge was already around the size of a medium item box itself. None of them had an item box of this level, a couple of them not even having items boxes at all. In fact, the only ones here with an item box bigger than small was Lyra and Teja, who both had a medium one. After that, no one questioned Marcus' ability to transport massive amounts of goods, though he was not sure if that was what he wanted to be known for. Having finished up their discussion, Merrick picked back up Marcus' sending stone and once again contacted the king. I have finished conferring with my captains and the majority were in agreement with accepting your kingdom's aid. When would you like to sign a formal contract? Yet as the king was about to say something, a grunt was heard on the other end of the sending stone and a new feminine voice began speaking out to Merrick. Hello there, Trailenstein, rebel chief. It appears that the king forgot to account for something, so I have stepped in. Now, this is a very important question, and if you cannot answer it or the answer is unfavorable, we are done here. What is Modi's stance on your rebellion? His expression going sharp. Merrick wondered who this newcomer was, but more importantly how they knew about Modis. Might I inquire as to who I am speaking? I thought that I was negotiating with the king of Boralia, but I do not recognize your voice. Who I am does not matter. Modis, what is his stance? Tell me quickly or I am ending these negotiations right now. The voice on the end of the sending stone said quickly and with no room for argument. Sighing, Merrick picked up the sending stone and said, Lord Modis is taking a neutral stance. I have heard that the king has beseeched his help multiple times but was turned away each time. He will not get involved in our internal conflict. Very good. Then you can continue your negations with Aaron. Oh, and if you win, go tell Modis that Guiniera wants to speak with him. A moment later the sending stone went quiet for just an instant before a conversation that was not meant to be heard was transmitted. Aaron, I just made sure you did not accidentally anger a mythic-grade magical beast. Here you can get back to your negotiations. Now I am going to take a nap. In these recent weeks I have been having to work too hard. After that the king began discussing the finer details with Merrick, and soon the two of them had agreed on a date in which Merrick would cross over to Boralia and sign a formal contract with the king, as well as Daniela and Eis. The captains then began talking amongst each other and some of them had approached Marcus and Lyra. Yet before any conversations got very far a loud crashing sound was heard outside the tower. Hearing this all of the captains along with Marcus rushed out of the tower to see that a large amount of dirt and rocks that had collapsed in from above, leaving a large hole in the roof of the hidden underground base. And as the dust of this collapse settled a solitary figure could be seen standing there, and all of the captains went wide-eyed with fear and astonishment. Americ, Tija, and Jadzia, there you are. The man said with a confident smile on his face. The king told me to bring the three of you back. He said that if you returned to the kingdom and turned over all of the other rebels that he would be willing to give you amnesty. Now Jadzia, come back to your master's side. You have already played around at this foolish rebellion for long enough. Chapter 413, In Deeper Department. Transmigrated as a ghost. With everyone looking out in fear at this intruder, Marcus wondered who it could be until he called Lyra his apprentice. That was when Marcus realized they were in the presence of the strongest warrior in the kingdom. Everyone run back to the tower and prepare to escape. I will hold Sibber off. Merrick yelled astoundingly loudly so that everyone in the underground base could hear him. Most quickly he did his call, as people left everything they were doing and began rushing towards the tower. They had heard the intense shout from their chief and not a single one of them did not know who Sibber was. However, 3 people stayed behind, one being Tija who looked concerned to leave Merrick alone, another being Lyra who was looking angrily at her master, and the final one being Marcus whose primary purpose was to make sure that Lyra did not die. Seeing this, Sibber smiled since the 3 people he wanted were staying behind to face him, but when his eyes landed on Marcus, he cocked his head to the side and wondered who he might be. Yet a moment later, his relaxed posture disappeared and her drew 2 Amathros daggers while looking towards Marcus. You there, the one hiding in the shadows. Did you think you would be able to hide from me? Now reveal yourself. Sibber said while looking at Marcus. Except as everyone followed his gaze, they all noticed that he was not looking directly at Marcus, but his shadow. Wow, to think that a human spotted me. I must be getting rusty. A beautiful and entrancing voice said from Marcus' shadow. A moment later Marcus' shadow seemed to stretch out and a beautiful blonde-haired woman with impossibly white skin appeared. And along with these striking features, if one looked closely, they could see her piercing red eyes and elongated canines. Seeing her suddenly appear, everyone was quite alarmed by this mysterious person who had been hiding in Marcus' shadow. Wait, she looks familiar. As he stared at her, Marcus tried to recognize who she was and quickly recalled where he had seen her. He had thought this person was a trick his dying soul had played on him, but seeing her here now, he was certain that this was the figure he had seen right before passing out after his battle with Jarek. Marcus now realized that this was the person that had saved him from destruction at that time by giving him the mythic spirit gem. But there was something else he could tell about her now, and that was that she is a vampire. With the striking blonde-haired vampire having appeared, everyone's attention was on her, as she stood around casually looking over Sibber. She then turned her focus to Marcus and with an aggrieved tone said, Ugh. To think that after all this time it was something so stupid that got me found out. I had to work so hard to avoid dragons and all those other monsters in Borealia's detection. I spent weeks camping out around your dull estate waiting for you to return while you fought in that tournament and visited the castle. And now I have to reveal myself because this idiot crashed in unannounced. The beautiful vampire said, pointing at Sibber. Sibber, who had taken up a defensive stance, said, What is a vampire like you doing here? Have the rebels gone crazy and offered up this kingdom to a foul creature like you? Sighing, the blonde-haired vampire cast a disinterested gaze towards Sibber before looking at Lyra. I want to offer you a deal. My master is very interested in you. So, I will stall this guy while you and your buddies make an escape. And in return you will owe me a favor. She then turned her gaze towards Marcus and said, "Oh, and I would like another favor on top of the massive one you already owe as well. I am not going to risk my life for nothing." However, as she said this, a dagger went flying towards her far faster than the speed of sound, aiming right for her chest. Yet even then she seemed to blend into the shadows and disappear for a moment as the dagger passed her by and pierced deep into the ground. "Yes or no? I do not plan on fighting for free," she said as she looked at Marcus and Lyra. Nodding her head, Lyra agreed immediately. She knew that with Sibur here they would be in trouble, and it was likely that reinforcements were not far behind. In the best case scenario, without this vampire's help, Merrick would be killed or captured, leaving the rebellion without its main pillar. In for a penny, in for a pound. Marcus thought, seeing Lyra readily agree. "Fine, I agree. So help us out," Marcus said with an exasperated tone. Smiling, the blonde-haired vampire turned to face Sibur and said, "Well then, I guess I will be playing around with you for a bit." Obviously angered by this, Sibur this time did not target the vampire, who was certainly quite strong, and aimed for Marcus, throwing his other dagger right towards his head. With his danger sense going off like crazy, Marcus immediately turned ethereal, but the dagger had still pierced halfway through his head before he was able to escape into his ghost form. "Ah, fuck, that hurts," Marcus thought, feeling the hole in his head. Luckily a wound like this was not enough to kill him, and quickly healed. In fact, even if the dagger had actually pierced all the way through, he still would not have died. Where did he go? Sibur thought, seeing Marcus suddenly disappear. Except he did not have time to dwell on this for long, as he had to abruptly dodge as a massive black blade smashed into the ground where he had been just a moment before. "All of you get out of here. I will do as I said and buy you some time, but I will not be winning this fight. So, move it," the blonde vampire said as she rushed towards Sibur, again swinging her massive sword around. And with the developments as they were, Merrick gave a conflicted look towards Marcus, who had just reappeared, and a concerned one towards Lyra before saying, "Fine, let us go. This is an opportunity we cannot waste." After that, the four of them ran towards the tower where all of the rebellion members had gathered as they began the preparations to activate its teleport function and warp out of danger. "Are you sure you want to do this, vampire? I will admit you are strong at level 73, but you are not going to be a match for me. If you run along, I will let you live. But if you continue to get in my way, I will end you quickly and get back to my mission," Sibur said as his two daggers warped back into his hands. Smiling and revealing her two pronounced canine teeth, the beautiful vampire said, "No, I do not think I will be dying today." She then stared right into his eyes as hers began glowing, and she said, "Now why don't you put down those daggers and come over to me?" Chapter 414, Trey Lenstine's Strongest Great Knight vs Rillia Dreer. Transmigrated as a ghost. Using her enchanting gaze, Rillia the beautiful blonde vampire tried to bring Sibur under her control. Nevertheless, even as she attempted to push her will over his, it only caused him to shake his head for a moment to break the effect. "Do you think I will be so easily can't reload?" Sibur said, roaring with anger. He was infuriated that Rillia had tried to take over his mind and that the effect actually got through his defenses. Still, his higher stats allowed him to resist the effect, but he was now seething in anger. Path of Azura. Activating his strongest unique skill, Sibur grew 4 extra arms that were made out of mana, and along with them were replicas of his Amathras daggers. He then pulled back all 6 of his arms and sent 6 devastating slashes of mana towards Rillia. This attack unleashed enough power that the mountain they were in began to quake and the ground in its way turned to dust. Seeing this attack coming for her, Rillia's eyes went bloodshot and all of the veins in her body became pronounced as she pumped her blood at an explosive speed, knowing she would need everything she had to block this attack. Blood blockade. As she cast a 6th tier blood magic spell, a torrent of blood gushed out of her body, far more than should have been physically possible, and soon the entire area in front of her was covered in hardened blood. However, even this powerful defensive spell quickly crumbled under the power of Sibur's attack that could destroy an entire town with ease. Sanguine Champion. Casting a tier 7 blood magic spell this time, Rillia covered herself in a glistening suit of armor made of blood that increased all of her physical abilities by a large margin. In fact, this was the advanced form of the spell that the vampire Marcus had previously fought used. Rillia then swung her massive sword with both hands, putting all of her power behind it and using one of her strongest attack skills, Vicious Strike. Meeting Sibur's attack head-on, Rillia pouring in as much mana as she could into her sword, overpowering the 6 slashes and directing them upwards along with the power behind her own attack. Boom! As the 2 attacks hit the roof of the underground base, they caused a massive explosion that blew a gaping hole through the mountain, making it look like a volcano that had just erupted. Tremors then began to shake the place and the buildings inside collapsed under the pressure, while the mountain itself was losing stability as cracks formed throughout it. Soon the only building left standing was the Mithril Tower in the center of the base, and anyone who had been on the outskirts and were not close enough were crushed under massive chunks of rock that were falling down all around. Consider me impressed. I did not think that you would be able to block that. You are no ordinary vampire, are you? At this rate I really will be stalled, and the rebels will escape. But do you think that I came here alone? After Sibur said that 5 more figures descended into the mountain and headed right for the Mithril Tower where Marcus, Lyra, Merrick, and Teja were about to enter. Clicking her tongue, Rillia knew that she could not do anything to help against these newcomers as she already had her hands full dealing with Sibur, who was stronger than she thought he would be. All I can do is keep this man busy. Worst case scenario, I will grab those 2 and make a break for it. Rushing towards Sibur, Rillia jumped up and brought her sword overhead before slamming down with all of her might. Bringing his 6 arms together, Sibur crossed all of his daggers together and met the attack. He then forced back Rillia's giant blade, knocking her off balance, and with her in a precarious position he launched his 6 daggers, sending them flying like missiles. Manifest shadows. As the 6 daggers were coming for her, Rillia cast a tier 7 shadow magic spell, and dozens of shadows within the area began to elongate before jumping towards her and wrapping around the daggers, veering their trajectory away from her. However, that was not all it did, as her own shadow seemed to come to life and charged towards Sibur. Standing his ground, Sibur summoned his daggers back to him and prepared to shred Rillia's shadow, when he suddenly felt something grab him from behind, and a sharp pain of something stabbing into his shoulders. Glancing behind him, he saw that his own shadow had become a physical body and was restraining him, along with having stabbed 2 shadowy daggers into him where his armor did not cover. Rillia's shadow then stabbed its huge shadow blade towards Sibur's chest, aiming to impale him. Still, even in this disadvantageous situation, Sibur exploded with mana and broke free from his shadow, while using 3 of his blades to cut it apart. At the same time, he focused on Rillia's shadow with his other 3 arms, catching its blade with 1 dagger, while his 2 Azura arms extended forward and sliced Rillia's shadow into 3 pieces. The 2 shadows, after being destroyed, quickly melted and returned to their sources, no longer moving. Yet this did not matter to Rillia, as she never expected these 2 shadows to do much and had been using them to buy time. Now she had focused all of the shadows in the area around her and sent the mass of shadows towards Sibur to engulf him. Slashes of fury. Swinging all 6 of his arms around with rapid and methodical movements, Sibur cut through all of the descending shadows, turning them into mist that dispersed until the torrent of shadows were no more. After that, Sibur looked up right towards Rillia, who was stunned to see one of her strongest attacks blocked so easily. Sibur then disappeared from her sight, and as she felt the impending danger, she tried to slip into the shadows to escape. But before she did, 6 cuts appeared on her body and she began falling apart as Sibur had separated her body into multiple pieces. Falling out of the sky, Rillia could tell that her head had been separated from her body and her torso had been split in thirds. Along with that, her feet were chopped off at the ankles and her legs at the knee. It was a brutal sight, and no normal being could possibly survive being slices apart like this. Except Rillia was not an ordinary being but a vampire, and even this level of damage would not come too close to killing her. Though Sibur of course knew this as well and was already preparing his next attack, charging his 6 blades with his mana. He then sent all of this accumulated mana into one big blast that would completely destroy the remains of Rillia's body. Guess I will have to go all out. As the Sibur's blast of mana was about to completely blow her away, Rillia's blood began to move, reconnecting her body, and her red eyes turned an inky black as she faced Sibur's attack. Chapter 415, Marcus and Lyra vs Great Knight Number 13. Transmigrated as a ghost. As Marcus, Lyra, Merrick, and Teja rushed back to the Mithril Tower that served as the rebellion's true stronghold, they could hear and feel the battle raging on behind them but paid it no mind as they focused on escape. However, as they were about to enter the tower, they all sensed 5 more presences heading towards them and turned around just as they landed. Seeing them, Lyra, Merrick, and Teja recognized these people immediately, since not too long ago they were comrades in arms. Oh, looks like we hit the jackpot. We have the 3 biggest traitors right here in front of us. Hey now, don't you remember the king's orders? He wants them to come back if possible, so we should not call them traitors. Shut it, you two. You can bicker all you want later. Right now, we have a job to do. As the 5 newcomers looked at the rebels and Marcus, they had a stare down for a few seconds before Merrick said, Teja, go inside and hasten the preparations for the tower and make sure that it does not get damaged. I will hold off Armand, Edic, and Felcia. Lyra and Jed, could I ask that you take on Ludwig? I do not think I could handle more than 3 of them at a time. Except as he said this, the man he had not mentioned looked at Merrick in contempt and said, oh, and what about me? Do you think that I am going to just sit back like a bump on a log? No. Your opponent is up there, Merrick said, pointing towards the top of the tower. A moment later, the live cat beastman captain dropped down from the top of the tower and landed next to Merrick. Very well, I will be going then, Teja said, seeing that reinforcements had arrived. She knew that her time would be better spent preparing the tower since she understood its intricacies the best. After all, it was her tower. Francis, huh? Another traitor. Do you really think you can take me? I do not believe you ever won any of our spars, the man who Merrick had left out said. Francis the Black Cat Beastman said, I would not let that go to your head, Wickus. I never tried very hard, and the only reason you kept your rank was at 8 and I was 9 was because I did not care. Now let me show you what I am like when I get serious. The two of them then leapt into action, taking their fight away from the tower. At the same time Merrick beckoned for his 3 opponents to follow him, and they did, confident that they would be victorious. This just left Marcus and Lyra with the man named Ludwig, who was staring at them with disinterest. Great, and I get the leftovers. Jadzia, you know you cannot beat me. Your matchup against me is horrible and you were only the lowest ranked Great Knight. You should just give up on this and return. Sibir especially wants you to come back and is willing to forgive you. Now come on, before you take this too far. Of course, Lyra only shook her head and said, no, it is the king that took things too far by executing my parents. I am not going to stop until my goal is accomplished or my life is taken. After saying that, Lyra transformed into her evolved form immediately and wrapped her bluish-silver flames around her body, going all out from the start. She then burst forward with her flash fire clap movement technique, and brandishing her 2 kukris began slashing wildly at her enemy. Yet even as fast and explosively she had attacked, Ludwig stayed calm and taking out a wooden staff began deflecting her attacks with ease. Quickly, Lyra was put on the defensive as smoke began to emit out of Ludwig's body and eat away at Lyra's flames while try entangle her. Ugh. Being hit in the stomach, Lyra was sent flying backwards as Ludwig hit her hard, and she crashed into the exterior of the tower, causing a loud resounding sound. However, before Ludwig could follow up, a titanic sword made of iron slammed down right in top of him, forcing him to jump back. As the massive iron sword hit the ground, it caused the already fractured earth to break apart even more while shaking the area. Except within around 30 feet of the tower, a barrier erected and protected it from the shockwaves that were occurring from the raging battles that were all around. Persistent healing. Casting his Tier 4 healing magic spell, Marcus gave Lyra a boost to her recover as she pulled herself back together. Lyra, you need to calm down. Attacking in a fury like that is not going to get you anywhere. This guy already knows how you fight, so let me take point and you back me up. I will connect us with telepathy so that we can coordinate. Nodding her head, Lyra understood that Marcus was right, and the two began making a plan over telepathy, as Ludwig jumped over Marcus' cataclysmic iron sword and looked at the two of them with disregard. He figured that this would be an easy fight as he was level 67, and he knew that Lyra was only a bit higher than level 50, and the other guy seemed to not have much of a presence. Or so he thought, until Marcus exploded with power, activating his supreme skill and began swirling with the power of light and darkness. At the same time, Lyra used her illusory abilities to create her clones, manifesting 8 real ones along with 72 fakes. She then disappeared, turning invisible and moving away. You already know that your tricks will not work on me, Ludwig said as Lyra turned invisible. A cloud of smoke began to emit out of his body, filling up the space and allowing him to figure out which of the images that Lyra had created were real, and where her main body was. Truthfully, his ability was a perfect counter to hers, allowing him to not only find her location, but also obscure the area for everyone other than him. But Lyra was not fighting alone this time, and she had already begun to tell Marcus about Ludwig's abilities, allowing him to come up with countermeasures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Positioning his cataclysmic iron sword into the air, Marcus began spinning it around like a fan, sucking up the smoke that Ludwig had created. Noticing this, Ludwig stared angrily at Marcus and leapt towards him while spinning his staff around and casting a Tier 5 smoke magic spell, creating a dozen scimitars of thick smoke around him that moved with his will. Yet before he could make it to Marcus, his danger sense began screaming and he noticed a blast of bluish-silver flames coming for him. Lyra had used her flame breathe and unleashed it towards Ludwig to steal some of his attention. And as intended, Ludwig formed 8 of his floating smoke scimitars into a shield, which he began rotating to disperse Lyra's flames while sending it towards her to keep her busy. Grand swing. Taking advantage of this, Marcus, who had been charging his scythe up with mana and the excessive power from his supreme skill, used one of his attack skills along with increasing the size of his blade, extending it with the torrent of power he had coated it in. Gritting his teeth, Ludwig met Marcus's attack with his staff, using his own attack skill to try and overwhelm Marcus. However, he actually found Marcus' attack to be more than a match for his, as he was being pushed back. Still, he had 4 of his smoke scimitars which he sent towards Marcus to slice him into ribbons. But as soon as his smoke scimitars moved towards Marcus, all of Lyra's clones began swarming around him, attacking now that his defenses were down. Smoke Serpent. Nevertheless, Ludwig had been tracking these clones using his smoke field that, while diminished due to Marcus' rotating iron sword, still was able to give him the rough location of Lyra and her clones. The smoke serpent began coiling around Ludwig and blocked all of the attacks that Lyra's clones were dealing. A moment later, the scimitars he had sent for Marcus arrived and began slashing at him, forcing him to take evasive action, ending his attack. Then with his staff freed up, Ludwig began dispatching Lyra's clones, smashing them to pieces with one hit from his staff. Now, stopping his cataclysmic iron sword, Marcus had it once again crashed down towards Ludwig, with the immense centrifugal force behind it. Except as the blade was slashing down, its movements abruptly stopped as the smoke it had sucked up solidified and turned into chains that wrapped around the sword and kept it in place. Smirking, Ludwig looked towards Marcus, expecting to see a look of shock and disbelief on his face, but all he saw was a smile. Leaving his smoke serpent behind to deal with Lyra's clones, Ludwig shot forward, stabbing his staff towards Marcus, planning to wipe the smile off his face and show whoever this upstart was who was boss. Only right before he was about to hit Marcus, he disappeared, and his staff passed through nothing but open air. Though one thing did not disappear, as Marcus' scythe remained and began slashing towards Ludwig all on its own. Still, it did not have as much power behind it now that Marcus was not wielding it, though it was still annoying to deal with, as whenever it became wrapped up in smoke it simply disappeared and reappeared freed. Damn it, where did he go? Ludwig thought while looking around. He now thought that Marcus had used some sort of space magic to teleport out of the range of his smoke field. Of course, he was horribly wrong in this assumption, and Marcus was now in his ghost form, taking position to unleash his finishing attack. She destroyed the last scimitar, Ludwig thought as he felt Lyra take care of the last of the smoke scimitars he had been using to deal with her true body. He then turned to face her as he felt her coming towards him, while knocking Marcus' persistent scythe away once again. "You are an idiot to face me head on again. It will not end any differently this time," Ludwig said as he swung his staff at Lyra. But as his staff hit against her kukris, he could immediately tell that something was wrong as he blasted her away with ease. "A clone? Where is she then?" Ludwig thought while focusing on his smoke field. He could still feel the same number of presences, which was down to 5 after he had destroyed a few of Lyra's clones, and he had not felt Marcus re-enter. Yet a moment later he felt a sharp pain in the area behind both of his knees. Turning his head, there he could not see anything, but he knew that it was an invisible Lyra that had stabbed him and slipped past his danger sense. However, that was not all. Right behind him was a pocket where his smoke field had been blown away, leaving an open area. Still, he could not understand how Lyra had gotten there, since he had never felt her leave his smoke field in the first place, and the same number of presences were still inside it. Unfortunately, he did not have time to analyze the situation and thrust his staff towards Lyra's head. Bang! And as it hit, her head exploded, but Ludwig quickly noticed that this was only one of her clones who she had switched places with right before the impact. A moment later he felt what he assumed to be another of her clones rushing towards him, as he collapsed onto the ground, his legs unable to support his weight. "It's not her." Looking towards the figure, Ludwig saw that it was actually Marcus who had taken Lyra's place, making it appear as if she never left the smoke field as she slipped into open area Marcus' scythe had created by blowing some of the smoke away. "Checkmate," Marcus said as he positioned all 6 of his focusing lenses in front of him. But before he could unleash his final attack, Ludwig cast the spell he had been holding and sent it towards Marcus. Suffocating smog. Plumes of smoke quickly surrounded Marcus and began constricting around him. And this spell was not passive, waiting for the target to breathe in the smoke. It began wrapping around Marcus' throat and forcing its way through his nose. A normal person would have immediately began choking and spasming violently as this happened, but Marcus just stood there unfazed. He had no need to breathe, and the worst thing this spell did to him was make him mildly uncomfortable. Seeing this, Ludwig was stunned. This was his most lethal spell that should have been able to kill anyone that it affected. Even Sibir was not immune to this spell and would make sure to avoid it during any sort of training. Yet Marcus only gave him a devilish smile and released the spells he has been preparing. Quasar Blast and Rending Void. Casting both of his new Tier 6 Light and Darkness magic spells together, Marcus fused the two of them as he had done with his Tier 4 spells in the past. However, this combination created an attack many magnitudes stronger. So strong in fact, that as they went through the focusing lens, they began to crack before unleashing an explosion of light and darkness that obliterated everything in its path. Chapter 416, A Devastating Loss. Transmigrated as a ghost. Boom! Unleashing a destructive force like he never had before, Marcus watched his focusing lenses break apart as the power of his 2 Tier 6 spells went out of control. Luckily, they still followed the direction he had been facing, and the torrent of light and darkness consumed Ludwig. "Guess that one is going to need some work," Marcus thought as he saw the unstable nature of his latest combo spell. Though to be fair, it was the first time he had used either of these spells, and the difference in their intensity compared to the Tier 4 spells he normally combined was leagues apart. Still, the attack had its intended effect as it had devastated Ludwig, who had been caught off guard by Marcus and Lyra's strategy. Yet as the attack cleared, to Marcus' surprise, Ludwig was still alive, having protected himself with a powerful smoke and mana barrier. Guh. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Ludwig, while alive, was in horrible condition with half of his body burned horribly by the searing light and the other half was blackened and slowly corroding away from the darkness. It was a truly horrifying sight to see, and the only thing that was keeping him alive was the toughness of his body that he had acquired from his high level. Unfortunately, his muscles had been destroyed in multiple places and his bones were left exposed as blood gushed all around him. Seeing this, Marcus could only pity the man, since even though he survived, he was currently facing a fate worse than death in his current condition. Though Ludwig was not giving up yet, and using his smoke magic retrieved an emergency elixir he kept and was trying to drink it. "Sorry, that is not happening," Marcus said as he used his spectral arm to rip the potion away and brought it over to himself before storing it into his item box. A moment later Lyra appeared behind Ludwig like a flash and was about to cut his head off when Marcus said, "Wait, do not kill him." Stopping her blades as they were about to take off Ludwig's head, Lyra looked at Marcus with confusion, wondering why he had stopped her from killing their enemy. "Lyra, give me just a minute, but make sure he does not get away. I plan on us winning this fight." Nodding her head, Lyra went along with whatever Marcus had planned and pierced both of her kukris into Ludwig's barely alive body and pinned him to the ground. After that, Marcus turned his attention to Marek's fight, which was not going well. As big of a game as the rebel chief talked, he was having trouble keeping up with 3 great knights at the same time. Surely this was to be expected, though, as he is currently fighting the rank 5th, 7th, and 10th Great Knight all by himself. But now that he was done with his fight, Marcus focused on the high-speed battle that was happening quite a ways away, looking for the best target. "I guess it will have to be that one." Locking in on the 10th ranked Great Knight, who was mostly playing support, Marcus held his scythe out in front of him and turned it onto its side. He then channeled an extreme amount of mana into it and his scythe started to transform, taking on the appearance of a crossbow. Iron Sphere. Casting his Tier 3 iron magic spell, Marcus conjured his Iron Sphere and had it compressed to about the size of a ball bearing. This time he needed speed more than a larger surface area, so he made it as small as possible while still keeping its integrity. Extreme Magnetism. Following it up, he cast his next spell and began charging up the electromagnetic force on his scythe. Along with the enchantments on his scythe and his spell, Marcus' Iron Sphere began crackling with power as he charged up, getting ready to unleash his fastest attack. He then poured in the power from his supreme skill, giving the Iron Sphere even more lethality, and began waiting for the moment to unleash his attack. His eyes trained on the 10th ranked Great Knight, Marcus waited, his senses sharpened to the maximum, making every second feel like an hour as he focused on making the perfect attack. Now, Soul Devour. Eclipse Railgun. As the 10th ranked Great Knight named Eddic went all in for a big attack, Marcus let loose his Eclipse Railgun at full power. The small Iron Sphere shot out at Mach 8, creating gale force winds behind it, and carving a trench in the ground below as it blasted forward. And in just a second it hit the side of Eddic, who had been unable to dodge even as his danger sense alerted him to the threat. The Iron Sphere slammed into his side, flattening out against his armor, unable to pierce through the strong adamantine. Still, with as much force as was behind the Iron Sphere, it did not even need to pierce the armor to deal devastating damage as Eddic was blown away. He was quickly smashed into the side of the mountain and felt his body being pushed through the earth until he came out the other side and went blasting off. It was an unbelievable sight as a Great Knight, and one of the strongest people in the kingdom, was blasted away unexpectedly by a high-speed projectile. In fact, Marcus had just blown away someone 25 levels higher than him who was sitting at level 69. This could only be considered an unprecedented feat. However, even after this, Marcus was unsatisfied and clicked his tongue. Damn, he did not die. Hoping to receive a level up notification, nothing came to him, and Marcus was certain he had not been successful in killing Eddic. Though perhaps this was just him being greedy, since with this one attack he had changed the dynamic of the battlefield in an instant. And even though as they watched this the other Great Knights wanted to rush over and crush Marcus, they were too busy with their own fights and did not have the luxury to deal with him. "Well, I still have him," Marcus said as he turned to look at Ludwig. The poor guy was now in an even worse state than before as the lingering darkness magic was eating away at him. "Lyra, keep him pinned. What I am about to do next is not going to be pretty," Marcus said with a cold voice that even gave Lyra the chills. Marcus then squatted down and yanked Ludwig's head up to be level with his own, and the nearly dead and destroyed man let out a pained howl as Marcus began to devour his soul. Yet unlike the other times he had used this skill, Marcus felt his own soul being fought back against fiercely and parts of him were being destroyed. This was the first time he had tried to devour the soul of someone higher level than himself, and more than 20 levels at that. However, Marcus' soul was impossibly strong for his level, having no equal, and Ludwig was in rough shape, already having one foot in the grave. Fighting an intense battle that felt like an eternity, Marcus and Ludwig's souls fought for dominance until the man who was just barely clinging on to life faltered, and Marcus ripped his already wavering soul from his body. Chapter 417, Escape. Transmigrated as a ghost. Having ripped Ludwig's soul from his dying body, Marcus began absorbing the Great Knight's soul into his own. But along with the intense struggle to remove Ludwig's soul, Marcus now had to deal with the backlash of devouring it. The man's strongest memories and emotions rushed through Marcus, and he saw many scenes and felt intense emotions from the man whose soul he had just eaten. It was an almost maddening event as many years of another person's time played out in his mind and soul. Ludwig had been a noble prodigy since birth, being born miraculously with 2 blessings and a natural talent for the staff and the uncommon smoke magic. Marcus felt all of his early memories of joy and pride as his abilities as he was able to grow to the point of being stronger than his instructor by the age of 12. But after that came the envy and feelings of inadequacy, as he left his small bubble and found people that were stronger than him no matter how hard he tried. He had been only a year younger than Sibir, but he watched as he could never beat this man, and how after he became a great knight his rank which had once been 9 was pushed back as the younger generation's geniuses outshined him. However, the biggest blow was as he lost to Marcus and Lyra, people that he felt he should have had no difficulty in beating. For Marcus all of these things and more seemed to flash through his mind as the 126 years that Ludwig had been alive played out before him. It was painful experience as a powerful and long-lived soul merged with his own, and for a few moments Marcus almost completely lost his sense of self. I have to defend Trailenstein. No, I am helping Lyra. Kill the traitors? Ack. Clutching his head Marcus began spasming around going in and out of ethereal and solid while also having his appearance flickering between Ludwig and himself. It was an unsettling scene to watch for Lyra who had no idea what was going on. Eventually though in what seemed like decades to Marcus, but was only actually a dozen seconds he pushed down Ludwig's soul and integrated it into his own, once again regaining his dominance. Ding! You have leveled up to level 45. You have leveled up to level 46. You have leveled up to level 47. As soon as he did, a number of level up notifications came to him, but Marcus was feeling way too wasted to even care about these. Roxine then jumped out of his companion's storage feeling that Marcus was in trouble. She had been keeping a low profile since while she was strong, these fights were currently beyond her. But with Marcus in this state, she could not sit back and let anything bad happen to him. You there, Lyra? Help me get him inside. Your and his parts are already over. Roxine said to the still stunned Lyra. Shaking her head and coming out of it, Lyra helped prop Marcus who was in a catatonic state up and along with Roxine and carried him towards the tower. Yet as they were about to enter another figure approached, and in his hands was the head of his enemy who he had just defeated. I won. Francis said as he threw Wicca's head on the ground as a morbid trophy. Though even though he had won, Lyra and Roxine were able to tell the battle had not been easy as Francis was missing his right arm and eye, while his left ear was cut in half. Along with that he had cuts that were bleeding all over his body and he looked like he had just survived being stuffed into a large blender. Come on, let us get inside, the preparations should be almost complete. Francis said as he saw Lyra and Roxine looking at him. He was curious about where Roxine had come from, but disregarded the matter for now since he was in rough shape, and they were still in a precarious situation. Sibir was still nearby and while that random vampire that had appeared was holding her own, Francis knew that things could take a turn for the worse at any moment. Walking into the tower some of the lower-ranking rebel soldier came up and started applying potions to Francis and Marcus. However, this was not enough to fully heal Francis, and Marcus' damage was to his soul not his physical form. And anyone that could have truly helped either of them was busy supplying their mana to the tower to give it the massive amount that it needed to warp all of the away. Luckily it was only around half a minute after Marcus and company entered the tower that a message was heard in every rebel's head. The tower is ready. Everyone who does not want to be left behind, make sure you are inside in 40 seconds. The tower then seemed to make a whining sound and glowed with a vibrant light as the complicated formations on it activated and it began to process of teleporting away. Looks like that is my K. Merrick said while fighting against Armand and Felcia. He then unleashed 2 powerful attacks from his Amethyst tonfas pushing his opponents back and forcing them to defend. In this time, he sped back towards the tower as Armand and Felcia blocked his attacks. The 2 of them tried to catch back up running after him, but the instant after he jumped into the tower it disappeared teleporting far away. Boom! Just after the tower teleported away, Rillia smashed into the ground and began skipping across it like a flat stone on water. When her body finally came to a stop it was noticeably broken and turned in unnatural directions. And she was also missing about half of her torso, along with her head having a hole bored into it. Still, this was far from enough to kill her, but she was certainly beaten and incapacitated. Nevertheless, even though she was the one who had lost, when Sibir landed in front of her it was him that was seething in rage and her with a smug smile. I hope that it was worth it to you. You helped them escape but I am making sure you die. Sibir readied his 6 daggers and was about to slice Rillia into 1,000 pieces before exposing what was left of her to the sunlight, when a dark shape rose up around her and the visage of a cape surrounded her before sucking her in. Sibur seeing this slashed with all of his might, but as he hit this darkness his attacks were deflected and Rilio was dragged into this unknown void and vanished, with the target of his rage now gone, having escaped alive. The veins on Sibur's head could be visibly seen throbbing and he began sending out wild slashes in a frenzy, destroying what little was left of the mountain that used to cover the rebel base. Sibur, that is enough, that will not help us, Armand said as he carefully approached. Turning towards him, Sibur was visibly quite angry, and it was understandable why. He had sacrificed the Mountaineer Brigade so that he could track the rebels, but they got away. And not only did they get away, 2 of the 5 other great knights he had brought with him had been killed. Where are Felcia and Edic? Sibur said, the wrath in his tone apparent. Gulping, Armand said, Edic got knocked away by a powerful attack from that unknown that killed Ludwig with Jadzia's help. Felcia has gone to check on him, but I doubt that he was killed by one attack. Unfortunately, hearing this did not give Sibur any peace of mind as everything had gone horribly awry. He had come here himself to put an end to this stupid rebellion, and he had brought what he thought would be more than enough backup to do so. In the scenario he imagined, he figured he would take on Merrick and after around 5 minutes he could beat the old man, while the other great knights slowly overpowered the rest of the rebels. Other than Merrick and Teja, though she did not really count since she could not openly fight, none of the combatants in the rebellion should have been strong enough to take Armand and Felcia head-on. Instead, 2 unknown variables got in the way, causing what should have been a victory to end in a complete defeat. Armand, when we get back, I want you to mobilize the Whispers. Have them find out who that man was that killed Ludwig. That is the top right now. Also, have them on the lookout for vampire activity. That woman was not some rogue vampire. She has some sort of connection to a powerful being that I can only assume is a progenitor. Chapter 418, Losses and Gains. Transmigrated as a ghost. Repairing, the rebels' mithril tower shook violently as it landed in a new spot and embedded itself into the ground. As this happened, many of the rebellion members lost their balance and fell over, while some even began throwing up. Being warped so suddenly and violently was a tough ordeal on most people, and the fact that almost everyone had depleted their mana to power the formation did not help their condition. Though of everyone in the tower, the person in the worst shape was definitely Marcus, whose soul was still in shambles from devouring Ludwig's. Luckily, he was stable for now and it would hopefully only be a matter of time until he was restored. Merrick, are you doing okay? Teja said as she appeared on the tower's bottom layer. For the first time real concern could be seen on her face. And she did have reason to be concerned as Marek's face was quite bloody and he was now missing an eye, along with other wounds all over his body. Still, Francis was definitely the most visibly injured and he said, Lady Teja, what about me? I am missing an arm and ear. My wounds are a lot worse, could you please heal me first? Looking at Merrick, Teja was waiting for his orders, and he quickly nodded his head towards Francis, giving his approval to treat him first. Nodding her head, Teja moved over to Francis and held out her hands, before a golden glow released from her as she cast the Tier 7 spell Regenerate. Francis' wounds began to close up and the horrible damage to his body disappeared. And when his minor wounds had been healed, the spell focused on restoring his ear and then arm. She then took out a glowing purple potion and downed it, and her mana began to rapidly restore. After that she moved over to Merrick and healed up his wounds as well, and soon the chief of the rebellion had been fully healed as well. Now does anyone else need any healing from me? Teja said, looking around the room. Though no one else had any visible wounds, Lyra spoke up and said, Lady Teja, Mardash. Jed is in trouble. I do not know what happened, but something bad is afflicting him. Turning her gaze towards Marcus, Teja looked at him in confusion, seeing no visible wound or sensing any sort of external malady. Yet as she looked at him longer, she noticed something, before moving over to him, and placing a hand on him. Ack. Only a moment after she did, she yanked her hand back and said, There is nothing I can do for him. His soul is in turmoil. The only thing we can do is wait and see. It is up to him if he comes out of this or not. Picking Marcus up, Lyra bowed her head to Teja and Merrick and said that she was going to take him to a safe place and get some rest herself. Jadzia, we are going to have a meeting in 2 hours to discuss our next move. Until then, get some rest and I will do the same. Merrick said before Jadzia left. Nodding her head, she acknowledged her chief's order, and then walked outside the tower to see that they had appeared in a deep and wide valley, that had a large river running through it. The Wiyaki Valley. Teja certainly transported us very far away. If I remember correctly, this is over 400 miles from where we last were. Lyra thought as she recognized where they had escaped to. She then moved over to where a grove of trees was and set up her tent. Entering inside, she placed Marcus on her bed and laid down on her couch to rest while she could. At the same time, thousands of members of the rebellion exited the tower and began setting up a makeshift camp. Though everyone moved fairly sluggishly due to mana exhaustion, and as soon as they had something suitable to rest on, they laid down to sleep. Not even the captains were free of this burden, as the ones that had not fought outside had pushed themselves, giving most of the fuel the tower needed from their own mana pool. 2 hours quickly went by, and the rebel leaders met back up in the top of the tower to discuss what would be happening going forward. Larks, have you gathered the total? Merrick said first thing as soon as the meeting started. Standing up, Larks, who was a young dwarven man, said, "Yes, I have, Chief. Unfortunately, around 30% of us did not make it to the tower and are likely dead or captured. Most of them were those that were on the outskirts of the base or those keeping watch outside, though there is a good possibility that some of the watchers managed to escape and will head to a relatively close safe house. And for the officer class, we lost 14 men and women over level 40. Larks then handed a list over to Merrick, who looked over the names of the officers they had lost, and then skimmed the next page where the other hundreds of names began. Slamming his fist against the meeting table, Merrick was obviously displeased, but Casimir, the halfling captain, said, "Chief, I know that the numbers look bad, but I am sure you realize as well that we are lucky to have gotten away at all. We were up against 6 great knights and 4 of them were in the upper 10, and Sibir was among them. If it had not been for that vampire's interference, it is likely that many more of us would have died or been captured." As Rilio was mentioned, everyone looked uncertain as to whether her appearance was a miracle or a bad omen. "Jadzia, that vampire came out of that man Jed's shadow. I can tell that the two of you are not strangers, and while I was willing to disregard it before, now is not the time. How do you know him and what do you know about that vampire?" Merrick said, wanting to get to the bottom of the mystery that is Marcus. However, Lyra looked around hesitantly at all of the other captains, not sure what to do until Teja spoke up. "Merrick, I believe that we do need to know about this character that Jadzia has brought to us, but it is obviously quite personal to her. I have already glimpsed his true nature and can tell you that he will not betray Jadzia. Now how about she just tell the two of us, and we can make the decision on whether we want to further extend our trust to him." Nodding his head, Merrick agreed with Teja and asked the other captains to leave for now, which some did easily while others did begrudgingly. Still, everyone did as Merrick commanded, especially since it was actually Teja who had suggested it. "Now it is just the 3 of us. Please, Jadzia, would you tell me what connection you have to that young man who is an agent of Boralia, and has a powerful vampire following him around?" Chapter 419, Who Am I? Transmigrated as a ghost. Drifting in a pool of murky water, Marcus wondered where he was. But another question soon came to him. Who am I? He felt like his head was all jumbled up and no thoughts about who or what he was seemed to form coherently. "Maybe if I see my face it will help," he thought. Yet as he stood up, he felt his balance was off and he stumbled. Immediately he could feel that his legs were not right, and he thought that maybe he was injured. Except when he looked at his legs, he saw that one of them was a slender leg of a woman and the other was thick and muscular like a man's. Startled, Marcus fell back into the pool of murky water and was fully submerged for a moment. Sitting up, he moved his arm to wipe away the water in his face and saw that his arm was not even human, but a pure white wing. Seeing this, his mind began to panic and Marcus began running away. He did not know why he started running, but he just felt like he had to get away from where he was, that this place was the problem. Only no matter how far he ran, it seemed that the murky water was all around him, and his misshapen body was staying the same. Until he saw it, a clear patch of water that seemed to be reflecting the light of a half-moon, half-sun. Walking into the pool, Marcus seemed to become at ease for an instant. That was until he looked down and saw his reflection. His face, his torso, no, his entire body looked like some sort of patchwork of many different creatures. Some were bigger than others, but Marcus looked at the horribly grotesque form that he was, and while he was not sure who he was, he knew he should not look like this. "I see you have made it here." Turning around to look at the voice, Marcus saw a shimmering figure that, unlike him who was some mixed match of many things, was a being that was like a blank white and black canvas. "Who are you?" Marcus said to this formless being. "Oh, I am you and you are me. I am the infinite possibilities of what we could be, and you are all that we already are," the other Marcus said back. Hearing this, the Marcus that was an amalgamation of creatures began feeling exploding pain in his head, as waves of memories and emotions began to play out in his mind in a mad cacophony. Falling into the water, he began shaking around in pain when the other version of him came and yanked him out of the water. No, there is no reason to try and accept it all at once. We can take this one at a time," the other Marcus said. After that, the images of a young boy with brown hair played out, and Marcus saw the memories of himself back on Earth as he grew up and became a lawyer as he wanted. Now are we the young man who worked hard towards his dream and became an assistant to make the world a better place. However, as Marcus was about to nod his head, feeling a warmth in this, the other form of him yelled abruptly and said, "Oh, too bad, this is the one thing you can never go back to. Remember this, Marcus already died." The scenes of his last day on Earth then played out as he escaped numerous life-threatening dangers, until he went to sleep, and everything went black. But before he had time to feel sorrow for his lost life, the scene changed again, but this time it was a completely different person. A young woman with a scared face showed up, and she was playing with her little sister. Or perhaps we are the loving sister that would do anything for their little sister. Memories of Irene with Lilia then played out before Marcus' eyes. Memories that seemed so familiar. And at one point the memories seemed to shift just ever so slightly, and things became even more nostalgic as he saw the sister's determination to save her sister from slavers after receiving a miraculous awakening. After that it showed all of the times Marcus had with Lilia while he was in his form as Irene, showing the love and care the two of them had together. I see we are fond of this one, are we not? But there are plenty more options, no need to pick one without seeing them all. Everything changed once more, this time showing dauntless adventures. Fighting off bandits to protect a caravan, delving into a dungeon to farm monster parts, fighting against perilous odds in a free-for-all fight and coming out victorious, searching unknown areas, exploring dangerous dungeons, fighting bosses that were leagues stronger than most, all in search of wealth and glory. We could be the adventurer, always delving deeper into the unknown, finding out things that no one ever has, discovering lost ruins forgotten by time. However, again before he could get attached to this one it all shifted once more, this time showing a blazing furnace and the sounds of clanging metal echoed all about. Are we a forge master? Someone at the height of our craft that makes peerless weapons and armor for those we deem worthy? Do we work with metal day in and day out to improve our skills until we are the best? Changing again this time Marcus saw a ceiling of bright crystals and an open forest that he knew was his domain. Or are we a beast who rules over the sky of our domain? As we fly there is no one that can challenge us, and we strike fear into those that see us. We take what we want when we want, and none can question our authority. Shifting once more the next vision showed Marcus as a noble who grew up having everything he ever wanted and being incredibly talented. So talented in fact that the world bored him, until he found the desperate screams of those that begged him for mercy. He felt a sense of elation everything he whipped the slaves he had bought, and they cried for forgiveness saying they would never make another mistake. Of course, there was no mistake to begin with, he just enjoyed hearing them scream. Ah, the horrible noble. We could be the son of a powerful viscount, able to play with whoever we want whenever we want. We could even find a group of like-minded friends to play with. The more the merrier. Moving on things became different again, this time showing the life of a woman who lost everything to a rotten noble. Yet, she used her anger and grief as her drive to rise in the ranks of a criminal organization until she had enough power and clout to get revenge on the noble that had killed her husband and son. After that she stayed loyal to the organization, rising even higher and becoming one of its top enforcers. The scenes then shifted over and over again, showing the memories and emotions of every being that Marcus had devoured the soul of up until this point. But the last one that it showed was one of the most vivid, as the life of a noble man who became a great knight flashed before him. Yes, we could be one of the protectors of a kingdom. Our status is high and almost everyone looks up to us. Sure, there are some that are stronger, but sometimes talent is not enough. We simply need to work harder. Our goal of becoming the strongest is still ripe. Marcus, shaking his head, was not sure what to do. He had been shown so many possibilities, but which one was him? Which should he choose? Oh, but there is one more you cannot forget about. There is still one path you have not explored yet, and this one is my absolute favorite. Next Marcus saw himself as a formless creature similar to his other self that was currently guiding him, and he watched as all of his other possibilities, every other thing he could be, got devoured. He watched as a horrifying monster began eating people by the hundreds, by the thousands, until all that was left was a world of death, devoid of anything but him. Yes, that is right. We could be the soul-devouring monster that reigns supreme. We would eat any and everything, becoming stronger and stronger until nothing was left. A cacophony of souls that grows and grows until we reach the pinnacle and become a god. This is our potential. This is the best path we could take. Why be one or a few things when we can be everything? Now come, let us live up to our potential. You know, don't you? We already have plenty of delicious food waiting for us. They sit unsuspecting, believing us to be an ally. That girl, the one with the pretty hair and fluffy ears. She is so trusting, so easy. She rests not far from us defenselessly. We can eat her soul first. It will give us even greater power. Come on, it is time for us to wake up and realize our potential. We shall become the strongest being that has ever existed. The other Marcus began raving even more like a lunatic, talking about how glorious their rise would be. But this helped give Marcus the clarity he had been searching for. I remember now. You are the part of me that I like the least, and never wanted to give into. Hearing this, the other Marcus turned around and a smile made of half darkness and half light formed on its constantly shifting head. Ha, you never wanted to give in to me. You have been relying on me since you got to this world. Do you not remember? We have killed thousands already and devoured countless souls. You use my power so readily when it suits you. Just recently you devoured the soul of that already half-dead great knight. Why, you had no need to do that. One more strike and you could have ended it. But you wanted his power. Whenever you are in trouble you eat away at your own soul without hesitation. Do you think just because it regenerates that it truly comes back the same? Look around you at the mess that has become our soul. It is muddy almost everywhere, and if you look further, you can see the malign ants. Every time we are torn apart and put back together or at another part, things become like this. But that is only if we cling to the notion of ourselves and try to fight it. Give in and become everything that we devour, and we shall no longer need to worry about being torn apart and become a soul that is full of tumors. Sighing, Marcus looked at the other part of him and said, "You are right." Smiling, the other Marcus began cackling and said, "Good. Then let us forget about everything and begin. We shall eat all of these rebels and then move on to whatever is next, until we have had everything this world has to offer." However, Marcus put his hand up to stop the ravings of his other self and said, "No, you are right that I have become reliant on Soul Devour. I was warned that it was an ability that could destroy me, and using it does bring me closer to becoming a true monster each time. But I promised Lilia and myself that I would never become a monster that slaughters indiscriminately. I cannot deny that you are a part of me, but I know that you are not what I ever want to be defined as." Marcus' patchwork form then began to shift as he took the shapes of every different being he had ever eaten the soul of, until he finally made it back to Irene and then himself. However, he did not fully take either form as both were who he was at this point. "I am who I want to be. Nothing more and nothing less." The memories and emotions of everyone he had devoured began to disperse as Marcus let them go, expelling them from his soul, leaving only their forms to remain at his disposal. "So, this is your choice for now. But it does not matter, I will always be here waiting. Eventually you will give in, and we shall become the monster we were meant to be." The other Marcus then began to fade, and Marcus said, "Oh, and you forgot one thing. I am also the great spirit of light and darkness, I am not only a monster." After he said this, the murky world around him cleared up and the barely visibly sun and moon in the sky became brighter and darker respectively. A bright and sunny day was then seen across one half of his spiritual world, and the other was a dark night illuminated by only the stars in the sky with the silhouette of a new moon just barely visible. However, even as both forms were opposites, they sat in perfect harmony together, and Marcus once again felt at peace. Chapter 420, Some Explaining to Do. Transmigrated as a ghost. Waking up, Marcus shot up of the bed he was on, and he felt a lingering sting in his head. Yet only a couple of seconds later it disappeared, and Marcus felt much better than he had in a while. He had not realized how much the bottled-up thoughts and emotions of the people's souls he had devoured was weighing on him. However, along with this he realized that he had forgotten many things he used to know. He could not recall any of the information he had gained from taking these people's souls into himself, and all that was left was their forms that had nothing attached to them. Still, Marcus remembered some of his time in his spiritual world that had been in turmoil, and now knew how badly he had been abusing the power he had. "I should have heeded the administrator's warning more. I thought by just using it here and there I would be fine. But I now know I should only use it as an absolute last resort." Getting up, Marcus moved his body around a bit and could tell the difference. "I am a bit weaker." After releasing parts of the souls he had devoured, Marcus could tell that his stats, which had benefited from the skill, had taken a small hit. But he felt like he had done the correct thing, and that any strength he had lost could be gotten back later through other means that did not damage his soul and psyche. Looking around, Marcus tried to find Lyra, but she was nowhere to be found. Luckily Roxine was there waiting for him, and Marcus asked her where Lyra had gone. "She has gone back into that tower to have some big meeting." "Oh, and I am glad you are doing okay now. For a minute there it felt like our connection was going to be severed. Try to take better care of yourself. We all have limits, and you need to know where yours are." Nodding his head, Marcus thanked Roxine for her concern and advice, and said that he would do better from now on. "Also, when I get back, I will cook you a feast of puff cow meat. I need to thank you for always having my back." Letting out a few excited yaps, Roxine was very happy to be getting her first cooked meal in what had now been days. Before that though, Marcus headed to the tower so that he could get some more information and find Lyra. When he entered, he received his fair share of stares from the rebels that were moving about and getting necessary preparations done. "Jed, right?" A young boy probably no older than 16 said as he approached Marcus. And for a moment Marcus almost asked who the hell Jed was, but quickly remembered that was the alias he was currently using. "Yes, I am Jed. Is there something that you need?" "Yeah, the captains are in a meeting right now, and I was told that if you woke up and came to the tower to escort you up." "Well then lead the way. That is why I am here," Marcus said, holding his hand out and beckoning the boy to take him to the top of the tower. Quickly the boy began leading Marcus up the stairs, and when they made it to the second to last floor, the boy stopped abruptly and went wide-eyed. "Why are we stopping?" Marcus said in confusion. But as he pushed past the boy, he saw that all of the captains except Lyra and Teja were currently on this floor instead of in the meeting room. Mac, thank you for brining him up here, Francis said to the boy, who was a bit in shock to see all of these captains at once. Normally he only interacted with Francis, who was the captain he worked under, and this was the first time he was seeing most of the others in such close proximity. Seeing this, Francis said, "You can go now, we will take things from here." Nodding his head, Mac quickly began going back down the tower to get away from the room that was exuding a dangerous pressure. Of course, this was due to the fact that some of the captains were radiating a hostile aura towards Marcus. Though he did not care and said, "Where is Jadzia? I do not see her here." Standing up, his anger evident, Casimir nearly yelling at Marcus said, "Do you think you can just walk in here and start making demands like you own the place? You have a lot of explaining to do. Who was that vampire, and what is it that you really want?" However, Marcus just ignored Casimir and turned towards Francis, who seemed more level-headed. "Oh, do you think you can ignore me?" Casimir said as he took out his weapon. "Stop, that is enough," Larks said, placing a hand on Casimir's shoulder. He then looked at Marcus and said, "Lyra is up with the chief and Lady Teja. Right now, she is explaining the situation to them, but I am sure that having your side would do them good. Head on up and you can explain everything to the chief." Nodding his head, Marcus walked past the captains and went up to the top floor of the tower and stood outside of the single door for a moment to collect himself. Bang, bang, bang. Knocking on the door, Marcus waited for a response, and a second later he heard, "Come on in." Opening the door, Marcus saw Lyra standing up, and she appeared to have been saying something to both Teja and Merrick when Marcus had arrived. "A good timing, we were just talking about you, but more importantly that vampire that was following you around," Merrick said as Marcus walked in. Moving next to Lyra, Marcus said, "I can tell you have some questions for me. Go ahead and ask away. Would you mind telling us about that vampire first and foremost?" We asked Jadzia what she knew, but she said this was the first time she had seen that vampire. "So, seeing as how she appeared out of your shadow, we were hoping you might know," Teja said, taking the lead in the questioning. Shrugging his shoulders, Marcus said, "I do not know much about her, and I had no idea she had been following me around. I happened to fight against a different vampire that was terrorizing a town a bit over a year ago, and I killed them. I suppose that this vampire and that one are probably connected, but I have no idea why she is so interested in me. Though this is not the only time she had come to my aid, the first time I was on the verge of collapse, so I thought it was a hallucination. Still, she saved my life and told me that I would owe her a favor in the future. Though I guess now I owe her 2 favors. After Marcus said this, Merrick turned towards Teja and she said, "He is not lying, though he is holding something back." Merrick turned back to Marcus and said, "So what is it that you do not want to say? We need to know, we can trust you, so tell us or leave." Chapter 421, Telling the Truth, Mostly. Transmigrated as a ghost. Sighing, Marcus looked at Teja, who seemed to have some uncanny ability to read people, and then towards Merrick and said, "When I was on the brink of death a while back, that vampire saved my life by giving me a certain item that is very rare and valuable. It not only kept me alive but also made me a lot stronger. Though apparently in return I have to help out her master whenever I get called for, or some curse will activate. So, I believe that she was just protecting an investment, and getting a new one by roping in Jadzia as well." Looking at Teja, Merrick looked for her confirmation and she nodded her head, confirming that Marcus had spoken the truth. "Okay, if that is all it was, and you are not planning something with that vampire, then that is good. And I suppose without her assistance our losses would have been far greater. But that is only one question I need answered." Jadzia was withholding and would not say how you knew each other. "But I can tell that you are closer than just 2 people that met a few days ago. How are you connected?" Merrick asked to Marcus. In turn, Marcus used his telepathy and said to Lyra, "Should we tell them? I do not want to cause a rift between you and the rebellion if possible." "Okay, I guess if you are willing to, it should be fine. I trust Merrick and Teja, so I believe that they will accept it easily enough." With both of them in agreement, Marcus held his hand out to Lyra to let her speak, since it really was her place to answer to her superiors. "You are right that we both know each other. We met a very long time ago, before I joined the rebellion or even lived in this kingdom. We actually are both from another world, and that is where we know each other from." Hearing this, both Merrick and even the normal calm Teja had shocked expressions as they looked at Marcus and Lyra. They both knew of the fact that sometimes people from another world would show up in their own, and these people often had extraordinary powers. Of course, both Marcus and Lyra fit this bill perfectly, seeing as how for their levels they were some of the very strongest, able to hit above what their normal weight class should be. "They are telling the truth," Teja said almost in disbelief. For a moment she thought that maybe this was an elaborate lie, but with the insight given to her by one of her unique skills, she was certain that Lyra had just spoken the truth. Merrick could only look at them, flabbergasted. Meeting one person from another world was already a rarity, something that most never could confirm at least. But to meet two at the same time, and two that knew each other was infinitesimally slim. In fact, the odds must have been close to the same as a shark being struck by lightning while it was trying to eat you. I see, so you both came from another world. I suppose that does explain why you are impeccably strong for your age and have so many rare skills, Jadzia. Merrick said, still trying come to grips with what he had just heard. However, Tisha, who had already recovered from her momentary shock, said, now then, Jed, what are you exactly? You look human, but when I tried to heal you, I felt that there was no blood or organs in your body. Wincing, Marcus had kind of been hoping to keep this a secret, but since the cat was out of the bag anyway, he decided to tell them most of the truth. I see, I have been found out. Just like how Jadzia here became a fox beast person, when she was originally human on our other world. I have become something different as well. Now I am a spirit of light and darkness. To prove his point, Marcus disappeared and reappeared and then cast his shield of light spell, and a darkness wall. Rubbing his head, Merrick was definitely having trouble accepting everything he was hearing right now, which was far from normalcy. He could not claim to be an expert on spirits by any means, but he knew that the powers of light and darkness rarely ever existed together in one entity. I see, so that is why I sensed such strong spiritual energy from you. To think that you were actually a spirit, and quite a rare one at that? Tisha said, impressed by Marcus' control over his dual elemental nature. After that, Merrick wanted to know a bit more about Marcus and Lyra's connection, and the two told him that they were friends a long time ago, though they did not go into any real details since it was a bit of a personal matter, and at this point, they felt they had said enough. Okay, I just need to know one more thing then. Jed, what are you really to the kingdom of Boralia? Taking a minute to think about this, Marcus' status was a bit ambiguous. I guess that I would have to say that I work with them on occasion. I have recently gotten on the good side of the king by helping him out with a big problem, so while I do not fully work for him, I do offer my help when needed. But for the most part, I am a free spirit that does whatever I want. And right now, what I want to do is help my old friend, which is why I have joined in with your rebellion. Leaning back in his chair, Merrick took in everything he had heard and pieced through it. He then looked at Marcus seriously and said, so you have no intention of betraying us? So long as Jadzia stays in the rebellion, I will not betray her. In truth, I could care less about your rebellion. The only reason I am here is to make sure she survives. Nodding his head, Merrick understood where Marcus was coming from, and now he felt that he could trust Marcus. Not to fight in the rebellion, but to protect his friend. That is fine, I do not care what your reasons are so long as they benefit us. You have already done much, allowing us to kill 2 great knights and secure a new alliance. Now I believe we are done here, so you are free to do as you please. Merrick then turned towards Jadzia and said, Jadzia, could you go and get the rest of the captains and bring them back here? We need to tell them what we have learned about the vampire and to ease their worries about your friend here. Naturally, what has been said in this room will stay between us. I have no wish to bring up unnecessary details that might make things harder you. With that, Marcus and Lyra left the room and Marcus descended the tower before going back to Lyra's tent to prepare a meal for himself and Roxine, while Lyra attended the rest of the captain's meeting as the rebel leaders planned their next course of action. Chapter 422, What Comes Next? Transmigrated as a Ghost. Entering back into Lyra's tent, Marcus saw Roxine resting on the couch and dozing off. Except as soon as she heard Marcus enter, she got up completely alert and said, is it time for dinner? Smiling and nodding his head, Marcus got right to work on preparing a buffet of puff cow meat cuts for himself and Roxine. Neither of them had eaten a hot, home-cooked meal for a few days, and Roxine especially was willing to kill for one right now. On the other hand, Marcus wanted to indulge in one of his hobbies and forget the worrying experience he had recently gotten through and express a part of himself that he enjoyed. He knew that the more he focused on the things he wanted to do, the stronger his sense of self would be. Pulling out all of his ingredients, Marcus used the limited cooking space that Lyra had to start a soup and sear a few steaks. Soon the first round of steaks were done and Marcus put them on a plate before serving them to Roxine. And like always, the young wolf put away more than should have been physically possible, and this was still only a snack. Eventually Lyra also came back, and the second she entered she began sniffing the air as her sharpened senses smelled the delicious food that Marcus was cooking. Her mouth even began watering as she smelled this food that was better than anything she had eaten in a very long time. Judging by the look on your face, you must be hungry. I have made enough for everyone, so give me just a few minutes and it will be ready. Nodding her head and staring at the soup Marcus was making with expectant eyes, Lyra wiped her mouth before sitting down at the dining table and waiting for Marcus to finish. Bon appetite, Marcus said as he served the soup to both Roxine and Lyra. The two of them quickly jumped into the food, and as Lyra took the first bite she went wide-eyed in shock. She had not eaten food this good other than maybe at a couple of meals that were served in the royal castle. Quickly she began scarfing it down and revitalizing herself. She had used a lot of energy, and this delicious food was brining both her body and spirits back up. More please, Lyra said, holding out her bowl as soon as she had finished. However, a moment after she said this, she realized she had forgotten her manners and had just acted like she was back home on Earth. Still, Marcus just smiled and filled her bowl up to the top before getting a little bit for himself. After that, the three of them ate to their heart's content until everything was gone. "Ah, that was the best food I have had in a long time. To think you were such a good cook, Marcus. I am glad you enjoyed. It is one of the skills I have picked up since coming to this world. You would not believe how effective a good meal is at bringing people together. Though now that we have enjoyed ourselves a bit, would you mind telling me what happened with the rest of your meeting with the other rebel leaders?" Marcus said with a serious look in his eyes. Sitting up straight and matching Marcus' expression, Lyra said, "Yeah, I can tell you. Our first order of business is to make a new permanent base. Where we are now should be safe for a while, but being out in the open is not a good idea. We never know when Scout could fly overhead and discover us." Lyra then let out a sigh and said, "After that we are going to need to rebuild and recruit more members, while trying to spread our influence. Right now, we do not have the strength to hold any real territory since the kingdom still has more power than us. If we tried taking over anything, the kingdom would just dispatch my master along with an army to wipe us out. We got very lucky last time with that vampire showing up, but it will not happen again. We need to get stronger while slowly chipping away at the king's support. And to that end, the chief is eager for his meeting with the king of Borealia. Once we enter a formal agreement, we will get plenty more supplies, but more importantly a face for the rebellion. With Princess Daniela on our side, we will have someone that nobles and commoners alike can rally behind. Currently, we do not have a dedicated representative to our rebellion. And while people like Merrick and I may hold some level of recognition, we do not have what it takes to sway the entire kingdom." Understanding Lyra's logic, Marcus could imagine the level of support that bringing in a member of the royal family to their fold would give them. "I see. So, what should I do in the meantime to help out?" Marcus said, wanting to pull his weight and make things easier on Lyra. However, what she said next was not what Marcus had been expecting. "Tomorrow there is going to be a memorial for those that did not make it yesterday, as well as a celebration for us taking down 2 great knights. Would you mind cooking all of the food to help raise everyone's morale?" Taken aback by this for a moment, Marcus figured that his forging skills were what would be in highest demand, but it turned out his cooking was needed. Of course, of everyone in the rebellion he had the highest cooking skill by far since he had recently gotten it to level 5. This was already at the level of a royal chef, so it made Marcus one of the best cooks in this kingdom and many others. "Very well, that should not be a problem, I think. I have never cooked for more than a few people before, but I should be able to manage somehow." With that, their immediate plans were settled, and now that Lyra was full, she headed off to bed to get some much-needed sleep. "I suppose I should go and practice my new spells while I have the chance." Exiting the tent, Marcus used his ghost form to discreetly leave the encampment and flew a couple 100 miles away before he began practicing his new Tier 6 darkness and light magic spells. Each one of them by themselves had enough destructive power to lay waste to a large area, and after using them recklessly during his fight against Ludwig, Marcus knew he needed to get better at using them. Practicing until his mana was depleted, Marcus looked out at the landscape that he had leveled into nothing and could only shake his head. He now knew that using these spells would be very difficult due to their vast effective range. They were powerful, but using them in a city would be pretty much impossible, and if he had allies around, he would have to worry about them. Still, he had gotten a bit better control over them and was satisfied for now. He then began his long flight back to where the rebels had set up their temporary base, so that he could begin preparation for their banquet tomorrow. Chapter 423, Rebuilding. Transmigrated as a ghost. As the next day came around, Marcus put his all into the preparations for the memorial/banquet for the rebels' recent losses and gains. Certainly, they had lost a lot of good men and women, but they had also killed 2 great knights who were some of the strongest fighters at the kingdom's disposal. "This needs more pepper. Right now it tastes completely bland. I said the soup needed more salt, not that I wanted it to taste like brine. Pour it out and start again. Feel that fish? Yeah, it is cooked to hell. You fucked this fish. Come here, donkeys. What is this? What is this?" No answers. It's one step from being a mooing cow again. It is not even close to rare. It is cold in the middle. This steak is raw. Pulling out his best impression of a certain famous chef, Marcus was managing all of the cooks in the rebel army, some that did not even have the cooking skill. Unfortunately, this is what he had to deal with, as there was no way, even with all his skills and abilities, that he could personally cook enough for the thousands of rebels. Still, he did have a few standouts among those he was cooking with, 3 who had the cooking skill at level 4, and another dozen that had it at 3. Eventually, with a lot of effort on his part, and making sure that everything was cooked well, Marcus had gotten all of the food prepared. After that, Merrick along with some of the other rebel captains gave out a few speeches, about how those that they lost would not be forgotten and about how their sacrifice would not be in vain. That taking out 2 great knights was an equally heavy blow to the kingdom. Then once the speeches were over, it was time to eat, and most of the rebels had the best meal they had consumed in their entire lives. Naturally this was due in large part to Marcus' skills and his supply of spices, but also due to the efforts of the cooks that worked alongside him. As everyone enjoyed themselves, Marcus was brought around the rebels by Merrick and Lyra, being introduced as their new collaborator, and with his glowing endorsement from their leader, as well as the fact that he had been integral in the recent battle, many of the rebels took to him quickly. Though not long after the banquet had started, Merrick gathered everyone around and told them about them allying with the kingdom of Boralia. Of course, there were a number that grumbled and some that outright protested the notion, but when Princess Daniela was brought up, the opposition went down by a few degrees. The banquet then continued as people enjoyed the good food and drink that was being provided to raise their spirits, as well as get them to associate the alliance with Boralia with a good time. Quickly though, the day began to wind down, and the banquet came to an end. Everyone began going back to their respective sleeping arrangements to get some rest, since this was the only day they were going to be getting off for quite some time, as there was a lot of work to be done. However, before taking any sort of rest, Marcus pulled out his sending stone and steeled his nerves. He had a call to make and a part of him had been dreading it, but he knew he needed to be the one to inform Rzyvi since it was likely she would get mad if she heard it from her father or someone else first. Hopefully she takes it okay. Contacting Rzyvi, Marcus received an immediate response and was bombarded with a few questions about if he was okay, and what he had been up to. He and Rzyvi had promised each other to call each other every day, but this had already fallen through before Marcus had even left, and they backed it up to once every 3 days. Regrettably though, Marcus had missed their scheduled time because of the mess he had found himself in, and now Rzyvi was worried that something had happened to him. No, everything is fine for now, but it looks like it is going to be a while until I can meet up with you like planned. Sorry, but I have to make sure that my friend stays safe. I already watched her die once without being able to do anything. I do not plan on letting that happen again. I understand, just make sure you stay safe. Also, is there anything I can do to help? Responding to her, Marcus told Rzyvi that it would be best if she just stayed in the kingdom. It was one thing if he was seen since he could take many forms, but if she was found out, it could cause a lot of trouble. Once he had gotten the important details out of the way, Marcus shifted the topic to what Rzyvi had been doing, and she told him all about the beasts and monsters she had been fighting in the Delvienne swamp. Good night, Mraz. Good night, Marcus. Wrapping up their call, the two of them said their goodbyes, before shutting off their sending stones, and both getting some rest after a long day. Days and then weeks quickly went by as the rebel army began to rebuild itself. The first thing they did was find a suitable place to set up a new base. And luckily, after some scouting around, they were able to find the perfect place. Out in a large meadow that was deep in a rarely traversed forest, was a mischief of massive rat magical beasts that had created a large underground tunnel system. A/N, a mischief is what a group of rats is called, like how a group of crows is a murder. So, with the only problem being its current occupants, the rebel army went to work clearing out the rats. This served as a three-prong mission, in that not only were they getting a new base, but it was the perfect leveling opportunity for some of the members, as well as a way to get some supplies. Well, I think that is the last one, Marcus said as he killed the rat lord that was the leader of this mischief. It had been a pretty strong beast at level 51, and along with it were plenty of rats that were in the mid-40s. Though it had not been too much trouble for Marcus, and his fight had been witnessed by plenty of the rebels, making plenty of witnesses that had seen how capable he was, which would lessen the little doubt about him that still lingered among the ranks. Okay, now we need to get this place cleaned up and move in quickly. We do not want to be found by the kingdom again when we are in such a vulnerable position, Merrick said, rallying the troops. Moving into action, the rebels began breaking down the rat corpses and transporting anything that was left in the tunnels out. Then in a couple of days the rats' former home was ready for the rebels to move into, and the Mithril Tower was warped into the largest burrow where the Rat Lord used to reside. After that, the rebels began to rebuild their facilities, and get everything into working order. They wanted to make their new base even better than the last, and hopefully, they would not have to move again until the war was over. Chapter 424, An Alliance Forged. Transmigrated as a ghost. With the rebels' new main base well underway, the day that Merrick would be meeting the king of Boralia had fast arrived, and him along with Marcus and Lyra set off. The three of them began by running a few dozen miles away from the rebels' new main base, and then Marcus transformed into the form of a Caladrius. Except as he did this it was much harder than before, and it was taking him a great deal of effort to keep a hold of this form. Immediately he knew why this was though, as now that he did not have the Beast of the Skies memories it was just so much more unnatural to shift into. Also, he quickly found that flying was harder, and he had quite the rocky start where both Lyra and Merrick were tossed around until he got high into the air and started gliding. Luckily, once he started to get the hang of it and used the air currents to help him along, things got a bit better. Unfortunately, he was unable to go quite as fast as he used to, at least for now, and stood stable at around 160 miles per hour instead of his usual 200 plus. Still, this was a decent speed that was far faster than most methods of travel, and allowed Marcus to avoid any sort of land-based obstructions. I can see the fort where we are going to be meeting the king at. We are going to land around 40 miles away and walk the rest of the way, and hopefully everything will go well once we arrive, Marcus said to both Lyra and Merrick with his telepathy. Beginning his descent, Marcus misjudged his trajectory and accidentally smashed straight into the ground and crashed into it, smashing through a few dozen trees and leaving a trench in the ground before coming to a stop. Sorry about that, Marcus said after transforming back and looking towards Merrick and Lyra. Of course, the two of them had jumped off of Marcus' back as soon as he was about to hit the ground, easily avoiding the collision. It is fine, you got us here with relative ease and at a good speed. Now let us make haste. I do not want to be away any longer than I have to, Merrick said as he turned towards the road and began running. The three of them quickly made it to one of the forts that sat on Borealia's border to protect them from invasion from the south. Naturally, the soldiers posted here were concerned when three figures had arrived, and security was currently incredibly tight since a certain important individual was here to inspect the fort. However, with the emblem that the king had given Marcus, the three of them were led into the fort and brought to a meeting room where they were to wait until the king arrived. After waiting for 2 hours, which was a fairly long time, Merrick had become especially nervous since he felt that he was in enemy territory and may have been a sitting duck that had just walked into a trap. And when the door opened for the first time since they arrived, the tension in Marek's expression hardened as he saw Knight Commander Darius walk in. And for a bit now I thought that maybe His Majesty was playing a joke on me. To think that Merrick Laska would actually be asking us for help, Darius said, seeing Merrick sitting there. He had a smirk on his face, and he was obviously amused by the situation, much to Marek's dismay. Darius, I know you have a past, but we are not here to irritate our guests. So, just let bygones be bygones for now, Arya said as she walked in. Then after she cast a spell to make sure that the room was completely safe, Aaron the King of Borealia walked in. Well, it appears that everything I heard was true. You really do always get into the thick of things, do you not, Jed? Aaron said as he saw Marcus, with Merrick and Lyra. Sitting down at the table opposite to Merrick, the king pulled out a few sheets of paper that had been enchanted and slid it over to Merrick. Let us get right down to business. This is the contract that my advisors and I have come up with. Feel free to read it over, and if you wish to negotiate anything further, I am willing to listen. But I believe what is there is already more than fair. Nodding his head, Merrick took the contract and began reading it. However, as he read it, he was surprised to see how fair it was. In all honesty, as much as the king had said he would not be harsh to the people of Trailenstein, he had expected Borealia to want to take as much as they could while leaving barely enough for the people. Of course, this would still be better than it was now in some areas where people had to struggle to survive and ate wild grasses for substance, but that was not what was happening. For the most part, Borealia would only be asking for 30% of the kingdom's gross taxes, along with 50% of the adamantine that was produced from the kingdom's 3 mines for 20 years. And this would only go into effect after 3 years, allowing the kingdom some time to recover. In return, they would provide almost any supplies to the rebellion, and once they had won, would enter into a formal alliance and would offer any necessary military support to combat outside forces. Princess Daniela shall become the new queen for 10 years before abdicating the throne to her daughter Eis Borealia. Then the process of turning the kingdom of Trailenstein into a duchy of Borealia will begin. Reading this, a smile appeared on Marek's face, since he had actually been a supporter of Daniela before she fled from her brother's mass siblicide. After that, he read the rest of the contract, which just stated the process and rules that Trailenstein would need to follow as it became integrated back into Borealia. Luckily, as Merrick read it, he found that they had no intention of replacing any nobles in Trailenstein so long as they abided by the new laws that would be going into effect once they joined Borealia. For all of the bad blood between our kingdoms, the king has been incredibly fair. If our king had this opportunity, he would have drained Borealia dry of all of its resources and executed droves of their nobles as an example. Counting to read the contract, Merrick wanted to make sure that no little detail that might end up making his people's life worse was hidden somewhere, but everything was quite straightforward. Though at the end he found an extra condition that looked like it had been added hastily after the contract had already been finished the first time. This was for any unique skill orbs, mythic-grade magical beast parts, and Amathras ingots in the royal treasure to be handed over. Reading this, Merrick winced since these were certainly the most valuable goods in the kingdom. Still, even giving these up was a small price to pay, especially since they did not impact the average person's life at all. If they sit in a different vault doing nothing, it is not going to make much of a difference. Once he had read through the entire contract 3 times, he signed it, along with Lyra. There was no need to try and negotiate since they had pretty much already discussed everything over the sending stones. And Merrick could tell that the king had already put down exactly what he wanted. There, it is done. We are now officially allies, Merrick said as he slid the contract back to Aaron. Oh, you did not want to negotiate at all. Are you certain that this was the correct action to take? The king said. Nodding his head, Merrick said, yes, it was the right move. Without your support our chances of winning are far less. And even if we did win somehow, afterwards we might not even be able to keep our kingdom. Once we win, as long as our people are able to live better lives, that is all I care about. Smiling, Aaron took the contract and signed it as well, sealing the deal and activating the magic that now bound the two of them. Well, now that we have finished this, it is time that you meet someone again after a long time. The door to the room then opened and a woman with long brunette hair, a pretty face, and sharp green eyes walked into the room. Seeing her, Merrick almost could not believe it. Princess Daniela. Getting up from his chair abruptly, Merrick moved right in front of Daniela and kneeled down on one knee. Your Highness, it is good to see you again after all of these years. I am glad that you managed to survive, and I would like to apologize now for not being able to do more for you in the past. Putting a hand on his shoulder, Daniela motioned for Merrick to rise, and when they were face to face, she said, there is nothing to apologize for. You did all you could, but the fact is that most of the military forces were on my brother's side. If I had stayed, I either would have died from some assassin, or started a civil war that likely would have spelled the kingdom's doom. I do not regret my choice, and I have had a comfortable life in Boralia. I am just glad now that I have a chance to take back my home. Chapter 425, Marcus the cargo plane. Transmigrated as a ghost. With the alliance sealed, Merrick, Lyra, Marcus, and now Daniela, quickly left the fort to return to the rebellion's new base. However, before they did, Marcus placed the first batch of supplies that Boralia had provided into his item box, which he had already emptied before leaving the rebels' base. And along with that there were also around 3 dozen magic bags of decent quality that were filled to the brim. After that, once they had traveled out of sight of the fort, Marcus took the form of a Caladria so that they could fly back. Oh my! Daniela exclaimed as she saw Marcus transform. She had already been told that he had shape-shifting powers, but seeing him go from a normal-looking man to a massive beast in a couple seconds was still shocking. Sorry to startle you, but there is no need to be alarmed, Marcus said using his telepathy, trying to comfort Daniela. Luckily, as a member of 2 royal families, she had seen her fair share of unusual things and quickly returned to her normal demeanor. Allow me to help you up, Your Highness, Merrick said, offering his hand to Daniela. Nodding her head, she allowed Merrick to lift her up onto Marcus' back, and then he and Lyra got on themselves. Brace yourself, I am about to take off. Once everyone had given their confirmation that they were ready, Marcus took back to the sky and begun the journey back to the rebels' new base. Nearly a day later, Marcus finally caught sight of the meadow where the base was concealed underground, and landed a few miles before letting his passengers off before transforming back into his normal form. The 4 of them then entered the base to resounding cheers as everyone welcomed Princess Daniela, who was to be the new face of the rebellion. Unfortunately, Marcus did not have much time to celebrate as he simply emptied out the supplies he had brought with him, and immediately left again to pick up more. Even with his 20,000 cubic feet of storage in his item box, he was going to need to make numerous round trips to bring everything that the king had prepared for the rebels. At the very least, now that he did not have any passengers, he could move quite a bit faster. Time to see just how I can push myself. Going into his ghost form, Marcus floated up into the air, before positioning his form vertically and accelerating. Now that he had full control over his float ability, he could overclock it beyond the normal walking speed it was set at by the system and began moving faster and faster. Soon he had reached a speed of around 400 miles per hour, but unfortunately, he could not hold this for very long. To reach this speed, he had to channel his spiritual energy at a high consumption rate, and after around 30 minutes he felt that he was starting to get drained. Okay, next test. Resolidifying, Marcus cast his Iron Wings of the Archangel spell along with the Flame Jets spell. He wanted to figure out what his fastest travel methods would be, so he was giving all of his different abilities a shot. I think I am at around 250 or so. Now let me take this up a notch. Activating Embodiment of Light, Marcus began shimmering, and quickly his speed became even greater, and he was soon flying much faster at around 500 miles an hour. Nevertheless, it was not like he could keep Embodiment of Light up forever, and after around 20 minutes, he felt the strain it was placing on him. Next test. Continuing to fly, Marcus deployed a mana barrier around himself that cut down on dragon wind resistance, allowing him to reach around 300 miles an hour. With that, Marcus had figured out how fast he could move, and quickly came up with a plan that allowed him to travel at his fastest sustainable speed. First, he would use up most of his spiritual energy in his ghost form and then switch over to his solid form, and along with his magic and embodiment of light he would continue until he was worn out. Then he would take the form of a Caladrius and allowing himself to rest until his spiritual energy had recovered before starting the process over again. Using this method, Marcus was able to make a round trip from the rebel base and back just around 8 hours. Over the next couple of weeks Marcus did this on end without stop, as he transported thousands of tons of goods to the rebels from Boralia. For the most part what he brought was food, which the rebels were now distributing in secret to the oppressed citizens in Trailenstein. This served to both help the people as well as bring prestige to the rebellion, who was doing a better job taking care of them than the nobles and royal were. Of course, the kingdom caught wind of this and tried to stop it, but they found it difficult to stop the unending supply that the rebels had. Eventually they even surmised that the goods must be coming from an outside source and set up blockades around the borders to stop any suspicious caravans, but none were ever found. Naturally Marcus could slip by any blockade undetected, and easily continued supplying the rebels with enough food to feed the people. Though food was not all Marcus brought, as on the third day caches of potions, ones that had basic tier 1 and tier 2 spells, mithril armor and weapons, and plenty of other munitions were given to him to bring back. Soon, the rebel army was armed to the teeth, and had an unending supply of any necessary goods. And along with all of that, those that were not happy with being aligned with Boralia quickly began to change their tune. Everything that had been supplied to them had made their lives much easier, and the rebels had begun to gain a lot of momentum. The kingdom's armies just could not keep up with the rebels, who while not as powerful were able to outmaneuver them and hit strategic targets. They would disable military bases, destroy or steal weapons, assassinate the worst nobles that were aligned with the king. Certainly, things did not always go their way, but as long as the rebels focused their activity outside of the royal capital, there was little to worry about. Then after around a month they unveiled their secret weapon in one of the largest cities that was located in the territory of a duke that heavily supported the king. Princess Daniela, accompanied by Merrick and Teja, made a public announcement, revealing that the princess had returned and could no longer stand her brother's tyranny. I fled this kingdom to prevent the outbreak of a civil war, but now I see that my brother is too far gone to lead. In my time away I have seen how other kingdoms govern themselves and they prosper while we have become stagnant. Our system has long been outdated and stifles our progress. I have been to the kingdom to the north that Trailenstein has always called inferior, yet Boralia, which was once a territory of ours, is now a kingdom that is far stronger. Continuing on, Daniela spoke her heart out, finally being able to get out all of the regrets she had and make promises for a better future. She told everyone who was listening to stay strong, to fight back with all they could, and that the rebel army would bring the people salvation. Unfortunately, her speech was cut short, as Merrick received intel that the kingdom had dispatched forces that were rapidly approaching. Sadly, I must take my leave here, but remember what I said. The time to sit back and take the crowns and nobles' oppression is over. You have powerful allies in the rebel army, and we will not stop until my brother is dethroned and this kingdom is brought to greater heights. Chapter 426, A Major Opportunity. Transmigrated as a ghost. Many weeks went by and the support for the rebel army continued to grow. Princess Daniela's appearances all around the kingdom and her rousing speeches quickly won over many people, including the ruling nobles that had been trying to stay neutral to this point. Of course, none of these nobles could show open support for the rebellion while maintaining their territory, since that would mean death. But there was still plenty they could do. They could give out false information to the kingdom and its army, as well as make sure that the people knew that the rebels were the ones that were making their lives better. Quickly, the rebel army was less of an organization and more of a movement that was spreading throughout the kingdom. Numerous ordinary citizens and even soldiers were taking up arms to overthrow the nobles that were oppressing the people. Naturally, the crown tried to restore order to these areas and would send in troops, but the rebel army's forces would often intercept them. At this point they had plenty of spies in the army who gave them solid intel most of the time, and with that they were able to outmaneuver and overpower the kingdom's forces in many situations. Unless Sabir himself personally led a suppression force, it would not be strong enough to contend with the full might of the rebels. Certainly, they could have also deployed the rank 2, but his job was to stay in the royal capital and protect the king and dissuade an invasion of the capital. As for the rank 3 Great Knight, news of him came to the rebels, and when Merrick received it, he called a meeting of all of the rebels' captains. I am glad that all of you have returned safely. I have recently received a piece of intelligence of the utmost importance. We have located the prison where some of our forces have been incarcerated. Except that is not all. I have also been informed that a few great knights and elite mages have been detained there. They are the ones that the kingdom is afraid might join our side or desert, and have imprisoned them on suspicions of any number of lesser crimes. Obviously, this is just a ploy to prevent them from adding to our strength, but it also gives us an opportunity. If we can free them, it is likely they will join us. And among them is Argus. After he said this there was silence for a moment, before the captains erupted and said that they must mount a rescue operation immediately. Argus was the third-ranked great knight, and with his strength on their side they might have a chance of going head-to-head against the kingdom. Raising his hand, Merrick stopped the captains clamoring and said, "Unfortunately it is not so easy as just going and breaking them out. They are held in the Sky Citadel, and I have been informed that Tyval is currently acting as the warden to prevent any escape." Hearing this, all of the captains' enthusiasm went out the window. They knew that the Sky Citadel was the strongest fortress in the kingdom, being located on top of their highest mountain peak. Yet, it was not this that was breaking their spirits but the fact that Tyval was there. He was currently considered the strongest mage in Treylenstein and was easily a threat on Par if not greater than Sibir due to his powerful magic. Naturally the rebels had been wary of him, but so far, he had not made any moves, and it was assumed that he was staying in the capital to shore up its defenses. That is definitely a problem, but if we have you and Teja, we should be able to win. Teja's healing and sacred magic perfectly counter Tyval's death and dark magic. Francis said, not wanting to miss the opportunity to receive Argus and the other prisoners' assistance. However, it was Teja who shook her head and said, "While it is true that I can counter my brother's abilities when they are targeted at myself, I am not sure that I could protect everyone. We will likely incur many losses in the attempt, and I fear that it may also be a trap. If we happen to encounter Sibir as well, it is likely we will be completely overwhelmed. I believe that we should disregard this and continue with our operations as planned. I have another idea," Lyra said as the room was giving up on the possibility of the prison break. Turning their heads towards her, everyone was looking at Lyra intently, waiting for her to state her plan. Yet what she said next infuriated some of the other captains. "I can only discuss this with the chief and Teja though, since it involves Jed. Could the rest of you wait outside?" Standing up from his chair with an angry expression visible on his face, Casimir was tired of the secrets that Lyra was keeping and said, "I believe that we have a right to know what you want to discuss. You are a captain just like us, but you have been moving around with that shady friend of yours from Boralia planning who knows what." "Casimir, I understand your concern, but this has to do with Jed's personally privacy and not anything to do with his affiliation. He told us about his secrets in confidence to gain our trust, and we do not plan to break our word. So, I am sorry to do this again, but would all of you step out?" Merrick said, taking Lyra's side. Frustratedly, Casimir got up and left, and the other captains followed behind, obeying their leader's orders. "Now, Jadzia, what is your plan?" Merrick said with a curious glint in his eyes. Lyra then went into details about her plan, explaining how Marcus could easily infiltrate the prison and start a mass breakout. "I see, that might work. However, it places a huge burden on Jed, and it could easily end up having him die. Teja, what do you think?" It is a good opportunity for us to strike a heavy blow. Let us bring in Jadzia's friend and ask him what he thinks. Naturally we would not force him, but if he is willing to do this it could turn the tides in our favor." With Teja's approval, Merrick asked Lyra to contact Marcus and tell him to come to the meeting room. "Marcus, could you come to the tower's top floor? We have a special mission to discuss with you," Lyra said, sending out a telepathic message. Receiving this message, Marcus woke up abruptly and groaned. He had been working non-stop for the last couple of months, spending every waking moment flying back and forth from Boralia to rebel bases to receive and distribute supplies. This was the first day since then that he had decided to take a break to wash away his mental fatigue that was piling up with his new job as a cargo plane. "Ugh, can it wait, Lyra? Even ghosts need rest sometimes," Marcus sent back with an aggrieved tone. Unfortunately, there was no rest for the Undying, and Lyra told him that it could not wait and that they needed him now. "Fine, I am on my way, but I expect to be given at least a little time to rest afterwards." Chapter 427, New Mission. Transmigrated as a ghost. Entering into the top floor of the tower, Marcus saw Lyra, Merrick, and Teja waiting for him. Immediately he noticed the expectant and hopeful looks on their faces that were similar to a pet owner trying to show off a cool trick their pet could do for their friends. Jadzia said that there was something important to discuss. "I assume this is not about transporting more goods," Marcus said, wondering what he was about to be asked to do. "Here, sit down, we have a lot to talk about," Lyra said as she pulled out the chair next to her and beckoned Marcus to sit down. Cautiously, Marcus took a seat and waited for the situation to be explained to him. "I would once again like to thank you for your cooperation. Your aid has been invaluable and allowed us to make a larger impact than we imagined possible in such a short amount of time. However, your specific skill set is needed for a special mission," Teja said to Marcus. She then looked to Lyra to explain it to Marcus, and she told him about Sky Citadel and all of the rebels along with other potential allies that were being held there. Brining his hand up to his chin, Marcus began contemplating the situation, doing his best to think it through. There is a high chance this could be a trap. I do not know anything about this Argus, but even though Merrick seems to trust him, there is a possibility he could be a plant. As soon we break him out, he could turn on us. Still, even though it sounded dangerous, Marcus could not deny the fact that increasing the overall fighting strength of the rebellion was of the utmost importance. Right now, they simply could not openly fight the kingdom's armies, and had been whittling them down slowly, but the majority of the strongest fighters still remained. At this rate, the king might start taking drastic action and begin burning sites to the ground if the people kept fighting against him. Then there is also this Tyval character. Apparently, he is the strongest mage in the kingdom, and he is even more dangerous than Sibur. I am not sure how I am going to deal with him. Wanting to know more about these two integral characters, Marcus asked Teja and Merrick everything he could about them. Yes, Argus and I were pretty close. I even asked him to come with me when I left, but he said he wanted to see if the kingdom could still recover before taking such drastic action. His grandparents were also among some of the nobles that were executed, so I am sure he holds at least a bit of a grudge. Now that he had been imprisoned, I believe it likely that he will join us, Merrick said with confidence in his voice and on his face. As for his level, he is level 77, one higher than I am. I can tell you that his strength is the real deal, and with him, even Sibur would have to think twice about fighting the two of us together. Merrick then told Marcus everything he knew about Argus' fighting style, and what skills he had. After hearing this, Marcus nodded his head and agreed that having him on their side would be a major boon. However, the biggest variable in this plan was still Tyval, and when Marcus asked about him, he was surprised that it was Teja that answered instead of Merrick. She began telling Marcus pretty much every skill that he had, his personality, what types of items he kept on himself, and plenty of other details that were beyond what Marcus expected. Yet after hearing everything about Tyval, Marcus realized that while the man was absurdly dangerous, he matched up horribly against himself. His only magics are death and darkness, and he is not skilled in close combat. He simply does not have much of a way to hurt me. Though being level 75, I doubt I could do much back to him. Yet Marcus wondered how Teja had such detailed information on Tyval, and when he asked her, she frowned and said, "He is my twin brother. We used to be inseparable, but I suppose in the end our differences were bound to tear us apart." As Teja said this, Marcus could see that she was visibly upset about whatever had happened with her and her brother, but he needed to know more about him if he was to agree to this plan. "I understand that you still care about your brother, but I need you to tell me everything about him if you want me to attempt this plan." Sighing, Teja took a moment to steel herself and said, "I suppose that you have told us about yourself, so it is only right I do the same. Tyval and I were both born with powerful blessings that are opposites of each other. I have the blessing of pacifism, and he has the blessing of ferocity. I am sure you can glean what they do from their names. Though that is not all we received together, and each of us was born with the same unique skill called linked experience. The two of us share any experience points that we gain and always have the same level. Our powers are also opposites. I cannot learn any offense skills or magics specializing in harming others, while he cannot learn any defensive skills or those that help others. Though that does not mean we do not have our ways around this." Teja then told Marcus about Tyval's fighting style and what to look out for against him. Once Teja had told Marcus everything about the current warden of the Sky Citadel, he came to a decision. "Fine, I will do it. I cannot guarantee that I will be successful, but I can try," Marcus said, agreeing to what most would consider a suicide mission. Of course, he never would have even entertained the idea if not for his deny destruction unique skill, but for the possible gains they could make it was worth the risk. Smiling, Merrick was obviously pleased with Marcus' answer, and the four of them began planning exactly what they were going to do next. "Very well, I will get to work on everything in 6 hours. Until then I want to relax, so unless the base gets attacked, please do not disturb me," Marcus said after they had finished coming up with the plan to break in and out of the Sky Citadel. After that he went back to his room and crashed. His mind was still a bit worn out after flying around non-stop for 2 months, and for what was to come next, he knew he needed to be as sharp as possible. Luckily, this time he was able to get the rest that he wanted, and after having shut down for 6 hours he felt refreshed and back up to his peak capacity. Time to get to work, Marcus thought as he woke up. Yet as he exited his tent, he found an unexpected guest waiting for him. "Did you need something from me, Teja?" Chapter 428, Preparing for the Operation. Transmigrated as a ghost. Nodding her head, Teja said, "Yes, I do. Now let us go inside before we attract any attention." Not waiting for Marcus' response, Teja walked into his room and waited for him to come back in so that they could talk. Shrugging his shoulders, Marcus followed behind and closed the door, interested in hearing what the rebel army's number 2 wanted to discuss with him. So, what did you need from me? Marcus said in a relaxed manner. And in return Teja flicked a golden token towards him. Catching it, Marcus immediately felt that it was a powerful magic item and could tell that it was made with a very complicated magic formation. Marcus then saw Teja pull out another identical token, and said, "These are a pair of portal tokens. I know that Merrick wants me to stay out of the operation to break into the prison, but I cannot just leave my brother alone. I am afraid that either he will be killed or that he will kill many people. But I have a way to suppress and seal him, so that he can be taken alive. I would ask that when you face him that you use that token to bring me to him." Looking at Teja, Marcus could see the desperation on her normally cool exterior. Her eyes were pleading with him to go along with her selfish request to save her brother, who was one of their greatest enemies. "Very well, I will use it when I can. But from what you and Merrick told me, the entire building is protected by a formation that prevents spatial fluctuations to prevent anyone from warping in or out. So, it may be difficult for me to accomplish. I know, but part of the plan is to destroy the mana furnace powering the building anyway. Once that is done, make sure to summon me when you can. I know you said that you had a way to deal with my brother, but I came to warn you not to underestimate him. In terms of destructive power, he far outclasses even Sibir." After saying that last warning, Teja left Marcus' room, hoping that he would keep his word and summon her to his side when he fought her brother. "Well, if the opportunity presents itself, I will do as she asked," Marcus thought as he looked at the portal token before placing it in his item box. With that done, Marcus once again exited his room, and headed to the forge that had been built in the rebels' base. His first order of business was to make weapons and armor for the high-level prisoners that he was about to liberate. They really came through, Marcus thought as he walked into workroom that had been prepared for him. There, he saw stacked neatly, were around 50 ingots of adamantine. This was everything that the rebels had on them and could procure for Marcus to use. "It is too bad I cannot keep it all for myself, but maybe I can ask for some as payment for my services." With a greedy look in his eyes, Marcus began inspecting the adamantine, hitting it a couple of times and listening to the sound it made, then picking it up and thoroughly looking it over. They are good, but there are still a few impurities in each one. These definitely did not come out of a dungeon, but I suppose that they do have 3 mines in this kingdom, so that is where these probably came from. Picking up the first ingot, Marcus got right to work on making a suit of armor. There were apparently 5 great knights currently being detained on suspicions of whatever bullcrap crime the kingdom could come up with to prevent them from possibly joining the rebels or deserting. So, Marcus was now making new sets of armor and weapons for each of them after getting the specifications from Merrick. Okay, 2 sets of light armor, and 3 sets of heavy. After looking over the guide he had been given, Marcus got to work on the 2 sets of light armor first. He had more experience making this type and wanted to work up to the 3 sets of full plate. Getting right to it, Marcus heated up the adamantine ingots and began hammering away. He quickly got invested in the work and fell almost into a trance as he entered the zone, knocking out one suit of armor after the other, until before he knew it, 4 days had passed, and he had completed all 5 sets. Wiping the soot off of his forehead, Marcus looked at his work with a smile, happy with what he had produced. "I did not get the system's approval for any of them, but I suppose that is to be expected since this is only my 2nd time working with it." Of course, Marcus may have been able to make each one top tier, if he had once again literally put a piece of himself in them, but he no intention of lowering his spirit stat right now and making soul-bound armor he was going to be giving away. With the 5 sets of armor done, Marcus sat down and took a break. He had been working pretty hard, only stopping to replenish his mana during the entire process of making the armor. Still, he had more to get done, so after taking a 30-minute nap, he got back up and began working on the weapons. Each of the great knights currently incarcerated used different weapons, and Marcus was making a couple of them for the first time. "I do not know why this guy fights with a giant rip saw, but whatever." Starting with the weirdest weapons and working his way towards the more normal ones, Marcus once again did his best, making each of the weapons to the specifications he had been given so that they would best suit their wielders. It was difficult work, and Marcus found that making the rip saw was harder than he thought it would be, having to melt it down multiple times and start again. Eventually though, he had all of the weapons completed and was very proud of his work. Certainly, it had not been easy, but it gave him another chance to work with adamantine and get more accustomed to the powerful sturdy metal. "Time to go and find out what has happened while I was working." Exiting his workspace, Marcus received concerned glances from the rebel forge masters, who had seen him go in and not come out for a week. He had never left once, not to eat, sleep, or even use the toilet. Of course, Marcus had no need for any of these actions and was actually incapable of the last one, but none of these people knew that. Though Marcus paid them little mind and quickly made his way to the tower where the rebels' leaders normally were. Lyra, are you around? I finished up the armor and weapons. Marcus sent out via telepathy. Then a few moments later he received a response from her that was full of surprise. You are done already. I thought that it would take you at least another 2 weeks to finish. Yeah, I just finished. I can work without much of a break, so it is done earlier than most could accomplish. Now where are you right now? It is time that we move on to the next phase. Chapter 429, Commence the operation. Transmigrated as a ghost. Meeting back up with Lyra, the two of them contacted Merrick and Teja, telling them that Marcus had finished making the adamantine equipment for the Great Knights. Naturally, both of them were surprised to hear this, expecting Marcus to have needed a bit longer to finish. Still, they were quite happy that they could begin soon and said that they would contact all of the other captains and have them return as fast as possible so that they could begin the prison break. It will take at least 3 days for everyone to return. Until then the two of you are free to do as you wish. Merrick said over the sending stone before cutting of the connection. Well, looks like we have some time to relax, so I am going to take a nap, and then go out to play with Roxine. What are you going to do? Marcus said to Lyra. Sighing she said, I know that the chief said I could do as I pleased, but I do have work that I should do. I am one of the leaders here, so I cannot be seen slacking off. After that Lyra began walking back towards the Mithril Tower, but before she left Marcus called out to her and said, if you change your mind, you know where to find me. Remember, you are allowed to have some fun, and do not have to push yourself too hard. Hearing this, Lyra stopped for a moment but quickly caught herself and began moving forward once again. Shrugging his shoulders, Marcus could not force his friend to take a break, so he went back to his room and jumped onto his bed, quickly shut his mind off going to sleep. Sleeping for around 4 hours, Marcus felt back up to peak condition after having rested his mind. Roxine, are you ready to go out? Marcus said to his companion. And in response he received a resounding yes, as Roxine had begun to feel quite cooped up. However, as he exited his room, he found that Lyra was waiting for him. Oh, did something important happen? Marcus said teasingly. Of course, he could tell she was not here on business, since she was actually wearing casual clothing instead of her usual uniform. No, nothing has happened. I have decided to take you up on your offer. So where are we going? Smiling, Marcus told her that he was going fishing in a large lake he had found, since the last time he got interrupted. Looking down at the ground a bit guiltily, Lyra knew that it was partially her fault that Marcus' last fishing experience was cut short. Hey, no need to worry. It is all fine now, so let us get going. Then, not waiting for Lyra to respond, Marcus began walking towards one of the base's exits. The two of them then flew to the destination Marcus had found and enjoyed a relaxing break at the lake. They indulged in activities such as fishing and swimming, just having a good time and forgetting about the war for a couple of days. Though their relaxed fun was short-lived, as Roxine challenged the master of the lake, which was a massive snake that spat out poisonous water. By some miracle she managed to beat the beast that was level 45, but in turn the other beasts and monster in the lake whipped up into a frenzy as they all vied for the open top spot. So, their relaxing time turned into a no-holds-bar battle, where they began blowing away creature after creature until the lake had become filled with chunks of viscera and no longer resembled the tranquil scene it used to. I do not think I want to go swimming anymore, Lyra said, looking out at the lake that was dyed red on the surface. Yeah, and I doubt that there is anything that will be biting anymore, Marcus said as he looked at Roxine, who was scratching her ear as if she had not just caused a rampage. Oh, don't look at me that way. The two of you looked like you were having fun while blasting away those creatures as well. Anyway, I managed to level up twice, and the girl leveled up to 55. Sitting around peacefully gets boring after a while, so I was just spicing things up. Shaking their heads, both Marcus and Lyra knew that trying to reason with Roxine right now was not going to get them anywhere. We need to get back to the base anyway. The others will be arriving tomorrow, and we need to be ready, Lyra said, pulling their focus back to the upcoming operation. Yeah, you are right. Let us head back, Marcus said before transforming into a Caladrius. The three of them then made it back to the base and waited for the next day to come, when all of the rebel captains would assemble to prepare for the prison break. However, when the meeting began, one of the seats was empty, and when Merrick arrived he had a somber expression on his face. Seeing this, everyone realized that something was wrong, and as soon as he sat down, he said, I am sure that all of you have noticed that Larks is not here. It pains me to say, but just an hour ago I received confirmation that he is dead along with his entire squad. They were met with an ambush from Armand and there was nothing they could do. I am sure that many of you would like to hold a memorial for him, but right now we have to focus on our goals. After saying that, Merrick gave everyone a few moments to process what they had just learned. Many of the other captains had been friends with Larks, so his lose was pretty devastating. But they were fighting a war, and there was no way everyone was going to get out alive. They all knew this, of course, but it still did not make the deaths any easier to digest. Now we all must get ready for our assault on the Sky Citadel. This going to be a two-pronged plan, and if all goes well, we may be able to double our military strength. Merrick then went over the details of the plan, telling everyone about how Marcus would infiltrate the prison and begin freeing the prisoners while causing a riot to sow confusion. During that time, he would also destroy the mana furnaces that powered the prison, which would allow a strike force from the rebels to attack from the outside. It certainly sounds good on paper, but it is not like Tyval, and the other guards are going to stay quiet. There is a good chance that everyone who escapes might just be killed, along with Jed here. Francis said, voicing his concerns. Yes, you are right, I might end up getting killed, and all of the escaped prisoners could either die or be recaptured. But your chief thinks that it could work, and I believe that I can do it. The risks are worth the rewards, Marcus said, letting everyone know his stance. He was taking the majority of the risk in this operation, so if he was on board, how could others shy away? If he failed, it would likely just be him dying and maybe some of the prisoners, and the rest of the rebels could simply leave without engaging. Sitting back in his chair, Francis was now satisfied after having made his point, and was willing to go along with whatever Merrick was planning. Well, if we are all in agreement, it is time to commence the operation to free the prisoners of the Sky Citadel. Chapter 430, Loaded Up. Transmigrated as a ghost. As soon as the meeting finished up, and everyone was set on the plan to break everyone out of the Sky Citadel, each of the participating captains went off to gather the respective members from their teams. This was going to be a large operation, and a powerful force was going to be necessary even if Marcus was successful in sowing chaos within the prison. Unfortunately, the location of the citadel being high up in the mountains made it impossible for a large, concentrated force to attack, so a strike team of only a few hundred was being assembled. Still, the men and women that were being gathered were some of the strongest in the rebellion, and none were below level 40. Quickly all the preparation were well underway, and Marcus especially was loaded up with all manner of items to help him in his mission. Not only did he have the 5 sets of armor and weapons for the Great Knights, but Teja had given him staffs and robes for the elite mages, and for the other prisoners, he had a cache of mithril weapons to hand out. Here, take this as well. In the worst case scenario, this should disrupt any magic formations within 30 feet for around 5 minutes. If you cannot free Argus any other way, this should be effective, but I would ask that you not use it unless absolutely necessary. I only have the one, and replacing it would be near impossible, since I would need the brainstem of a powerful and rare monster called a Balbala that can disrupt magic. Taking the magic device that looked like a grenade, Marcus stored it into his item box with a greedy expression in his eyes. This was quite the item, and he was thinking that he might try to keep it if he did not use it. Naturally, Teja saw this, but she disregarded it and handed Marcus a dozen items that looked like beads. These are spell absorbers. They can absorb the power of most spells they come into contact to, but do not expect them to work fully on anything above tier 5. After that, one will only diminish a spell's power, and I imagine it would take at least 5 to stop a tier 6 spell. And even if you used all of them, they might have difficulty stopping a tier 7 spell. As for a tier 8 spell, well, hopefully my brother will not even think about using such dangerous magic inside a building. Teja then took out a number of talismans that she had created and sealed spells within. However, as she pulled out the last one that was golden in color, she hesitated to hand it over to Marcus. This one holds the tier 9 healing magic spell, Miracle of Life. In truth, this is the most valuable item that I have, and I am reluctant to hand it over. However, I believe that it will be best if you have it. This spell can heal any and everyone within your view completely, and even bring them back to life as long as they have not been dead more than a minute. Hearing this, Marcus' eyes went wide. He had to this point not heard anything about magic that could bring people back from the dead. But as he thought about it more, he actually had a similar ability in his unique skill, Deny Destruction, and the blade-armed demon had also restored itself completely after dying. Though this also brought up another question to Marcus' mind. Teja said that she had made all of these talismans, which meant that she should be able to cast this spell as well. And when Marcus asked her about this, she nodded her head and said, "Yes, I can cast this spell, but it takes all of my mana and leaves me in a weakened state for a week. This spell would normally be beyond me, but my blessing allows me to jump above the normal limits that most would experience for healing and sacred magic. Currently my healing magic is at level 9 and my sacred magic is at level 8. I see," Marcus said, a bit taken aback by the power that Teja had. Still, he was also similar with iron, darkness, and light magic, being able to get his skill levels up higher easier than most thanks to his blessings. But this made him realize something else. Does Tyval have a level 9 magic skill as well? As she hesitated for a moment, Marcus could see that Teja did not want to tell him. Under his probing stare though, Teja knew she could not lie and said, "Yes, his death magic is at level 9, and he has a similarly powerful spell. I did not tell you because I was afraid that you would back out of the mission. I truly want to save my brother, and this is my best chance to do so. Seeing Teja, who was normally collected, acting so desperate, Marcus could definitely understand her feelings. If Lilia or Mrzivy suddenly ended up on an opposing side to him, he would want to do everything in his power to make sure they did not die, even if it meant tying them up and dragging them back to their senses. Well, it should be fine. Remember, I am not a humanoid, but a spirit. Death magic should not really work on me, and I have a natural resistance to dark magic, so everything should work out. Marcus said confidently. Of course, he was not 100% certain death magic would not work against him, but since he was technically undead, he felt there was a good chance it would be ineffective. As for darkness magic, there he had no worry thanks to his ruler of darkness race ability that made him immune to any form of darkness unless it came from another ruler. I suppose that I know little about spirits. If you truly believe that you will be okay, then I want to thank you in advance for going along with my selfish requests, Teja said, bowing her head. Waving his hand, Marcus motioned for her to raise her head and said, "Hey, I am doing all of this to help a friend. So, you wanting to protect your brother is not much different. Anyway, I doubt I could kill him anyway, so you sealing him is probably the best bet we have. Plus, you are giving me all of these cool and powerful items. This is the least I can do to repay you." You mean borrow? Any that you do not use I want back," Teja said with a worried look on her face. "Oh, would you look at the time? I need to go and meet up with Lyra and Merrick. See you around." Marcus then disappeared, going into his ghost form and floating away. It was at this moment that Teja realized that she would likely not be getting back any of the items she was letting Marcus use. Still, she could only sigh and brush it off. It will all be worth it as long as I can make sure my brother survives. Chapter 431, Infiltration. Transmigrated as a ghost. So that is the Sky Citadel. Looking up at the peak of the tallest mountain within the kingdom of Trelenztine, Marcus stared in awe and apprehension at the prison he was about to infiltrate. Even from the great distance he was away from the place, he could see it fairly clearly thanks to his enhanced vision and the imposing size of the building. There was no doubt that its security was top-notch, with it not only being located in a nearly impossible location to attack, but also the manpower and magic protecting it. Still, Marcus had said he would get the job done, and he planned on making sure that everything went well. "We are almost to our destination, just stay strong for a bit longer," Merrick said to the group with telepathy. They were all currently marching through a snowstorm, and the already difficult terrain had been made worse. At the very least though, not one of the fighters that had been brought along were below level 40, so they were able to continue on thanks to their high stats. Eventually they made it to the area where the group would be setting up camp, which was on a large ledge that was near the top of one of the mountains. This spot had been chosen due to its size and relative proximity to the Sky Citadel. Of course, it was far enough away to avoid detection and was located behind another mountain that blocked it from view of the prison. Prepare to set up camp, but make sure to use as little magic as possible. We do not want to take any chances that we might be detected, Merrick told everyone once they had arrived. Quickly the elite solders of the rebellion began digging into the snow that was many feet deep, so that they could set up their tents inside. Then once that was done, they attached white tarps that blended into with the snowy mountains above them so that the camp would not be spotted from above. During this time not a single soul spoke, as all communication was now being handled by those with the telepathy skill. They were taking the utmost caution to not be discovered, and thus far everything was seeming to go well. "Jed, could you come see me? There is something I wish to discuss with you." Receiving Marek's message, Marcus sent back a reply, and said that he would be there in just a second. Opening up Marek's tent and walking in, Marcus could see that he was looking at some type of spherical magic device that he had been using periodically since they started the journey to the Sky Citadel. "Take a seat, I want to ask your opinion on a certain matter." Nodding his head, Marcus did as he was asked and sat down, waiting for Merrick to tell him about what was going on. "I am sure that you noticed that I have been using this magic tool for some time now. It is a magic device that lets me see what the weather is going to be in the near future. Well, more precisely it just predicts it, but most of the time it is accurate. And unfortunately, the weather is not going to be on our side." After saying that, Merrick passed the magic device over to Marcus. Looking at the tool he saw that it looked like a weather map from a news report back on Earth. He is right, this is not good, Marcus thought, seeing the upcoming weather. They had planned on beginning the infiltration tomorrow night, but it appeared that a massive blizzard that was far worse than the little storm going on right now would be coming in the afternoon and would persist for multiple days. This would certainly make it difficult for them to both attack and escape the Sky Citadel, as the blizzard would cut visibility, and just generally be difficult to move in even for people at higher levels. "Now since you are the key player in this mission, I wanted your input. Do you think we should move up the operation and attempt it tonight, or try and wait out the storm?" Contemplating this issue, Marcus could see merits to both. Right now, everyone was relatively tired from traveling for a couple of weeks through the mountains. but having to fight through a blizzard would likely not be very restful and could dampen morale. However, they certainly would have more time to complete the mission if they waited. Otherwise, there was the possibility they could get caught in the blizzard before finishing up the prison break. Still, as he thought about it more, one option just made more sense. We should start tonight. I understand it will not give us much to recover or prepare, but I believe that it will be for the best. The blizzard will help to delay any sort of reinforcements from the kingdom, and it will help cover our tracks as we escape. Also, everyone is raring to go right now, but after weeks of waiting out a storm, motivation will begin to wane. Nodding his head, Merrick agreed with Marcus' points and said, "Very well then, we shall get started tonight. I will inform the rest of the troops. You should spend the rest of the time until night to rest and prepare." With his discussion with Merrick done, Marcus did just as he suggested and went back to his tent and laid down. Yet he did not sleep, but instead began running different outcomes through his mind and made sure that he thought of contingency plans for when things went wrong. There was an old saying that no plan survives first contact with the enemy, and Marcus was pretty sure that this was going to be applicable here. Still, as long as he was flexible and was ready to adapt, he felt he could get through this ordeal successfully. Quickly time passed by, and the day turned to night, signaling the start of Marcus' solo infiltration mission into the second most secure facility in Treylenstein, being only inferior to the royal castle. "I am heading out now. I will send you a signal as soon as the formations are shut down," Marcus said to Merrick. "Just remember that you only have 3 hours. If I have not heard from you by then, I will be ending the operation and we will retreat. Now good luck. Everyone here wants this to be a success, so do everything you can." After receiving Marek's last words of encouragement, Marcus went into his ghost form and began cautiously floating towards the Sky Citadel. He made sure to stay out of sight even though he was currently invisible and ethereal, having phased his body into the snow, and only having his head popping out so that he could see. Soon, he made it to the side of the mountain where the Sky Citadel was located and went inside it. Normally he did not like going into completely solid objects, since he could easily get disoriented, but this time he was taking the utmost caution. Slowly he began to rise until he once again found his head poking into open space, and he had now made it inside the prison. Chapter 432, Argus. Transmigrated as a ghost. Poking his head out of the ground, Marcus took a quick scan of his surroundings and found that he had appeared in a large dining room. Luckily it appeared to be empty right now and was completely devoid of any signs of life. This must be where the guards take their meals. Remembering the rough map that he had been shown by Merrick, Marcus began trying to plan out the route he would need to take to find the high-security cells. It should be to the west, and down below in the recesses of the prison. Let's just hope that Marek's intel is correct, and Argus is not being kept somewhere else. Moving quickly since he was on a time crunch, Marcus made his way through the prison only having his head exposed so that he could see. Along the way he passed by a few roaming guards that were always at least in sets of 4, and whenever he did, he made sure to duck his head under just in case. And while he did not dare use his appraisal skill on any of these men, he guessed by the way they walked and the equipment they carried that none of them were below level 25. Even their run-of-the-mill guards are at a beginner knight's level. This place definitely has some tight security. Still, these grunts were not any threat to Marcus, and as he continued, he only passed by one stronger-looking guard he figured would be around level 50 since he was decked out in full adamantine gear. Soon he made it into the area where he was expecting to find the strongest prisoners, and while he did confirm the presence of 4 of the Great Knights along with 3 elite mages, Argus was nowhere to be found. Damn, looks like they have him stored somewhere else. Unable to locate anyone remotely matching the description of Argus, Marcus began to feel a bit of panic since it meant that the mission might fail. His window to succeed was getting smaller and smaller, and if he was not able to find Argus within an hour, it was unlikely he would have any chance of success. He has to be around here somewhere. Taking off, Marcus moved around far less cautiously and began exploring different areas of the prison, phasing through the walls and floors all over the place in search of Argus. However, it seemed that he was not going to be able to find the primary target for this rescue operation, as he quickly searched through the majority of the Sky Citadel. Except right before Marcus was going to give up on finding Argus and go with Plan B, he miraculously stumbled upon a hidden elevator shaft that led deeper into the ground. Following it down, Marcus soon found himself in a large room that was completely isolated from the rest of the prison. There he is. Looking into the soul cell in the large room, Marcus saw his quarry, sitting at a table drinking a cup of tea. It looked like he was being treated quite well for being a prisoner, something Marcus had noticed about the other Great Knights as well. In fact, other than the adamantine chains that were affixed around his arms and legs, it would be difficult to believe that Argus was imprisoned here. His room was well furnished, and it appeared that he had been provided with plenty to eat and drink along with a few dozen books for entertainment. I suppose that since they are still hoping he will take up his position again after the war, they want to cause as little resentment as possible. After looking around the room for a bit, Marcus found no signs of a hidden guard, and it seemed that he was completely alone in here with Argus. Yet as he approached the cell that Argus was confined in, for the first time his danger sense started going off like crazy. Stopping in his tracks, Marcus wondered what was so threatening, and as he opened up his senses, he noticed that what appeared to just be an adamantine cell actually had a barrier around it as well. Damn, they put up a really powerful barrier that can even affect entangle creatures. I guess I might have to use that disruptor that Tisha gave me. Looking around, Marcus tried to see if he could find a way to slip by the barrier or maybe shut it down, but to no avail. But as he was about to give up, he had an idea and slipped into the ground. He then floated over to the center of the cell, making sure that he calculated the exact place he would end up. Here goes nothing. Floating back up, Marcus was waiting for his danger sense to go off, but it never did, and he soon found himself poking up into the cell. Seeing this, he could only let out a victory laugh, since the barrier around the cell had such a design flaw. What was the point of putting up such a barrier if it does not extend into the ground? Marcus thought. Still, he was not going to complain about having an easy way in, and now that he was in the cell, he looked towards Argus, who seemed to have noticed his presence. Of course, for Argus it was more of just a feeling like he was being watched, and he could not pinpoint where it was coming from and quickly brushed it off as paranoia. That was until he heard inside his head, "You are the third-ranked Great Knight Argus, correct?" Dropping his cup of tea and book, Argus went into a battle stance, though he was still restricted heavily by the shackles around his legs and hands. He quickly began scanning the surroundings, trying to find the source of the voice, but he could not sense any sort of presence. "Whoa, no need to be so guarded. Try and remain calm, I am here to help you." Raising an eyebrow, Argus, while calming down a bit, did not lower his guard and said, "What do you mean help me? And how are you talking to me? This cell should be blocking any sort of outside combination. To answer your first question, Marek Laska sent me to break you out. He said that the two of you were close, and he wants to help you out now that you have been unjustly imprisoned. And for your second question, it is because I am in the cell with you. If you can use spiritual energy, you should be able to see me." After Marcus said this, Argus took a few moments to think before reaching back out with his mind and saying, "Unfortunately, I cannot use spiritual energy right now. These binding around my hands and legs drain both my mana and spiritual energy. I am being used as a furnace to power the barrier that keeps me contained. Now, if you were really sent by Marek, prove it. Surely, he told you something so that I could guarantee that you are working for him." Chapter 433, Let the Chaos Begin. Transmigrated as a ghost. Being questioned by Argus, Marcus could definitely understand his cautiousness in this situation. Luckily, Marek had already informed him about Argus' wary nature and had told him what to say. "I hope to never see another chestnut again." As soon as Marcus said this, Argus' eyes went wide, remembering the time that both he and Marek had fought a giant organism that was made up of hundreds of trees and launched large exploding chestnuts at each of them. It had been one of their first missions together, and once it was completed, those were the words Marek had said, and it became a kind of inside joke for them. Smiling and chuckling to himself, Argus responded saying, "Yes, that is something that only Marek would have someone say to me." With Argus now believing that Marcus was sent by Marek, his guarded nature seemed to relax a bit and he sat back down and said, "So what exactly are you? How were you able to get past the security in this place and find me?" Taken aback by this, Marcus became a bit guarded himself. While he trusted Marek to a degree, and it seemed that Argus was not showing any hostility, he had not written off that this could still all be an elaborate trap. "Unfortunately, I am not willing to tell you that at this time. I am not 100% sure I can trust you and that information will not be relevant to your escape." Shrugging his shoulders, Argus gave up on questioning Marcus and said, "Fine, I get it. Now how are you planning on getting me out of this place?" Moving on, Argus did not care enough to question Marcus further, since he had already confirmed that Marek had sent him. And seeing that Argus was ready to get down to business, Marcus began telling him the plan on how he would break Argus out and then progressively free more and more prisoners to create chaos. After that, he told Argus that they needed to take care of the mana furnaces powering the prison, so that the nearby strike team could attack from the outside. However, Marcus gave Argus false information about the location of the rebel team just in case. That way, if a bunch of the kingdom's solders popped up and went to the false area, they would know that Argus was indeed a plant. "Now the first order of business is getting you out of here. Do you know if there is any way I can deactivate the formations around here and take the restraints off you?" Unfortunately, Argus told Marcus that the only two people in the entire prison that could get into this room, and they were the warden and vice warden. It was also them who held the only keys to unlock his shackles and knew the code to deactivate the barrier and open the cell. "If I freed you from those bindings, do you think that you can bust out of here through force?" Marcus asked to Argus. Argus then took a moment to look at the bars and barrier that were keeping him restrained. It would be impossible without a good weapon to channel and enhance my powers. As soon as I am released from these shackles, the formations will switch over to using power from the prison's furnaces. Also, I am pretty sure that an alarm will go off and it would not take long for Tyval to arrive. I am strong, but that guy's magic is difficult to deal with, and in a fight to the death I would lose. However, while Argus could not see it, Marcus smiled and said, "You do not need to worry about Tyval. Teja gave me some ways to deal with him. And, if you did have a good weapon and even armor to strengthen yourself, you could break out of here." Marcus then explained to Argus that he had a perfect weapon and set of armor made out of adamantine ready for him. I am used to my Amethros Warhammer, but if it is a high-quality adamantine one, I should be able to break out with a few dozen blows. But how exactly are you planning on getting me out of these shackles? Argus asked while holding out his hands and showing off the adamantine monocles that were binding him. Well, I thought of a way, but I am not sure that you are going to like it. As Marcus told Argus about his plan to separate him from his shackles, his eyes went wide and sweat visibly began running down his face. What Marcus wanted him to do was going to be very painful and exhausting. Is there really no other way? Argus asked, hoping not to have to resort to the method Marcus had come up with. Of course, Marcus could have just used the device that Teja gave him to disrupted all of the formations and make it much easier for Argus to escape, but he wanted to save it if he could. Nope, it is all I can think of. There is just no way I could safely get the keys off the warden or vice warden. Marcus said, blatantly lying about not having another way. Sighing, Argus agreed to Marcus' proposal even though he really wished not to have to do this. Still, after being locked up for a few weeks, the novelty of being trapped in a small room and being permanently chained to a wall wore off pretty quickly. He had been hoping that the kingdom could fix itself back up, but when Sibir along with the second-ranked Great Knight had told him he was being investigated for a bullcrap crime, he knew things had gone too far. Okay, just make it quick and be ready. The second you free me, the entire prison is going to go into high alert, and it will not be long before Tyval shows up personally. Got it. Just give me a minute to get everything ready, and when it is time, I will give you a countdown. While still ethereal, Marcus opened up one of the magic bags he had on him, and began emptying the surplus weapons he had into it. Luckily, he was able to do this since anything non-living on his person became ethereal with him and would stay that way as long as it was still connected to him. He did this so that he could hand these bags over to Argus, and he could also distribute weapons to escaped prisoners, since Marcus felt that his hands might be full dealing with Tyval. I am ready. Now prepare yourself, I am going to begin in 5 seconds. Gritting his teeth and bracing himself, Argus got ready for Marcus to free him. And after the 5 seconds were over, he saw a top-tier adamantine scythe appear out of nowhere and swiftly cut off his hands and lower legs, separating him from his bindings. Immediately an alarm began blaring, signaling that Argus had escaped, but neither of them paid it much mind. Argus himself was in quite a bit of pain, and Marcus moved quickly, not wasting a moment, and pulled out one of the talismans that Teja had given him, using it to cast the regeneration spell on Argus. Along with that, he used his own spirit healing power to restore Argus even faster. Marcus then dropped Argus his new adamantine hammer and armor, along with a few magic bags, and said, "Let the chaos begin." Chapter 434, The Most Annoying Insect. Transmigrated as a ghost. As soon as Argus had all of his limbs recovered, he picked up the adamantine pendant and war hammer that had seemingly appeared out of thin air. He then quickly deployed the armor that was sealed within the pendant and struck with all his might against the bars and barrier that were keeping him contained. Smashing strike. As Argus hit the adamantine bars that were confining him, they shook violently, and ever so slightly bent under the full weight of his attack. However, after his first blow, Argus knew he was going to have to hit much harder if he wanted to escape from his prison. Behemoth aspect. Activating one of his unique skills, Argus began to grow in size, and surprisingly along with him so did his hammer. Bang! Hitting against the cell once again, this time with a deafening sound, the barrier began to crack, and the bars bent much further than before. Argus began swinging his hammer around in a flurry, smashing against the bars over and over again. Unfortunately, before he could fully destroy the cell, a figure wearing a long black cloak and holding a wicked-looking grimoire teleported into the room with a very displeased expression on his face. How the hell did he get free, and where did he get that weapon and set of armor from? Tyval thought as soon as he saw what Argus was doing. Argus, stop this foolishness. I do not wish to have to hurt you, but if you keep this up, I am going to have to. Tyval said, hoping that his presence here would force Argus to submit. But to his surprise, Argus did not slow down and kept hammering away, slowly breaking through his cell. Seeing this, Tyval just sighed, and magical energies began to swell around him as he prepared to cast a powerful spell to bring Argus down. Except right before he was going to cast his spell, His danger sense went off, and as he turned to his left, he saw a silver talisman appear in the air and unleash a spell. Quickly a glowing sphere encapsulated Tyval, as Marcus had used one of the spell-sealing talismans that Teja had given him, and unleashed the Tier 7 sacred magic spell, Sanctified Imprisonment. And not a moment too soon, as Argus broke out of his cell, and had Tyval been unhindered, it is likely he would have been hit with a powerful spell. Appearing for the first time, Marcus stood in front of Argus and said, "Hurry up and go to free the others. I will keep Tyval busy here while you cause chaos and destroy the mana furnaces powering this place." Nodding his head quickly in conformation, Argus did not waste a moment and smashed through the ceiling, wanting to get away from Tyval, who was the only real threat to him, as fast as possible. Crack! Not but an instant after Argus exited the room, the spell that was confining Tyval began to break, and a very ominous aura of darkness began leaking out. Quickly the sanctified imprisonment shattered under Tyval's power, and he looked at Marcus, who was standing there with a relaxed posture, with hatred in his eyes. "I see, you must be the rebel insect that managed to infiltrate my Sky Citadel. It appears that my sister gave you some toys to try and deal with me, but do not expect them to save you again. Now I will deal with you quickly and recapture Argus." Tyval casually flicked his hand towards Marcus and unleashed a very powerful darkness drill spell that far outmatched Marcus' own. But it was not like Marcus had to try and fight back with the same spell and activated his embodiment of light before unleashing a heightened quasar blast. The powerful Tier 6 light magic spell quickly engulfed the entire room and overpowered Tyval's darkness drill. Surprise was written all over Tyval's face as the blast of light began approaching him, and a resounding explosion rocked the entire prison. Boom! As his quasar blast expanded, it began bursting through the area, and first destroyed the hidden room Argus had been held in before moving into the prison proper. It was a devastating attack that left a scar through the building, but due to its magical reinforcements the overall damage was not too devastating. And using his distraction to the fullest, Marcus took this time to move away and floated back up into the main prison area before becoming solid again. "Yeah, I figured even that would not do any damage." Looking down into the massive crater he had just created, Marcus could see that surrounding Tyval were a series of darkness blades that were rotating all around him like a chainsaw. Certainly, Tyval may not have been high on defensive abilities, but that did not mean he could not rip through any attack that came his way. "You were right. To you I may just be an insect, but I promise that I will be the most annoying insect you have ever dealt with." Marcus yelled down to Tyval to get his attention and anger him further. Unfortunately, his provocation may have worked a little too well, as Tyval warped right up in front of Marcus and hit him with the Tier 6 darkness magic spell Rending Void. However, unlike when Marcus used this spell, Tyval's control over it was impeccable, and the powerful spell that normally destroyed large areas was completely concentrated on Marcus. Nope. With a single wave of his hand, Marcus completely dispelled the darkness magic spell that Tyval had cast on him, exerting his dominance as a ruler of darkness. Seeing this, Tyval was dumbfounded as to how Marcus had not only survived but come out unscathed from his Tier 6 spell. Marcus, not wasting this moment, jumped back, creating some distance from Tyval. Of course, Marcus knew this was not going to mean much since Tyval was using his authority as the Sky Citadel's warden to warp around. So, to prevent this, he phased his left arm into the ground and created an opening with a small blast of mana, where he then deposited the spatial disruptor he and Theban had made together for his fight against Wyatt. This way he could prevent Tyval from teleporting around, but more importantly from getting away from him. Marcus knew he needed to keep Tyval's attention away from Argus, who could move around and cause more damage than he could so long as Tyval did not go after him. "What did you just do? How did you cancel my spell?" Tyval said, his frustration growing. He had already appraised Marcus, and seeing that his opponent was only level 47, it should have only taken an instant to deal with him. That aura of light around him, maybe protecting him from my darkness magic? Fine, let me see how he fares against the power of death. Realizing that his darkness magic was having a lesser effect on Marcus, Tyval decided to switch things up and cast a death magic spell instead. Horrid Withering. Unleashing his Tier 6 death magic spell, Tyval sent out a wave of pure decay that destroyed every living thing in its way. Not even the smallest bacteria survived as the spell spread out, and any organic matter began to shrivel up and turn to dust. Chapter 435, Horror from Another World. Transmigrated as a Ghost. As Tyval's death magic spell washed over him, Marcus felt a slight tingling all over his form, but as he expected, being an undead, it seemed that it had no effect on him. At least that was how it was as first, but as the spell continued, he realized he had made a huge mistake taking this spell head-on as a test. "My clothes." Quickly the spell that turned any sort of organic matter to dust, destroyed the fibers that made up Marcus' enchanted clothes. Luckily Marcus was still wearing his armor, so he was not running around completely uncovered, but he had just lost his expensive and convenient set of enchanted clothing. On the other hand, Tyval was astonished to see that Marcus had escaped his death magic spell unscathed. No living being should have been able to withstand that without at least taking some damage. What the hell is he? Tyval thought, seeing that Marcus so far had been immune to everything he had done. He had never seen anything like this before. Even most undead were not fully immune to this spell that destroyed organic matter at a molecular level. Taking a moment, Tyval tried to assess Marcus further, now very wary of this mysterious being that had infiltrated his prison that should have been impregnable. Unfortunately, Tyval's problems were just beginning, as he soon got a telepathic message from the Vice Warden that was most concerning. Sir, Great Knight Argus has just freed the other Great Knights and Elite Mages, and they are going on a rampage. They are continuing to free more and more prisoners, and many of the rebels have been released as well. We do not have the manpower to contain them for long. Without your assistance we are going to be overwhelmed soon. TCH? Clinking his tongue, Tyval was becoming increasingly frustrated by what was going on, and quickly replied to his Vice Warden and said, "Contact the capital and tell them to send Sibir and everyone else that they can. This is a plot by the rebels. They managed to sneak in an agent who I am dealing with now. Just keep the escapees stalled for a dozen more seconds and I will be over there." With the situation rapidly retreating, Tyval gave Marcus an annoyed look before lifting up his grimoire and opening it. "I am afraid I do not have time to deal with you, so I will leave you with your executioner," Tyval said as his grimoire began pulsing with a very wicked black mana. Not long after, a black ichor began to flow out of the book and form itself into an insidious-looking monster. Looking at it, there was no doubt in Marcus' mind that this was the most horrifying creature he had ever seen. Even the ravenous abyss summoned by the Tier 5 darkness magic spell was not as terrifying as this thing. It looked like some sort of abomination with a long, split head that opened up to reveal dozens of rows of teeth that were dark as night and dripping with acidic salvia. It also had 4 main legs it stood on that were ended with 6 long claws, and on the top of its body it had a dozen limbs resembling arms that were all different sizes, and in abnormal locations. Along with that, it also had 5 writhing tentacles each that ended with a smaller version of the creature's head. But worst of all were the hollow abyss-like eyes that had a dim yellow light in each socket and seemed to unleashing a chilling sense of absolute doom. What the hell is that thing? Marcus thought, seeing the creature that had escaped from Tyval's grimoire. Teja had not told him anything about this when she had divulged to him Tyval's abilities and equipment. Unfortunately, even Teja had not known about this grimoire that contained eldritch horrors, since Tyval had not wanted to expose it to his kind-hearted sister. Trying to appraise the monster that had just appeared, Marcus received a response that he never had before from this skill. Instead of what normally happened where it displayed the information or gave a message that the skill had been blocked, Marcus instead received 3 question marks, as if this creature was not even recognized by the system as existing. Dreadmouth. Kill him. After it had received its order, the eldritch monstrosity that Tyval had summoned seemed to disappear, and Marcus did not even notice what had happened until the creature's mouth had slammed down shut over his torso. Seeing that Marcus had gone down incredibly easily, Tyval could only let out an angry scoff, since he himself had so much trouble with what he considered to be an insect. Yet as he tried to warp away, he instead only shakily teleported a few feet before being shunted out and slamming into a wall. What the hell? Having no clue as to why his teleporting had been disrupted, Tyval quickly realized that Marcus must have done something before being eaten. Except as he looked towards his summoned monstrosity, he saw that it was now looking around in confusion with Marcus no longer in its mouth. "Whew, that was close," Marcus said as he appeared a few dozen feet in front of Tyval. He currently had hundreds of small puncture wounds all over his body that were leaking the grey mist that was his essence, but overall, he was not too terribly damaged. Luckily, Marcus had been able to escape by going ghost and slipping away from the Dreadmouth, as Tyval had called it, but he now knew that he was no match for this thing. Still, he needed to stall Tyval for as long as possible and prevent him from quelling the escaped prisoners. Of course, as soon as he showed up again, the Dreadmouth charged towards him, but what the creature did not know was that Marcus had left it a present before escaping. Undefiled Sanctuary. Activating the talisman he had left behind, a golden glow quickly spread out over a large area and engulfed everyone in a warm and peaceful light. Krasai-Shrask. Letting out an indescribable screech of pain, the Dreadmouth began steaming and writhing around, unable to be in the presence of the Tier 8 sacred magic spell that had just been unleashed. Seeing this, Marcus was actually a bit surprised, because this went against the description that Teja had given him of this spell. It was supposed to create an inescapable zone that denied any sort of suffering. People inside could not hurt each other, nor could they die even if severely injured. Along with that, it was supposed to have a calming effect and could protect from any sort of outside attacks. It truly was the perfect spell for someone with the blessing of pacifism that could not hurt anyone. Except it seemed that this monstrosity was such an anomaly that its very existence must have been meant to cause suffering, and the Undefiled Sanctuary completely rejected. Quickly the creature ran to the edge of the spell's area and tried to escape as it began dissolving and turning into smoke. However, it was unable to get out of the sealed space, and fruitlessly scratched at the barrier until it turned into a cloud and was sucked back into Tyval's grimoire. Chapter 436, Tyval's Fury. Transmigrated as a ghost. After the Dreadmouth had been destroyed as the undefiled sanctuary spell rejected its very existence, Marcus sat down now that Tyval was trapped. He knew that there was no need for violence anymore, and for the next 30 minutes while the spell was in effect Tyval was trapped along with him. I am sure you already know what this spell is, seeing as how it was given to me by your sister. You might as well sit down and relax, neither of us are going anywhere for a while, Marcus said, hoping to get Tyval to settle down. Unfortunately, even through the calming effects of the undefiled sanctuary, Tyval's anger was rising now that he was in this situation. My sister must trust you a great deal to have given one of her tier 8 spell sealing talismans to you. I wonder if you even know how long it took, and how valuable the materials necessary to make that talisman you so readily used are. But if you think that this can contain me, you are sorely mistaken. A viscous aura then began to spread out around Tyval, and Marcus could only grimace since this is what he was afraid of. Teja had already informed him that if Tyval got serious, he could break this spell and kill everything around him. Still, he would have to unleash his tier 9 spell to do so, and Teja said that he would suffer a similar backlash to what she does when casting a spell above her normal level. Quickly standing up, Marcus went into his ghost form, having no intention of trying to take on Tyval's strongest magic that Teja had warned him about. Nothing is immune, and all shall perish. The end is inevitable and comes for all. Even the stars shall blink out and turn to dust. Everlasting is a lie, and the end is nigh. Demise. As Tyval cast his tier 9 death magic spell, everything went black. Except even as the spell spread out over a large area, Marcus did not feel a thing. As powerful as the spell was, it had not been imbued with any spiritual energy, meaning it could not hit Marcus, who existed beyond the physical world right now. However, had Tyval used spiritual energy, even Marcus, who was a ghost, would not have been spared from this spell that meant the end for any creature that it came into contact with. Well, that was close, Marcus thought as the spell began to dissipate. Even in his ethereal form, his danger sense had gone off like never before, warning him of the impending doom should he touch the expansive blackness that had killed everything within 1,000 feet. Of course, this was actually the smallest range that Tyval could make his tier 9 spell, and if he wanted, he easily could have covered the entire mountain the Sky Citadel sat on. Luckily, he had not resorted to such a drastic measure in order to not kill all of his subordinates. Unfortunately, even with the restricted range, he had ended up killing hundreds of people, from guards to prisoners alike. Collapsing onto his knees, Tyval was entirely worn out after using his strongest spell. But anything less would not have freed him from the undefiled sanctuary, that was now destroyed under the pressure of a higher tier spell. To think that Pest managed to push me this far. No, it was not him but Teja that did this. If not for her, I would not have had to resort to that. Pulling out a true elixir, Tyval knew he needed to restore himself and deal with Argus and the other escapees. But before he could drink it, he heard a voice that no longer should have existed. Wow, that was certainly something. Even I would have been in trouble if that had hit me, Marcus said with a smug smile on his face. Looking up, Tyval's expression was full of disbelief, as Marcus stood there completely fine even after having been in the area of a tier 9 spell. Impossible, was all Tyval could say after seeing Marcus alive. He could not think of any plausible explanation for how Marcus survived or what he could be. At this point he knew that he must have been some type of spirit, maybe one of light, but that still did not explain the immunity to death and darkness magic. It does not matter. I have a job to do, Tyval thought as he steeled his resolve. Flicking the top of the potion bottle that contained the elixir, Tyval tried to drink it quickly, but found the bottle wrenched out of his grasp before he could. He then saw a translucent purple arm fly away with his precious potion and bring it over to Marcus. Sorry, I cannot have you getting back up. You can just blame your bad match up against me and your sister's preparations for your loss. Still, if you do not struggle, I will not hurt you since your sister asked me to bring you back alive. Brining out his tendrils of shadows, Marcus warped up Tyval, who in his weakened state was unable to resist, and he successfully captured the warden of the Sky Citadel. I did not want to use this, but you leave me no choice. As Tyval said this, a secret compartment in his shoe opened and a small vial containing a dark etcher similar to what had come out of his grimoire was injected into him. The substance took effect immediately and Tyval's veins began to turn black, and his eyes became a sickly yellow color. Seeing this, Marcus could feel that Tyval had become much more dangerous and tried to use his life-drained specter power to weaken him. But as he did, he received a sickly feedback as if Tyval's life was corrupted and had become poisonous. A second later his tendrils of shadows were ripped apart, and Tyval appeared right in front of Marcus before punching him in the face. He even imbued his fist with spiritual energy, preventing Marcus from avoiding it as he went ethereal. Being blown back and feeling his face smashed in, Marcus was completely disoriented as he flew through many walls, before getting a hold of himself and coming to a stop. Oh ow ow ow. Feeling pain for the first time in a while, Marcus could tell that just a single hit had messed him up pretty bad. At the very least though, Tyval had no fighting skills and his punch, while backed with a lot of raw strength, was pretty weak for his level. Quickly Marcus' face recovered itself, but now that Tyval had undergone some sort of transformation and understood how to deal with him, things were going to be more difficult. I just need to stall until the mana furnaces are down, Marcus thought while preparing himself. Floating back to where Tyval was, Marcus barely caught a glimpse of him as he was flying down the hallway towards the congregation of escaped prisoner. You are not getting away. Floating through the walls, Marcus went through the shortest path towards Tyval and cut him off. However, Tyval had been prepared for if Marcus showed back up and unleashed a blast of mana and spiritual energy towards him, having figured out how to deal with the spirit that was immune to his magic. Chapter 437, All Shall Die. Transmigrated as a ghost. Seeing the impending blast of mana and spiritual energy coming for him, Marcus cast his Tier 6 Iron Magic spell, and flung his cataclysmic iron sword forwards. Quickly the 300-foot-long iron sword smashed through the floor and ceiling of the Sky Citadel and impacted Tyval's blast, carving through it. As powerful as Tyval was, he was not used to using pure mana attacks, and was also still not at full power after using his Tier 9 spell. Even the Eldritch Essence he had injected into himself was not enough to fully recover from the backlash of using his strongest spell, Umbral Web. Casting a Tier 6 Darkness Magic spell, Tyval quickly wrapped up and halted Marcus' cataclysmic iron sword, stopping the hundreds of tons blade in its tracks. Still the blade had forced Tyval to stop, and he had to take a couple of seconds twist his webs around and constricted sword in order to crush it. And as he did this, a thought came to him. Certainly, it seemed that Marcus was not hurt by his magic, but it was still possible that he could restrain him. Pouring spiritual energy into his umbral webs, Tyval sent them flying towards Marcus, planning to ensnare him. Unfortunately, for Tyval, his umbral webs began to break apart and dissipate the second they hit Marcus, putting a quick and bitter end to his plan to restrain him. Quasar Blast. Casting his Tier 6 light magic spell, Marcus kept the pressure on Tyval. He knew he needed to keep him locked down, and he was more than willing to chain his strongest spells back to back to do so. Of course, even a heightened Tier 6 spell from Marcus was not enough to put a single scratch on Tyval, but he was having to expend his time to deal with them. His frustration having hit its peak, Tyval rushed towards Marcus, who was still ethereal, his body glowing with mana and spiritual energy, as he planned to unleash everything he had to take Marcus out. Barely able to react in time to Tyval's extreme burst of speed, Marcus reflexively deployed his mana barrier and cast his Radiance Scales spell right before Tyval impacted him. An instant later, all of the mana and spiritual energy he had been accumulating unleashed in a massive explosion that completely engulfed Marcus and began busting through the walls and rooms of the Sky Citadel. Taking the blast, Marcus felt his ethereal form being overwhelmed, and his defenses quickly cracked and shattered. Following that, both of his arms were blown apart as he used them to shield his head, and the rest of his form began to be destroyed as Tyval's mana and spiritual energy attack overwhelmed him. Surely that was enough, Tyval thought, looking at the destruction his attack had caused. The entire structure of the area was destroyed, and the building was even now shaking and rumbling from the damage it had endured, after repeatedly having devastating attack released within it. Yet as he looked out, still channeling spiritual energy into his eyes, he saw that Marcus was still clinging on. Certainly, he was in rough shape, both his arms missing, and half of his head blown off, along with plenty of other injuries, but he was definitely still alive. It will take more than that to destroy me, Marcus sent telepathically to Tyval, taunting him. His eyes going bloodshot with the sickly black color from the itcher he had injected himself with. Tyval's anger had exceeded its peak, and he wanted nothing more than to eradicate this insect that had given him so much trouble. Charging up another strike filled with mana and spiritual energy, Tyval planned to finish Marcus with one last attack now that he was incapacitated. But as he was about to discharge his attack, it broke apart and became unstable. What he had accumulated then went wild, sending his mana and spiritual energy in multiple directions, causing more damage to the already ravaged area. Except since the attack had broken apart, not even the smallest bit of it hit Marcus, who was in a long straight line away from Tyval. Trying to build up his mana again, Tyval quickly realized what the problem was and was astonished by what it was. I'm out of mana. Tyval had no idea how he could possibly be empty on mana. Truly had used up almost all of it when he cast his Tier 9 spell, but after injecting himself with the Black Itcher, he had reached a huge boost. Not to mention his high-level mana regeneration skill that should have been constantly supplying him. Yet as his brain rapidly analyzed what was going on and searched for the problem, he saw it. What looked like thousands of nearly invisible threads of mana were flowing away from his body and heading towards Marcus. "Oh, looks like you finally noticed," Marcus said as he became solid again, most of his terrible wounds already having fixed themselves. Quickly, even Marcus' destroyed arms were good as new, and all of the hard-fought damage Tyval had inflicted was gone. "Mana thief," Tyval said with surprise and rage in his voice. He was furious that this spirit apparently had such a rare skill, along with all of his other busted skills and abilities. But he was also pissed at himself for just now noticing that his mana was being stolen. "Correct. I indeed have the mana thief skill. If only you had been calmer, you would have noticed that I have been siphoning your mana from the start. Of course, it was just a little at the beginning, but after you used your tier 9 spell, I have been draining you almost as fast as you recover your mana." With a smug smile on his face, Marcus was very pleased with the performance of the skill he had dumped most of his skill points into in preparation for this encounter. He knew that he was going to need multiple ways to deal with Tyval, and for a mage having their mana taken was the greatest disadvantage. Slowly and cautiously walking towards Tyval, Marcus aimed to incapacitate him, and then quickly wrap things up. However, what he heard next sent a chill down his very soul. "I guess everyone will just have to die." The absolute and ominous tone in Tyval's voice stopped Marcus in his tracks, and a truly sinister aura began to emit from Tyval. Where is that coming from? Marcus had no idea how Tyval was emitting such an aura without any mana, but it felt incredibly ominous, even more so than his strongest death magic spell. Not going to allow Tyval to continue doing whatever it was he was trying, Marcus cast his voltaic bombardment spell, hoping to electrocute Tyval into unconsciousness. But as the hundreds of bolts of lightning struck towards Tyval, the horrid grimoire he kept on his belt rose up on its own and blocked the raging storm of electricity. As Marcus looked at this, he finally understood where Tyval was getting this power, since he had a skill that did the same. He is burning his own soul. The book then ripped open and began shaking violently as its pages sped by, and black ichor began pouring out of it like a waterspout, as droves of ungodly creatures began to form. Chapter 438, Tija's Intervention. Transmigrated as a ghost. Looking at the monstrous abominations that were forming all around Tyval, Marcus could only grimace at the sight. Just one of these things were able to put him on the back foot before, and he had already used the most powerful sacred magic talismans that Tija had given him. Also, he could tell from their presences that some of these horrors were far stronger than the Dreadmouth Tyval has summoned earlier. As for Tyval himself, he was currently raving like a madman as his soul was burned for fuel to allow these creatures to form in a world that they did not belong in. But before they were able to completely manifest, Marcus quickly made the decision to take decisive action. "Sorry Tija, it looks like I will not be able to keep my promise to you." Pulling out his scythe, Marcus threw it in front of him and turned it on its side, preparing to fire a railgun. Embodiment of Eclipse, Harmony form. Activating his supreme skill, Marcus' power and presence rose another degree, as thus far he had only been using Embodiment of Light. He had not wanted to reveal his power of darkness to Tyval in order to keep him on his toes, but now he needed everything he could muster. Eclipse Railgun. After finishing all of his preparations as fast as possible, Marcus let loose one of his strongest attacks, firing his iron sphere that was the size of a bowling ball at just a bit under Mach 8. Within less than 1/10 of a second, the iron sphere had propelled itself right in front of Tyval and was only a few millimeters away when it abruptly stopped. It was a completely incomprehensible reaction, as a projectile moving many times the speed of sound had simply stopped, all of its force seemingly cancelled. And an instant afterward, the iron sphere that was still churning with the power of light and darkness began to disintegrate. Of course, Marcus realized quickly what had stopped his attack, as he saw a ghastly form, a being that looked like two bodies wrapped around itself with wings made of tumorous, hovering behind Tyval. And continuing with its terrifying appearance, it also had two long arms that formed into oversized gangly hands, which at the end of each finger were what looked like a smaller set of its already horrific hands. It is warping reality. Looking at this creature, Marcus could see that everything within around 10 feet of it had turned weird, and he could only assume that it had somehow stopped his railgun with its strange abilities. Soon, the other eldritch horrors began to come into reality, and Marcus stared at 24 nightmare creature that would definitely haunt him for the rest of his life. It was a good run, but I am out. Having no desire whatsoever to try and face off against these creatures that had just appeared from Tyval's grimoire, Marcus went back into his ghost form and was about to float away when he received a telepathic communication from Argus. "I have just destroyed the last mana furnace, and the building itself is pretty wrecked, so all the formations are down as you asked." With the second part of his mission complete, Marcus stopped his retreat and looked back at the monstrosities that were all around Tyval, and certainly about to begin killing everything living being in the Sky Citadel. In a snap decision, he decided to stay now that things had once again shifted, and pulled out the portal token Tija had given him. He then flicked it into the air, activating the magic sealed within while also sending a telepathic message to Merrick. The prison's defenses are down, and many of the prisoners are free. It is time to strike. After sending out the message to attack, he turned his attention to the coin he had flipped into the air, which quickly widened until it became a large open portal which Teja stepped out of. She had a resolute expression on her face and her lightly glowing robe shimmered with power. As Marcus looked at her and then her brother, it was quite the contrast, as she looked like an almost divine figure radiating peace and tranquility, while her brother was steeped in darkness and death surrounded by horrid creatures. Naturally, when Teja saw this, she frowned, since she did not know what power her brother had used to conjure these abominations that had a sickly air about them, as if their purpose in life was only to create anguish. Immediately, one of the monsters, which looked a bit like a tangle of lampreys, struck towards Teja, not waiting for its summoner's command. But as it got close to her, a translucent golden wall appeared and prevented the creature from advancing. In fact, much to Teja's surprise, her sacred wall spell caused the creature to begin sizzling and scream out in pain as it came into contact. She had never once seen any being be harmed by her sacred magic that specialized in protecting and sealing. Tyval, what is this? What have you brought here? Teja said in a very concerned tone. She could see that Tyval did not look normal. His veins were pulsing black, and his eyes had changed to a horrid yellow. Also, these creatures were all vile, and she could not imagine what sort of horrific ability had brought them about. However, her brother seemed to not even notice her and in a raspy voice said, "Kill. Kill everything." Having received their orders, the eldritch horrors began going off in different directions, some heading for the largest congregations of nearby life sources, others going to where they sensed the weakest traces of life barely clinging on, and a few charging towards Teja. "None of you are leaving." Teja then began casting a spell, not wanting any of these creatures to get loose and begin killing people. But as her mana was building up, the strongest of the monstrosities stretched its arms out towards her at a blinding speed. Yet right before they hit her, Marcus, who had been hidden nearby in his ghost form, reappeared, already having positioned himself to defend Teja. Slashing down with his scythe, Marcus sent all of the power of his supreme skill into it, turning the blade into a juggernaut of light and darkness. Except as it hit the creature's arms, the blade stopped as the space around it became weird and twisted like before. Marcus then saw as his arms distort as well, until they broke apart into nothing, and his scythe went flying away from him as its blade and handle warped and bent ever so slightly. Luckily, Marcus' intervention had managed to divert the attack away from Teja, and she was able to finish her spell. Hallowed Binding. Immediately a golden light spread out from Teja and turned into golden chains that began wrapping around the horrific creatures and Tyval. This was Teja's own original Tier 8 sacred magic spell, and it completely immobilized any targets while also prevented them from causing any sort of harm. As soon as the chains wrapped around these eldritch beings, they began to burn and turn to smoke while letting out pained screams of agony. Even the strongest of them was not immune, and its reality warping abilities seemed to be unable to affect the sacred chains. Chapter 439, Tyval's Defeat. Transmigrated as a ghost. With Teja having all of the eldritch monsters as well as Tyval wrapped up in golden chains, Marcus let out a sigh of relief and focused on regenerating his shredded arms. However, as the screams of the horrific monster resounded all around them, one other cry of pain grabbed both of their attention. Tyval was also beginning to steam and burn as the black ichor he had injected himself with was being rejected by Teja's sacred magic. Immediately Teja removed the chains that were binding her brother, but it was in this moment that she made a grave mistake. The most powerful of the monster brought forth from Tyval's grimoire warped its own body, ripping it asunder but allowing it to break free from Teja's hallowed binding spell. Once the creature was free, it did not even give a glance back towards its summoner or Teja and Marcus, before flying away at full speed. Laser. Sanctified imprisonment. Both Marcus and Teja tried to stop the creature from escaping, with Marcus trying to shut it down while Teja tried to recapture it with another spell. Unfortunately, this monstrosity was not going to be so easily pinned down again and warped everything around it, twisting its body in an impossible way, allowing it to avoid both spells before making it far out of either of their ranges. And sadly, neither of them could worry about the fleeing creature right now, since they were both still in the middle of enemy territory and had another problem to deal with. Tyval was convulsing wildly, and his skin and veins were letting out a frightful black smoke still. At the same time, the other eldritch monsters were fighting with everything they had to break free from Teja's spell, but none of them were able to like the strongest one. "Jed, please give this to my brother, while I keep these things contained," Teja said while tossing Marcus a potion vial. Grabbing it out of the air, Marcus quickly recognized that he had just been given an elixir, since it looked identical to the one he had snatched from Tyval earlier. With the elixir in hand, Marcus moved at blinding speed towards Tyval, and quickly emptied the contents of the potion into his throat. Immediately, the smoking he was experiencing began to stop, and the black ichor in his body began to pour out his body from his pores, mouth, nose, and eyes. It was quite the disturbing scene to see, and the black ichor smelled absolutely terrible. But it appeared that the strongest recovery potion in the world had managed to stop the destruction of his body and soul. Yet Marcus realized as he looked at Tyval that his soul was still being consumed by the grimoire that was attached to his belt. He tried to rip the book away, but as soon as he touched it the infernal item began eating his soul as well, and his hand was broken down and absorbed since it was just his soul solidified. The fuck is this thing? Seeing that this grimoire was not going to come quietly, Marcus pulled out one of the spell-sealing talismans and unleashed the spell within it. A sphere of golden light then encapsulated the grimoire as Marcus used the second and last tier 6 sacred magic spell Teja had given to him. Luckily this seemed to do the trick and Marcus was able to wrench Tyval away from the book, preventing it from continuing to eat his soul. Damn, his soul is shredded to bits. As Marcus sent his spiritual energy into Tyval to check on his condition, he found that his soul was worse for wear. Even after consuming an elixir, Marcus could only liken it to the time he first unknowingly used his soul devour unique skill against Andor and nearly destroyed himself. During that time, it had only been thanks to the administrator's intervention that he survived, but no such miracle was coming for Tyval. I will just have to do it myself. Pulling out all of his spiritual energy, Marcus placed his hands over Tyval and began using his spirit healing specter power. This was the first time he was using it to heal a damaged soul, but the description in his status said that it was able to heal both the wounds of a soul and the body. However, Marcus found his progress was quite slow due to a lingering malignance that had taken root in Tyval's soul. He had used a power that he should have not, and it seemed intent on claiming what it was owed despite Marcus' intervention. Thankfully, Teja quickly came up beside Marcus as soon as she had destroyed the last of the eldritch beings conjured by Tyval's grimoire and began helping. Soul purification. Casting the tier 8 healing magic spell, Teja began to break through the lingering taint that the grimoire had left on Tyval, and along with Marcus helped the two of them stabilize Tyval's soul. Regrettably, even after they did this, Tyval's soul was still tremendously weakened and would probably take years of care to recover. Still, he was alive, which was impressive after what he had done to himself to gain power. Teja then used her hallowed binding to wrap Tyval up, and soon her brother began to awaken. Immediately he realized the situation he was in, feeling the golden chains around him. I see, so I lost. Well, go ahead and kill me, Tyval said, his expression resolute. Of course, neither Marcus nor Teja had any intention killing Tyval, especially after all they had done to save him. Shut up, Teja said as she flicked Tyval in the head. Jed and I went through a lot of trouble to capture you alive, and I have no intention of letting you die. Sighing, Tyval looked at his sitter with a hurt expression and said, why did it have to come to this? Why did you have to betray the kingdom? They have treated us both well since our birth, and we have protected it for decades. So, why did you have to leave me? A serious look in her eyes, Teja responded and said, yes, we were well taken care of, always having everything and more than we needed provided. But I could not stand to see the disparity in this kingdom, as some starved to death under an unjust rule, while others flourished. I wanted things to get better, so I left. I wish you had done the same. After Teja said this, Tyval went silent. It seemed that their differences were not going to be resolved, at least not of right now. Jed, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for helping me to capture my brother. I can tell that you understand my feelings, and without you I am afraid he would have killed everyone here and maybe even himself. Teja said to Marcus while giving a bow. Shrugging his shoulder, Marcus responded and said, it was not a big deal. I had no way to kill him anyway, so this was my best option. He then collected all of Tyval's items and put them into his item box, including the horrid grimoire that had gone silent after being trapped in a sacred magic spell. Pulling Tyval up with her chains, Teja had him walk towards the area where the majority of the rebels were gathered and were finishing up the last of the battles. However, as they walked towards their destination to meet up with their allies, a figure came dashing towards them at a blinding speed, and with a devastating swing of his adamantine hammer blew Tyval's head clean off. Chapter 440, End of the Sky Citadel. Transmigrated as a ghost. As Tyval's head turned into meat paste, Teja's eyes went wide with shock and horror, and instinctually she ran towards her brother. She began pulling out the highest grade mana recovery potion she had, moving completely on reflex, planning to cast her tier 9 healing magic spell and bring her brother back to life. But in her frantic attempt to resurrect her brother, the figure that had killed him took advantage of her diverted focus and cracked her on the back of the head, knocking her unconscious. Normally she would have been able to block or avoid an attack like this, but the shock of seeing her brother killed had been too much, and she was not able to fully take in her surroundings. Seeing this, Marcus thought that some unknown enemy had appeared, but when he saw who it was, he was momentarily confused. Standing there, Tyval's blood and brain matter dripping on his hammer, was Argus. What are you doing, Argus? Marcus asked the prime target the rebels had come to rescue. And with a very cold voice Argus said, I was finishing off an enemy. Tyval was too dangerous to be left alive. As for Teja, I know what she was about to do, and it would be a mistake. I understand she wanted to save her brother, but this is a war and leaving someone like him alive would have made things more difficult. Looking at Argus, Marcus felt a sort of chill about him that he had not before. He talked as if he had been fighting in the rebellion since the beginning, when truthfully, he had not even formally joined yet. Also, Marcus was fairly certain that he had been waiting for Tyval to be restrained so that he could deliver the finishing blow. Have you seen Merrick? I am sure that he must have arrived by now. Marcus asked, changing the subject. At the same time, he was looking at Tyval's now headless corpse, wondering if he should try to use the talisman that Teja had given him. He could completely understand her feeling about wanting to save her brother, and if he acted quickly there was time before the minute was up. However, Argus was still standing there, and Marcus felt that it was likely that he would interfere. Tyval was a powerful opponent and very few people other than me could stand up to him. Sorry Teja, but there is nothing I can do. No, I have not seen Merrick yet. I was busy destroying the mana furnaces around the prison, so I have been on my own for a while. But once I finished, I rushed over here to help against Tyval. Though now that everything is wrapped up, we should go and meet up with him. Argus said, answering Marcus' question and trying to moving things along. Nodding his head, Marcus went and picked up Teja, who was still unconscious, and then cast one last look at Tyval, who had now been dead longer than a minute. I doubt that Teja will ever forgive Argus for killing her brother, or me for not saving him. With that last thought, Marcus began following Argus, who led the way back to where he had left the rest of the freed prisoners. When they arrived, they got there just in time to watch the rebel strike force tie up the last of the living guards who had surrendered. Ajed and Argus there Yodash. Stopping mid-sentence, Merrick, who noticed Marcus and Argus' arrival, saw Teja slumped over Marcus' back. It took him a moment to process what was going on, since Teja was not supposed to be a part of this mission. Yet here she was unconscious. Quickly though he realized what must have happened as he looked at Marcus, before walking over towards him and saying, "Where is Tyval?" However, before Marcus could answer him, Argus spoke up and said, "I killed him, so he will not be a problem anymore. Anyway, we should not delay here. It will not be long until reinforcements arrive," Argus said, trying to change the subject. Hearing this, Merrick scowled, but he did not say anything against Argus, and turned back towards the rebels and freed prisoner, before saying, "It is time for us to leave. Any of you prisoner that wish to follow us may, or you are free to go it on your own. If you want to fight for a better kingdom, or maybe you even just feel resentment for being imprisoned, it does not matter. There is a place for all of you in the rebel army." After Merrick gave a quick speech, he began organizing his troops to move out. At the same time, around half of the prisoners that were still alive began fleeing. They had no intention of joining a war and just wanted to enjoy their new freedom that they thought they would never have again. Obviously, all of the former rebels that had been captured stayed and fell into line, wanting nothing more than to get back to fighting for a better kingdom. And luckily all of the great knights and elite mages stayed as well, 2 of them having already decided to join the rebels before their untimely detainment, and the others wanting to fight back against the kingdom they felt had betrayed them. Unfortunately though, one of the great knights had perished during the escape, having been just on the edge of Tyval's range when he released his Tier 9 spell. Soon all of the rebels and the prisoners that were going to be joining them had formed up and began exiting the Sky Citadel. It was a bit precarious as they left the building that had collapsed in many areas. But everyone got out without issue and began hastily moving down the mountain. Though Marcus, who was still carrying Teja, looked back at the ruined fort that used to look like an impregnable juggernaut, yet now barely stood and was smoking a ruin of its former glory. This is only the start. Things are going to become much worse as the war continues, Marcus thought, really taking in what he had gotten wrapped up in. With that last thought, Marcus turned away from the Sky Citadel and picked up his pace down the mountain. Damn it all! Crash! Kicking one of the few standing walls in the Sky Citadel and knocking it down, Sibur was immensely displeased by what he had found when he arrived. He was currently standing over Tyval's dead body and looked all around the ruins that used to be one of the most secure facilities in the kingdom. This could be considered nothing but a definitive defeat, as not only had the kingdom lost its most powerful mage, but also the rebels had recruited the surviving prisoner into their ranks. "Sir, I have located another body of interest. Great Knight number 15 Sir Byalas is dead," one of Sibur's men said to him. Grinding his teeth, Sibur was conflicted to hear this, since Byalas had been a friend, but it was good that he had not joined the rebels. "Prepare to return to the capital. We are not going to find them in this blizzard. We need to head back and come up with a new plan."